southwest Nigeria. The storm between the two foremost Yoruba traditional rulers, the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Akim Owade, and the Ooni of Ife, Oba Ogunwusi, has drawn the attention of elders in the land. The feud bordered on the decision of Ooni to confer the title of Okanlomo on a businessman, Dotun Sanusi. Worried by the implications for Yoruba unity, some elders have urged both monarchs to sheath their swords, warning that continued discord could weaken the cultural authority of the two thrones. BK, if looking at this, there's a Yoruba saying, okay, apologies, elders, okay, there's a Yoruba saying that said an elder will not sit back and watch things descend into chaos. But now that the elders have joined, BK, need they say more?
Well, we have traditional rulers and we have elders. The traditional rulers, through their hirelings, have steered unnecessary storm. And it's embarrassing to the race. And I'm happy that the Yoruba Council of Elders has waded in, and they've also enlisted the support of the governors of Oyo State and Osun to step into this matter. I agree absolutely with Professor Wande Abimbola, the renowned, the first scholar, who said, look, this is not the time to apportion blames in the media. Let this whole feud come to an end. And that is what we want to see. There's no battle for superiority. We don't need that. Our people need to be helped.
Absolutely.
And wherever you find yourself, do your best to help our people.
Exactly.
Make life better for them. No, we don't need this battle for supremacy between two young traditional rulers.
Amechi, I need you to quickly weigh in on this because of our time.
Yes, I think Vicky have said it all. But going back to history, this is not the first time it's happening. If you go back to history, I remember the days of Oba Okwade Shijuade and Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, the late Alaafin.
Yes.
We also had this kind of back and forth on superiority, but I don't think at this current stage this should be happening, because when we say not too young to run, it's not only for politics.
Oh, for traditional rulers as well.
If you look at the two royal fathers, they are the same age. The Oba Abimbola Owade was born on the 17th of July 1975. That makes it 50 years. Unfortunately, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Ogunwusi, was born on the 17th also of October 1974, meaning that he will be 51 in October. So these are just age mates. And we believe that they should bring some certain things to bear, not this unnecessary advisory, this thing that is.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, or good morning, wherever you are. I would say greetings to everyone that has joined us from wherever you are joining us from. It could be in America, it could be Australia, it could be Papua New Guinea. It's possible Nigerians have managed to end up in different places. I appreciate you all for joining us today. I'm going to be going through some of the headlines of the week. It doesn't have to be the specific topics we are going to be discussing today. The video I just played earlier on was regarding the Ooni of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo disputes and differences that they've had. And it's something that we are going to be discussing. We are also going to be touching on some of the international news that is going on, so that people can be aware of, the events of the week. Not everybody have time to be, checking the news every week for the individual events that are going on. So I will try to cover as many as I can. Also, as a disclaimer, we have to say that the show is not here to discriminate against any group, against any tribe, against any race, against any religion, and against any gender. We are here to discuss the issues as per the allowance of freedom of speech and as per checking the facts of statements, and we will be asking questions to ensure that whatever comes out of this place is as clean and as high quality as possible, because I think you all deserve quality information. Quality information makes for quality decision making. I guess it depends on the quality of the individual to pass information for quality decision making. So yeah, that's what we are going to be doing, and I hope you all you know, pay attention, and also like, share. You know, I notice that people don't like to share, like and share. It doesn't cost you a penny. Just, you know, look away and then just click the like button and share with others so that they can watch the show. And if they watch the show, then it will expand the audience, and some of the good work that has been done here would reach them too. It's quite astounding how some of the work of pastors can travel faster than information that we are sharing here. And I really think that some of the people that come on these panels are some of the best minds out there. Some of them have had so many experiences, have lived in so many different environments, because that is an education on its own when you are able to travel all over the world. So we have some of the best people come in here and share their information. And if anyone shows up here sharing information that is inaccurate, we also challenge them to make sure we confirm whatever is being said, or we dispel it, which is the right thing to do. And so I will go ahead now and play the videos. The next one should be, it's also tied to the Alaafin of Oyo, I guess, and so that people have an idea of what the issue is about the Alaafin of Oyo and Ooni of Ife's issue. All right, let me start from that. I will talk about Trump and the others. All right, let's go.
And I immediately thought it was a wrong question to ask. But I'm going to be answering it nonetheless, because I'm aware that there are many people who just genuinely want to know. I called it a wrong question to ask because it is like comparing a child with its grandfather when it comes to matters of superiority. Ooni of Ife is the grandfather of Alaafin of Oyo. It was Oromiyan who founded Oyo, becoming the first Alaafin of Oyo, and Oromiyan is the grandson of Oduduwa. Therefore, without Oduduwa, there would never have been an Alaafin of Oyo. But the Alaafin grew massively in political power and influence. The Alaafin became so imperial that he began to rule like an emperor. First, he conquered neighboring Yoruba towns and cities and became lord over them. His conquest and dominance went as far as Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, and some other parts of West Africa. Oyo became very prosperous as a result of the tributes, the many tributes that comes from these vassal states, which is what led to the saying, Elede Adoyo. In a bid to dodge paying tribute, some of these kingdoms that have been conquered by Oyo would give an excuse of having no horses, no cows, no camels, only pigs. And pigs are not animals that one can transport by putting ropes around their necks. But Oyo would reply that, bring the pigs like that. Elede Adoyo. That is, make sure you send the pigs to us no matter how difficult. This one of a kind unique prosperity of Oyo is why it is commonly said that Adi Shebi Oyo Lari, Oyo o Shebi Baba Nikon. Because for real, Oyo was unique, sui generis, not trying to be anybody except those who want to be like Oyo. Oyo's politics was so advanced, so well organized that many Yoruba kingdoms just had to copy. The Alaafin and his executives, office of the Aremo, Iyaoba, the Bashoru and the Oyomesi, Balogun, Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, the Olókun Ẹṣin, also called Abobaku, the Ogboni, office of the Iyalode, Iyaloja, the Ilaris, name it. All of these and more were copied from Oyo, and not just Oyo's politics and style of governance, the culture was also copied. The religion, festivals, fashion, art, food, and even language. The common Yoruba, the Yoruba Jumolo that we all speak today, is originally an Oyo dialect, because at that time there was no such thing as a Yoruba people. We lived together as neighbors. Our dialects were very similar but different, but we never really considered ourselves the same people. And the term Yoruba didn't even exist at the time, and when it was introduced, it was used specifically for those in Oyo. What we have today as Yoruba land is largely a creation of the colonialists, especially the missionaries. But all that is an entire history on its own that must wait for another day. So, while Ooni of Ife is revered as our progenitor, source, and spiritual head, the Alaafin of Oyo grew to become a more politically relevant monarch. Therefore, Ile-Ife remains the spiritual home of the Yoruba. That is our origin, the source. I hope I have answered the question. Please drop your own additions or opinions, whether in agreement or disagreement. But Ejo, Emma Bumi, Toba Bumi, ma bloke, washiri.
Immigration. The United States has announced a new visa requirement for Nigerians, mandating all applicants to disclose their social media usernames and handles from the past 5 years. In a statement posted on X, the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria warned that omitting social media details could result in visa denial and ineligibility for future applications. The directive applies to all DS-160 visa forms. The Nigerian government has responded to the new policy, which comes as Washington continues to tighten travel rules, particularly for African countries. In recent years, the U.S. has restricted temporary stay visas for Nigerian visitors to just 3 months and imposed wider travel bans affecting several African nations. The Trump administration has defended the measures as necessary for national security, with applicants from some countries now also required to pay bonds of up to $15,000 when applying for U.S. tourist or business visas. U.S. immigration lawyer Andrew Thomas joins me on the World Now for more on this. Good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
Again, we continue to see more stringent and restrictive visa rules and regulations from the U.S., this time for Nigeria. Just talk to us about this. The Trump administration says it's for national security. But how do you, what's your assessment of this new rule?
Well, when it comes to visa or immigration policy, I think we should look at it in a more holistic perspective. When an embassy or a consulate rolls out guidelines, they don't just roll it out in isolation. They roll it out based on policy put forward by the State Department. And the State Department are very clear that if you need a U.S. visa and you want to come to the United States, you must show a detailed social media history so that they can profile you. I guess that is another way to profile people, target people, and keep people whose opinions the American government might not like. And it's a huge irony given that the American society is a champion of free speech via the First Amendment.
But the part of it that I find a bit tricky is the fact that it says omitting social media information could lead to visa denial and ineligibility for future visas. Sometimes this is just an honest mistake and not necessarily that one omitted it out of mischief.
Well, assuming it's an honest mistake, for the sake of argument, it is still ultimately the consular officer who would determine what you leave out or what you didn't put on, because I really am hard pressed to understand why they need to spend a lot of time profiling you through social media, if not to target you for speech, because as it were, what do we do on social media? We comment, we like things, and we don't like things or follow ideas that might be disturbing to the U.S. Embassy, as it were. But I think it has a chilling effect on people wanting to come to a country that claims to be a nation for all immigrants. And I think it's worrisome that you want to use a social media profile or profiles to target people who want to come to the United States for a myriad of reasons. So I find that disturbing and troubling, that it has a chilling effect on free speech too.
And we're also not hearing about cancellation of visas recently for some students. And it's a bit worrying if, the impact that will have on exchange programs.
Well, the impact is far-reaching. And like I said, it is disturbing that the rules are applying to a set of people. If you have a visa and come to the United States, the rules should apply to you evenly, just like everybody. The First Amendment guarantees free speech. And apart from that, the US universities, especially state universities, have a lot of challenges to face because annually international students contribute up to $40 billion for tuition, living expenses, and housing. And if you decide to revoke visas on a whim based on crimes that are not considered violent, I think the biggest loser will be the United States. In any case, if you look back, most innovators in the United States came through the F1 visa route. So the United States will be the biggest loser, trying to send people back to their country of origin based on the fact of the things they post on social media, the protests they choose to attend, or the fact that they were driving under the influence. Nobody is justifying crime, but I believe it is too punitive, considering the investment to relocate to the United States as an international student. There should be fairer ways to address people when they run foul of the law, and sending them back home because they made mistakes is too punitive.
And how should the Nigerian government respond to all of these immigration policies holistically and also protect its citizens?
Well, the government should be very creative in trying to leverage to force the American government to drop some of these policies that are targeted at people perhaps they don't want to see in the United States.
Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to have your analysis on immigration issues. U.S. immigration lawyer Andrew Thomas.
When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East. He wants to always kill people, and he's very bad at what he does, but he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that, but he really doesn't talk, he's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, oh no, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton's there. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Do you expect the DOJ to brief you on this?
Yeah, they'll brief me, probably today sometime.
And the Foreign Minister...
I tell Pam and I tell the group, I don't want to know, but just you have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not necessary. I could know about it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel that it's better this way.
Foreign Minister Lavrov said no meeting is planned right now between Putin and Zelensky. Absent that meeting, what are the next steps in your view?
Well, we'll see. We're going to see if Putin and Zelensky will be working together. You know, that's like oil and vinegar a little bit. They don't get along too well for obvious reasons, but we'll see. And then we'll see whether or not I would have to be there. I'd rather not. I'd rather have them have a meeting and see how they can do. But in the meantime, they continue to fight and they continue to kill people, which is very stupid because they're losing 7,000 people now. I used to tell you 5, now they're losing 7,000 people a day. 7,000 people a week. They're losing, think of that. They're losing.
Yo no tengo nada, señor. Señor, yo no, por favor. Yo no debo nada, papi. Yo no debo nada. 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 Yo estoy trabajando. Yo no debo nada. 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 Yo trabajo. Yo quiero estar con mi familia. Yo quiero estar con mi familia. Yo vengo de trabajar. Por favor. Yo vengo de trabajar. Yo quiero estar con mi familia. Yo no soy criminal. Yo no soy criminal. Yo no soy criminal. Yo no soy criminal. Yo no soy criminal.
Yeah, that was a foreign national in the U.S. being captured to be taken out of the U.S. by the ICE agents. you know, and it's tied to some of all this visa issue that they also it kind of restricted the Nigerian and many African countries movement, saying that they have to provide 5 years of their social media history of all the accounts in social media. In other words, that move is dangerous actually, because it's going to censor African countries from saying too much if anybody hopes to travel to those countries. Can you imagine that? Our people, if we don't wake up, our eye will shine one day. Let's see. Now, we are going to go into other areas of the American politics that involves this Jeffrey Epstein case, whereby some people are concerned that American politicians are being compromised through the use of the blackmail ring that Jeffrey Epstein helped put together for a foreign national. That is the most grievous allegation. There is the other aspect of child molestation, very serious issues actually. And I heard a video of Ghislaine Maxwell saying that Trump was never there anywhere, and she doesn't believe that Jeffrey Epstein died from suicide. This whole thing is crazy, and this is the most powerful country in the world, and they are not even sure their leaders are listening to them. In short, they know their leaders are not listening to them. But clearly, the voters of Trump don't even trust him now, because he's doing things that he said he wasn't going to do when he got into office. So, but let me just play this and let some people hear what they are talking about in this Ghislaine Maxwell case, because it's a very serious one. The top country in the world is facing a situation whereby the president and others around him may be compromised by this guy. So let's just play the video briefly.
John Sweeney, presenter of the global podcast Hunting Ghislaine and author of a book of the same name. John, it's good to have you on the programme.
Hi, hello, Matt.
Hello, mate. So tell me, what do you think? Is this gonna silence the critics and the skeptics and the conspiracy theorists?
No, what's happened is very, very weird and very, very creepy. You've got a convicted sex offender, a sex trafficker, who, I sat through the entire court case, and when I was there, the evidence from 4 women who, as young girls, had been sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine had organised it. Their evidence was compelling, and when it came to the critical moment, Ghislaine Maxwell did not take the stand. She did not testify in her own defence, and that is why the jury, there were no ifs, no buts, the jury convicted her of sex crimes. Now what's happened is she's saying the President of the United States did nothing wrong as far as I'm concerned, and guess what? Before she'd made this statement, her prison conditions improved. So this feels like the abandonment of justice in the United States of America under Donald Trump. It's also, if you look at the nitty-gritty of the statement, she's relitigating under the patsiest of questions from a guy who is now in the Department of Justice, but was Trump's personal lawyer, as you pointed out, Matt. Now relitigating the entire case, and effectively, and the names are redacted, but it seems that she is blaming the late Virginia Roberts Giuffre, because the context, it's clear we're talking about Virginia Roberts Giuffre as being somebody who helped Jeffrey Epstein get the sexualized massages from underage girls, including her, of course, herself. So this is wrong. Virginia Roberts Giuffre has recently committed suicide. And what we're getting here now is Trump's former lawyer, now in the DOJ, setting up a patsy interview in which Ghislaine gets away with talking nonsense. And remember, she never testified when she had an opportunity. So she's a convicted criminal, and she's been allowed to tell her story in an absurd and dishonest and lying way. And in return, she's saying, Mr. Trump did nothing wrong. I don't buy it for a second now.
She also
even my son to put his feet for this country.
Send me out!
This one is a double blast against Tinubu from P2B and Pastor Taribo West. P2B took a swipe at Tinubu's proposal to build one bus terminal each in the 6 geopolitical zones across Nigeria. In a post he made on his verified X handle, he said, 142 billion naira for bus terminals, another evidence of misplaced priority. The difference between the success and failure of the development in any nation is how you prioritize your scarce resources. The recent announcement that a sum of 150 billion naira has been approved by the federal government for the construction of one bus terminal in each of our 6 geopolitical zones further affirms the lack of competence, lack of focus, and poor leadership. In the 2024 budget, which is the operational budget today, the entire budget of all the teaching hospitals across all the federal universities in the country, as well as federal psychiatric centers, is under 100 billion naira. Yet the government has approved 142 billion naira for bus terminals. This is disturbing, considering that health is one of the most critical areas of development, which is deteriorating and remains grossly underfunded. WHO recently reported that over 20 million Nigerians are living with mental health issues. This is not only a misplaced priority, but a tragic irony of our country. This is not governance. Talking about good governance, our Nigerians are aware that with good governance, mosquitoes can be eliminated in our communities. This is stopping malaria from the source. It is mosquito bites that cause malaria. So if you are able to eliminate mosquitoes completely, that means you will no longer be budgeting for malaria's medicine every 2 or 3 months in case any of your family members fall sick from malaria. And let no one blame the citizens. Yes, good governance means that you will be able to enforce the law. Sanitation laws must be enforced. If you fail to enforce these laws, then people continue throwing litter around. Not that citizens shouldn't stop littering the space, no. But the reason the government exists is to enforce the law. Make sure you enforce the law so that people will learn from it. When you find people once, twice, thrice, they will refrain from committing these crimes, these misdemeanors. So this is a failure of governance. It is the responsibility of the government, whether local or state, to make sure there are waste disposal bins everywhere so that people wouldn't have the excuse to litter. If they can find waste disposal bins everywhere, they will quickly learn how to dispose their waste properly. So this is still a failure of governance. It is the job of the local government to sweep the streets and keep the environment clean. But like you know, most states have taken that responsibility from them by engaging in waste disposal because they want to collect that tax. Yes, the local government areas might not be doing the job properly, but even the states that have taken the responsibility from them are not doing the job in a professional way. In most cases, you see them coming once a week or even sometimes once in 2 weeks. States, imagine talking about building bus terminals. Is that the responsibility of the federal government? They always want to show workings, but showing the workings in the wrong way. All these are intentional. They don't want to do all those things that will lift Nigerians out of poverty. Always doing the opposite. Do you think it is not intentional? How can they always be making mistakes? These mistakes are so terrible. Does it mean no one in the administration can say, oh, this is the right thing to do, invest here, this one will make more impact. If you do this one will lift more people out of poverty. Always investing in strange things, just like the coastal road to nowhere. On the internet, you see many roads that are unpassable, federal roads that the government should have concentrated on to make sure these roads are passable. The heavy trucks that transport goods, petrol, diesel, and other oils, that they don't fall on these roads daily. But instead of doing that, they focus on a new road to nowhere. So these are the issues. You don't do the one you are expected to do, the one that falls under your responsibility. You don't do them. You take on the ones that states should do. And what impact is one bus terminal going to do in a geopolitical zone? It doesn't just make any sense. And also look at the humongous amount. That's 23 billion naira for one bus terminal. What type of bus terminal is that? And in what city is it going to be in that geopolitical zone? It's just so tiring talking about the incompetence of these people. Or it's not even incompetence, it is intentional incompetence. They just don't want to do the right thing. Because if they do the right thing, you will be lifted out of poverty. And once you're lifted out of poverty, they can no longer buy your vote. They can no longer entice you with peanuts. Yes. And for people saying that votes no longer count, if votes didn't count, why are they always making budgets to buy your vote? If not, they will not be budgeting or enticing you or buying your vote. Now, let's hear Taribo West.
I'm just happy to be here. I can see some of my old contemporaries to be here in this incredible day and just share the burden and the pains with the family that has rest upon their shoulders. For me, it's disheartening that you have Lagos State, you have Nigerian Football Association, they dropped the buck on the family. I felt in my spirit there is nothing to put your life for. That's why I say I have to shift back so that I will not implode. It's grieving. My mother passed on. I never shed tears. My father passed on in my hands. I never shed tears. Then when Rufai passed on, I had ghost pimple on my body. And every individual I'm speaking to, there was, tears of lamb rolling through my cheeks. What kind of nation is this? With this kind of example they have shown in Shefulue, in Stephen Keshi, blessed memory, Thompson Oliha, blessed memory, Rashidi Yekini. I will never advise even my son to put his feet for this country. Send me out. Do we have a football federation? Or do we have a football association in this Lagos State? That this hero, this soldier, this football evangelist has to be treated this way and his family. Could you imagine that the family will be crying just to solicit in within our groups to ask for money? That is madness. Look, please let me go. I don't want to pour my heart.
Taribo West and Uche Okechukwu were some of the most formidable defenders the Super Eagles ever had. In fact, since they retired, the Super Eagles have not been able to reproduce players who could match their prowess. He's obviously frustrated by the fact that Peter Rufai, who was their teammate at the time, wasn't given a befitting funeral by the state. Coming at a time, the state under this administration has been very magnanimous, doling out $100,000 each to all the ladies that won the Africa Cup of Nations, not just football but also basketball. So he's obviously frustrated. And that frustration might have been worsened by the fact that he campaigned and prayed for Tinubu even before he contested the presidential election. So having felt that, I am part of this system, at least I prayed for him, he should do the right things, he should honor the past heroes of this country. Well, the fact remains that you cannot sow orange and reap apple. No. Nigerian political elites are for the moment. The fact that he gave these people $100,000 each was because he took it as his achievement, that these people won all these trophies under his administration, so he has to take credit for it. That's the mentality of Nigerian politicians. Of course, the girls have been saying that they have not been paid that $100,000 they were promised. It's already a promise. Any future administration will honor that promise. Remember the last one they honored, was it under Buhari? He honored promises made under the military many years ago. So these are the issues. Politics affects everyone. No matter how you think you will run away from it, no, you can never run away from it. From the food you eat, from the house rent you pay, from the groceries you shop in the market every day, it all boils down to politics. It all boils down to the decision of a politician. That's how it works. So the way you take your life seriously, the way you take your health, the way you take jobs like looking for money, making money, the way you take all these seriously, that's exactly how you should take politics seriously.
That is correct. So politics affects everything. Now let's go back to the news about famine in Gaza. Let's just play that, then we'll get back to talking about the issues. And obviously, I will start from the Ooni of Ife's issue so that people that know about it can give us better information about that. Let me go with the famine in Gaza now. Where's that again? Let me just get that coming out. That's it. Let's play it.
The famine declared today in Gaza Governorate by the IPC is the direct result of actions taken by the Israeli government. It has unlawfully restricted the entry and distribution of humanitarian assistance and other goods necessary for the survival of the civilian population in the Gaza Strip. It is a war crime to use starvation as a method of warfare, and the resulting deaths may also amount to the war crime of willful killing. The Israeli authorities must take immediate steps to end the famine in the Gaza Governorate and prevent further loss of life across the Gaza Strip.
That is it. So that is where we are with the conflict in the Middle East. What was happening with this thing? I think there was somebody that was here. I think is making this thing a little bit weird. Let me take my P again. Okay, let's put it this way. All right. So welcome OVA. You saw the videos of the week, and this Ooni of Ife thing, I don't know whether you know about it more than most. I don't know that much about the Ooni of Ife and that of the Alaafin. In my mind, Ooni of Ife was meant to be the earliest monarch in that Yoruba region, what is termed the Yoruba region now. And but based on the video that was played here, it is said that Oyo may not be the first, but the most influential. As a matter of fact, the heart of the Yoruba as we know it today is Oyo itself. So who is to determine who is in charge of giving titles? Because from what he said, it appears that the Oyo is responsible for creating so many of these positions, you know. And so is it your Alaafin that has his final say, or is it the Oni that is going on? And could this get out of control?
They are all chihuahuas. They are American chihuahuas. They are useless. Among all the governing elite, now they are the most useless ones among all of them. All this Russia. That's why when that guy was talking, it was just a torture. I was forced to listen, like just saying nonsense. He said they are the custodians of victory, but they are all baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. Like, which kind of confusion is that? So I know that I hardly pay attention to that. I don't even know what is happening to them. And all of them.
What is happening to them? If you want to know, you said something.
They
Whether they were baptized under Jesus Christ?
They are traitors. They are traitors. These are
were they baptized under Jesus Christ? Why? What was it? What do you mean by that?
This guy, only na staunch Christian. Only they preach self. He's more Christian than Adeboye himself.
Now wow.
That's why I don't listen to all this. I don't listen to them.
That one don't get out of control. Oh. Are you sure?
All of them. Come,
if you're in the chat, please confirm whether the Ooni of Ife is a preacher or a Christian. Google that is serious allegation. You are trying to besmirch the good name of the Ooni.
One of his wives said na pastor before he divorced the girl.
I reject that. I reject that statement in the name of Jesus.
No be Jesus Christ follower.
Hey.
People are useless.
Where are the people on the chat? Come on, can you confirm this? This is serious. How can you be accusing the Ooni of being a Christian? A preacher?
You Google yourself.
Hi, that is an insult. That is an insult.
So I don't they take all those people serious. Yeah, just say you.
But do you think, okay, let's say you don't take that serious, but do you think you get out of control? Because you know, people remember the Yoruba now as a peaceful group, but they forget that in history they've been very, very fighty. They like to fight. So, do you think this could get out of control?
Leave those people. Now, what they are power, they are useless. They're just like when you see useless people they fight. Of what use? Of what use it to us? These are
you keep saying what use is it to us? This is how trouble starts in Nigeria. You keep saying it's a joke. What if they start fighting each other now?
Make them fight now. They are not the government will call them orders soon. They are hungry. Hungry. They are hungry people. Their attention that they fight from Tinubu. They are hungry.
These people they were fighting under military regime. They fought on Monarchy conflict and all those things. It was under military regime they were fighting. What makes you think they were going to fear a civilian regime?
I'm not saying they should not fight. I'm just telling you, as does that add to our national progress. See, as I said, they are privileged people. They are part of the ruling class. Abi, they are part of the ruling class. But they are treated at the same time, they are only one job, just one job. Just be a patriot. Remain who you are. Just why is that hard? All of them they fly, go drive roads on fly, go abroad, they go and start, they form Jesus Christ up and and you expect me to see all those people. As far as I'm concerned, I know they exist. I know they exist.
Tracy has come up with the fact that he says the last time she checked, one of them wanted to bury it with the Muslim rite. So one of them are Muslim and the other one is Christian.
At the top of Oni himself, Oni na.
This one is so is the Alaafin a Muslim?
All of them are religious conscious. Those that are going Muslim way are going hard. Those that are going the Christian way, they are not. I never see any Roy or this what is they call this chief that is actually a true traditional man in the real sense of tradition.
You mean the Oba of Benin too is Christian?
Oba of Benin. See, since just they watch them, I know they see them with a wear cross.
How does somebody sit in a traditional seat? A religion of their forefathers didn't practice, they go and start wearing it as their religion.
That's why I don't, as I say, I don't take them serious. Another thing again will make me just see them as useless people. When the current king now, King Charles, what's that name?
Yes, Charles.
I remember when Mama said I come Nigeria, and I saw you assemble all of them. They see them that last season they be student. I was like, what kind of useless things with it? That is a priest, you are a king. In the sense of it. Please come. All of them, they see them that like a primary school student. The priest student. I was like, what the heck is all this? So I no respect them one, all of them, from Sokoto to the Sokoto guy. Well, that one I think is too safe. Is infused with religion, right? So that one they serve his own outside purpose. So they are winning. But our own, they deserve to be Christian. They do so. All of them are just
all of them. I think based on what you are saying, it appears that almost all our traditional rulers' seats are made up of religions from the Abrahamic faiths.
That's what they are. I'm talking about this. No, I'm talking about these current ones. These ones, they are not. What is the practice with that? This set of new ones where we get right from my own about this set of new ones. The way they are so money conscious. So
yeah, but though, these guys say Oba of Benin he was never a Christian. Why are you trying to insinuate that he was now? He's not a Christian now.
Who Oba picture has if you know say and the cross?
If he wear cross, that doesn't mean he goes to church and worships any this thing. Maybe he's not a Christian now.
See, you don't have to see, but no. The point I'm making is that their role is very specific. They can't even follow them. Them know they practice the role. They are money. They are money conscious. Too much. You understand? So they are just all of them are well educated now. They're school for abroad. Don't forget. They're all Harvard, London School of Economics, all these graduates, all of them. They are not. They don't be mumu. And they want to. Some of them are general. Some of them are.
But my concern is that these the Southwest is one of the few areas in Nigeria that you can say it's not very hot, other than the Far East, where you have like the Calabar and the Akwa Ibom. Most areas have experienced a lot of instability, and this, if two top leaders like this start having issues, it could degenerate, because they say it's happened before.
To Nigeria, now their senior brother, they be president. Like, I don't want, at times you overread something. Like, what are you talking about? Now you want to say, now Bola Tinubu be president. Now they know what they fight for. These are in-house fights, not them.
Yeah, what do you mean not them? We are in Nigeria. They are not all them. They start fighting, it affects everyone else now. It's not only them.
That's what I'm saying now. Tinubu is the president. All of them are his beck and call.
Okay.
So what are we talking about? If they meet with Tinubu, they won't speak English. They speak Yoruba. You know? Do you know what that means? You know what that means? That means
I don't know.
These are blood. That's like people like they are. So just like you now, if you meet that, you'll be official, right? So imagine when you meet that, like, so what I'm trying to say, whatever that the thing is happening, the only person that have one stroke to hand them, and be the president, and it's their brother, it's their father, it's their uncle. So I don't know what you want me. What are we?
Okay, you keep saying that though, because I remember when there was a military regime, he didn't stop the fight. As a matter of fact, he may be a president.
Hold on now. Hold on. There's a caveat here. Who was the president during the military regime?
Yeah, it could be about Bangida, but there was other Yoruba people in the government.
So
everyone was around.
At that level, now me and you won't settle them.
No.
Who has the power to settle them? The president, as I said,
the power has he has a great power to settle them.
The relationship with the president is not official. The Ooni of Ife, if you wake up now saying they go as rock and as straight, nobody go stop them. The other one too, nobody. They are not saying they will not even go through protocols. That's what I mean. That them the president. If to say now northern person be president, you have to make calls. You have to make an appointment. But this is not the case. Now the Asu Rock now their house.
Why you? But I'm not sure you should be creating that kind of impression that the moment their person is in office, then Asu Rock is their house. I'm not sure that's necessarily accurate.
In readings, I'm talking about. I'm giving you what is happening. Waiting me and you they see every day. I know they tell you. I'm not bringing a pathetical situation here. I'm telling you what is happening.
But what are we seeing every day? I don't see them just walking into Aso Rock whenever they like.
But they can. That's the point.
Okay.
People say, yeah, why? They just like, can you go to Aso Rock as you do so? You can't. But they can. Knowing that you can is different. That's a different power.
Yeah, well, no, that's it. I hear what you are saying. Like the Sultan of Sokoto can still go to Aso Rock, but the same thing. Okay, if you are saying because they are Yoruba, hold on now. Because you are saying because they are Yoruba, so the president can sort them out easily.
Because they are Yoruba, right? As I said, what the relationship, how they live. These people are me and you. They are not strangers. They don't need to introduce themselves.
They are not as one as you are making it sound. You know, didn't you hear him say that there was a time it was even the British that made them Yoruba? That there was a time they were not see themselves as one.
To Nigeria, you are trying to dive into history that I said they are all confused. I'm telling you that these people, individuals who are fighting, who is in position to settle them in the Nigerian contest, it's not me and you.
Yes, okay, but that is the question was about who is actually right in the current situation, because like I said, Ooni of Ife is the first.
I'm telling you, as in Nigeria, they don't matter. I don't care, because they don't matter. They don't count for so many reasons. The power that we give them, they have sold it. So what's the point? They're useless.
No, I don't know why Chuck is saying I'm yapping for the sake of it, but you have to understand that this could get serious, because if two top people are coming out openly like this, the comments that they are making is quite incendiary. It means that they probably made phone calls, it didn't work. President was around, it didn't work. Now they are coming out openly to come and argue about something that they shouldn't even be arguing about.
So the question is that, so why are you trying to stop them from fighting? If they fight, then so what?
If they fight, we are all poorer for it. Now, what are you going on about? Is that not what we're talking about?
No.
We are all poorer for it. That's one part of Nigeria's economy that is not going to become dysfunctional again.
Also, we know they fight. Now people they misbehave for Nigeria. You don't know. You don't tell
No, because we are not fighting. That's why we are misbehaving.
Yes. You don't tell when we fight. When we fight.
If you fight yourselves, you will lose. If you fight outsiders, fine.
Yeah. You know, see the example. You have to go to military time to see when community they fight. Right? We know they fight. That's why everybody misbehave. Eh? That's
I don't know.
That's why Fulani man go with the cow. Go they do anyhow for rivers. We know they fight. Who could fight? Everybody.
I don't think I will support people going to fight themselves, because when a family fights itself, they are weaker for it.
Listen, that's the beauty of democracy. Carry phone, call your House of Representative. Say, may develop resources to solve that problem. Abi?
Okay. It's not about solving the problem. Okay, I'm asking you more of a traditional or cultural question about who do you think should be supreme among both of them?
As I said, they have put Jesus Christ above everything.
So, that is not the question. Who do you think among two of them that are worshiping foreign gods? Among two of them that are worshiping foreign gods, who do you think, which of them is their throne is superior to the other one? Which one, who should be listening to who? Who do you think? Is it Ooni or is it Alaafin?
They don't get power. They have submitted their power to Jesus Christ. Which power they get again? They don't have power.
See, that is not the point. I see, Kolata, maybe Kolata can come and for once, Kolata, you have a use here. Come and help us sort this thing out. Eh?
See.
Is it the Alaafin or the this Ooni that takes precedence?
At the core of it, now money day, now power. They are looking for something. We go find out last. She when Kwanwan they misbehave. I say they leave. I say my uncle now be president. Where it happen? They don't give her title. Just leave these people. See, you're in Nigeria, no.
No. I'm not worrying about the fight. See, okay, fine. The fight. Let's agree with you about the fight, but it's about the title. Which one is superior? Which one should take precedence? I think somebody now is saying that
the titles are useless.
Alaafin predates. Oh, where did this one say Alaafin predates Ooni? I didn't know that. Where did that happen? Ooni is spiritual leader.
Let me tell you another thing. That guy that you played, you see why I know they take all those kind of people serious. Once you are saying something, you are not putting dates. You don't listen. Then you are just saying a beautiful story. Like that's put dates. When you put dates, everything will make sense because you are talking about history. So when we talk, there was a kingdom called the Benin Kingdom, we will tell you go back to 9th century specifically, and everything will tell you go there. So all this one where they came. So when it happened, was it 5 years ago? Was it 20 years ago? Was like so? It's all doesn't just make sense to me. You say, oh, this one is at what? Because once you put this one as the Alaafin predate what? Put dates to it so that it will make sense. That's why.
Yeah, but Alaafin cannot predate this thing now. Alaafin Ooni was supposed to accept the Ife kingdom was not first. The leader of Ife was supposed to be before Oyo.
Especially the Southwest. You know my beef with the Southwest. They claim to be the most educated. But simple history will not find and read them. So what is your point of education? This is not just history that they argue about. And then what's the point of education if you claim to be educated? You know if you understand your own history. You cannot put dates to it. What's the point? Right? That's why when they say people they sell, Africans were selling at what date, what year? Because once you say that, it will make sense. Because you have to understand at what point the Oyibo people come in contact with us. This was just in 14th century. So what happened between 1 to 14th century when they know they with us? So so many things. So when you begin put dates to some countries, they go because they come. This person just the talk for. So that's exactly how I listen to that guy.
Did you know that? Did you know that during the period of colonization, when the British came to Nigeria, the Yorubas were at that time known to be the most a place of instability in terms of warring against each other. They were the most violent and the most exhausted people from conflict. They had so much division. As a matter of fact, they had more division than any part of the country.
You can say that by any tribe. You have to put dates to these things.
I'm talking about just before. I think that we are talking about late 18th century, 18 something or something.
This is last year now. This is recent. This is when Oyibo don't finish all of them, destroy all the people that will go against them, the repatriates. Don't forget, they don't deal with us since 14. They destabilize every community since 14th century. So yesterday be 18th century, now you they talk. So you see, what I'm saying. Like these are recent.
But my point is that when they decided to take over Nigeria, that area they were fighting each other so much. As a matter of fact, even after independence, the wealthy issue too, they were love. So you can't
this is where that political sophistication come into place, because it is all about politics. There are a lot of people who rose to prominence in terms of how that region should go, right? Not just Awolowo. Awolowo happened to be the winner at this point. There are other leaders that the competition was stiff, right? Unlike in the East, maybe we take now only Zeke. If you come down to even Edo, talk about, so that region was quite politically sophisticated. So that competition is always there, and at times you go out of hand, and that's exactly what happened during that time. You understand? So that's why I say once you start putting everything to context, we make sense what things they happen. And don't forget, even after the independence, when Nigeria don't become one, they still have to up to like 2-3 front runner to be the Nigerian president. Right? Yeah. You understand? So they were because the Southeast were the victim, were the losers of the civil war. So they lose everything. Economic power was zero. You don't expect them to be fighting. What they won't fight? Now, who get money they fight? You understand? So they were focused on how do we get to the next level. The North were in charge. You understand?
Of course,
you are politically more inclined than the West. We're leading the people that so called, so you can understand. And what the North were doing was to try to also sow confusion. You understand? After all, they have a footprint in that region already, being in Loni. So again, it is a competition. That's why when they talk, say Nigeria has never agreed. The elite have never agreed to actually govern one way. It was in that process that everything erupted.
Okay.
Right? So after a fight down, the loser had
to just hold on for a second. Oga is here. Oga, I think you may know a bit about this issue. Who do you think is more? Who is the senior partner here? Is it Oni or is it the Alaafin? Because somebody said that Oni is the spiritual leader. Is spiritual leader not supposed to be ahead of the lower level or spiritual? Any society where I guess it depends on the kind of
this is why this could be problematic. They lead now? What spirit are they leading?
Yeah, it could be a problem actually, because it's true. This can be a problem because sometimes some societies, spiritual leaders are not the true leaders. The kings are. But sometimes the spiritual leaders are the supreme this thing. The kings come and they take instruction from the spiritual leaders. They are the ultimate ones. Like Iran now. Iran has spiritual leader, isn't it?
In Nigeria, our spiritual leaders are the billionaires. People that actually have money. Those are our spiritual leaders. I don't know what you they talk.
I'm seriously, I'm trying to understand from the point of view, like in Benin now, we know Oba is supreme in Benin, isn't it? We know in some other areas who is supreme, like this in Sultan of Sokoto. But in the case of Yoruba one, I didn't know there was a kind of schism there. I thought it was just Oni. I was surprised to be hearing of Alaafin.
It still boiled down to this political sophistication that I was telling you about. So, but again, there's no way you can take the presidency out of this. You understand? I think now, because I know I don't really want care time to actually go deep and do my research, because you will find out there's somebody in the presidency who is playing games, right? Forget Tinubu himself now. There's somebody in presidency who is playing game with all these things. Maybe because one of them is disrespectful, or you understand? Because at the end of the day, that's why I say now them, right? He has us not just to watch, maybe they look them, because it's just a phone call. So as far as I'm concerned, there's somebody in Asu Rock who is playing game. So they will figure themselves out. As far as I'm concerned, this is not a national issue that we should be discussing. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, at this point, we are in a very critical position to talk about these people puppets. All these are USAID candidates, all of them. I don't know why. Yes. And
Yeah, but they are those USAID AID project. This is puppets. They are about to cause problem in your country. And saying you don't want to listen to them.
They are not causing
how Boko Haram started.
To Nigeria, see, okay. I mean, I am minority. You understand? My goal is to see the ruling class go to war every day. Not just that. If I have the resources and capacity, I will make sure they keep fighting. But that's the only way I will have my way as a minority. So make them kill themselves. If they are 50 million, they fight now, they kill 1 million, right? Good. They don't become 4 million. They are getting weaker. That's my joy. Because I am not responsible for what is happening to them. Then they kill themselves. Not them.
But it's affecting you now.
How?
So you think when you are in a boat with other passengers, them fighting themselves gives you any better condition in that boat? They are about to crash a situation whereby you are all going to crash together.
Okay, what can I do?
Yeah, at least you should be concerned that okay, this is going on, and you can say advice and say this is what needs to be done. But you have said that the president has the power to.
Exactly, the captain of the ship. They have. Okay. They can. One of them can just walk and meet into the captain cabinet and say, "Okay, this guy they find my trouble, though." Right? They are not doing that, and the fact that the captain is not worried. I'm comfortable, my brother. The captain is not worried. The Asurok is not. They're not going.
Okay, let's say he's not worried. His term in office is limited. But the question is, if he does something that deforms, it kind of mangles the actual order of things in that region, by the time he leaves office, then the issue could arise again. Sometimes we should not be waiting for something to get really bad, because that area can be bad.
To Nigeria, see, as I said, I'm not in government. My job is to constantly looking for how do I cause problem between these people.
Because what kind of thinking is that? No. Why would you want to cause problem between them?
Hold on. If they are working, if the government of the day actually cares about me, actually doing what, of course I will be patriotic enough. But no. So they are not working for me, as I said. These are puppets. From Asurok to all the palaces to all the churches. These are USAID workers. They're not working for me and you. They don't work for me and you. So why do I care if they are saying the same apart? I go poof where. May one of them go. At least one problem.
But do you have any evidence of calling them USAID workers? You know, this place is supposed to be facts only. You can't just be maligning whole kingdoms and calling them USAID workers.
I am pretty sure we are going to get there when you want to talk about Obi and the son's video. To Nigeria, if no be anything at all, just pay attention to the new world that we are in. Nationality is the way to go. Might not be the best way, but guess what? Don't be left behind. Dr. Amechi is bringing the Igbo's leader to talk because of the nationality, right? How do you accept self-sovereignty if you don't have patriots? When do you say spiritual leader is more comfortable? If you ask me, where all the children they either day with you there or they day with me here. That's the kind of people you want them to lead. How you call those kind of people leader? Where if all they are living for, because they are living for their next generation. They don't even live there with you. Make it make sense. Come on now. It doesn't happen where you are. It doesn't happen anywhere.
Yeah, but
we're not talking about ordinary Nigerians here. We're not talking about ordinary Nigerians. These are the people that we are looking up to for them to actually put us together. Just look the way they live.
So, but because they live like that, then no, I don't understand though. So, because they live like that, we leave them to wreck everything.
No, but are you expecting me to be supporting them?
No, maybe I'm expecting you to.
See, me and you, they go back and forth. If to say I'll be billionaire today, what do you think I will be doing? I'll be raising candidates that have the opposite view of them to get out. So why would they support them?
But I accept that you raise candidates to oppose them. However,
take them out. Yes.
they are the ones in office now.
Good.
They are the ones in office now. So you want that thing to be calm for now. Because there are innocents that will pay the price for things going wrong.
Their office is not important. In 2025, as a developing nation, if whatever you are doing is not creating, is not developing, that is useless. Tell me, what are they doing?
They are doing. See,
no, contribute to today.
Let's try to keep things factual. It's not like Nigeria is not developing. There are things being done. The reason why, like you see infrastructure, like when I went to Oshodi, I saw the infrastructure that was built to restructure the area, and the area looks far more organized than it was in the 90s. If you look at many of the roads, they've done them up. So it's not like development is not happening in Nigeria. Train tracks going through, Delta State and all. That's something I've never seen before. Yeah, it was happening.
We are equating that to our capacity. You understand? You cannot be a billionaire and you go to get malaria every day and say that mosquito. You go doctor and you say because you bitten by mosquito yesterday. You go again say you bitten by mosquito and you are a millionaire. You go say, doctor, no, I took paracetamol, I took this. Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? What do you have money for? So we have the capacity to move at a lightning speed. You are talking about Oshodi, say they develop Oshodi. See, you don't join the elite cycle.
No, you see that. No, don't do that now. See, the reason why I said that was I was saying that you were saying there was nothing. What are they doing? Yes, my opinion of them is that they are not doing things that are going to.
We are specific here. Those two, you said those people are our leaders. I'm trying to agree with you.
So they are the ones in office in the meantime, yeah.
No, yes, in 20, that's what I'm saying. Being in the office, you have to, because guess what? Though, this office where they do, so they are not using their money. They are using your money. So I am just being critical how you spend my money. Like I give you 1,000 naira. You know, at the end of the day, you go tell me say I spend 900 buy pure water. And you can say make I happy because yes, you are in the office. No. So what I'm doing is to challenge you to actually interrogate what you are doing. You're in the office. Yes, that is. I am not supposed to be babysitter or be praising you. You are not helping me. You are spending my money.
In a way, I understand what you are saying.
Okay.
Maybe because I'm expecting you to say something in the line of, yes, Ooni of Ife is supposed to take precedence. And that the Yoruba elders should come together and resolve this as soon as possible. Things like that, just to keep things calm within that region.
Nigeria, I am 100% in that we are not free people.
Oh, that's
so
for
my
sure.
goal. So my goal is to identify those institutions, those individuals, those group of people. Right? Who keep putting us, making sure we remain free. So that's my goal. And when I say these people who are in power, they are the one actually, because they are benefiting from it. Because I just asked you, your family are living posh life where you are and where I am. Me and you cannot even afford to live that life, but they are spending our money. Because being only doesn't mean you are coming with word. They call me the word where they there, just continue for where the budget today. So can you and I, like, I don't understand. Because guess what? Now they are children, so they will come and continue where their parents stop spending our money. So I am just saying, okay, this is how much you have spent so far. I'm not satisfied with what I'm getting. For so many reasons. Because I'll not be picking again. I'm an adult now. I should be able to understand how things works. So you are fighting. Why are you fighting? You're not fighting because of me. You are fighting for who will be number one, who will be number two. That's fine. Okay. How do I my sit down? Okay. How this one be number one improve my economy situation? Or if that one become number one, how, like, these are the questions an ordinary Nigerian we are asking ourselves.
See, we have to sometimes maintain certain decorum or order to build more order on top of it. Not because you don't have any, you want to change things, then everything has to just be dismissed as not, because you like now, Boko Haram may not be the reason why we are underdeveloped. Of course, the failure is already there, but we can do without Boko Haram problem. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying. We can also do without these people causing more trouble.
To Nigeria, you are talking as if I'm not satisfied with this guy, I should go do it. That's not the situation. Every day we are expecting these same people to do right. If we are not asking for too much, we are not asking for them to perform any spiritual thing. No, this is physical. I don't see, it doesn't make sense to me as a king. You live in a $1 billion palace, rule around with Rolls Royce, right? On a dead road, and you expect me to respect you? I cannot respect you. How? Why should I respect you? Because you did this. You are using my money. You are driving. You are living. It's not that you are high, because the whole point of those positions is that they have to be very humble, because you are spending people's money. That's all is acquired from you. Be humble.
It looks like we are in agreement on that. My only take is that their quarrel should be kept in check. And I agree with you. Maybe the president has the power to solve that problem. I was quite concerned to hear that the Alaafin and Ooni were openly. It's a long time I've ever had anything like that. If I've ever had traditional leaders coming out openly to be arguing amongst things like that. And I know that area they can get crazy very quickly. And so one has to check on.
And I will promise you there is a development. So we'll go find out, we'll hear why they are fighting, and you'll be shocked.
I would like
these
to
are
know.
young guys now, because these are, you know why they always best for these people. Like this, now you are big on opposing. Anytime we are trying to say let's look back, right? These are young motherfuckers, bro. These are young guys, well freaking educated, free, exposed. So how can your kingdom as a king be as standard as it is? And you want me to respect you? Let's narrow it to their number one priority. They can't. If you go to their environment, it stinks. Now only their house will be diamond. They didn't have boys. These are young guys. So, and you think we were like, how? It's very hard for me to actually bring myself to record. Like, it's hard. Because
it's okay.
On what ground?
In another this in development regarding this conversation, before we move to something more this I think we've already talked about the Taribo West ones, but the Peter B one was about his son. That I don't know whether his son is gay or hanging around that this thing. If that image that I saw was correct, I don't know what kind of image that is. Even if it was your friend, what is your friend hanging so close to you like that? That friend that looked like it. In short, let's move to that topic, to be fair, because since this one we've already talked about it. That friend, like, she looks like a girl, but it turns out like it's a guy. What kind of friend is that? Is that a trans?
See, I don't really care. It's not asking for my vote, so I don't care, right?
If you don't vote for presidency,
huh?
When presidential election comes along, you don't vote for Peter Obi?
No, it's not Peter Obi. I'm talking about his son, right?
Yes, okay. You don't care. Okay, you don't care about his son.
But I think the guy for shut up. The guy for no will respond.
Yeah.
Right? Now, because his response, when I hear the guy they speak, he reinforces why I no fit vote for Obi. It still boils down to the act of patriotism. Right? Your wealth, make serve Nigerians money finish by way of doing business legally. But you carry them, go stay put for outside to develop other economy, right? That's not even that. Then when I hear your son speak, I was like, yo, this guy is Nigerian. Now I I understand, right? Nobody saying they fake it. I said that's really who he is. But again, it tweak one thing in my brain is like, this man who keeping word for Nigeria, he even raise his kids in Nigeria. But he want me to allow him to lead my own kids. Man, it doesn't make like little things like that doesn't go fly by me. I go for your art, not what you say. I don't care what you say. Like, but the life you live is contrary to what you are preaching. So I was like, no, we need 3 Nigerians. That's another reason why we say Okpa will always get my vote. We need real Nigeria because the times we are in, you are compromised already, my brother. I don't care how you want to say it. Everything that you are living for is not in Nigeria. You are compromised. Like
so you are looking at it from the point of view that because his children are over or his child is overseas, he's compromised. Yeah. And that is true. That is true. It's something I've highlighted before that I don't understand why leaders just, although you can argue that other nations, powerful nations, their children can also go overseas. It's not necessarily.
We are not there yet.
I know. I agree with you on that front. Our leaders, to be fair, they shouldn't be going overseas for medical treatment. They shouldn't be sending their children overseas for treatment. I don't know why they feel like they have to be doing that. Because it's very dangerous. You do that, they can compromise you. Pardon?
Do you know why Finland has one of the best education systems in the world today?
All their leaders, their children are going to public school.
Everybody everybody public school. So if you get money to build private, get million to sell your abroad, invest it in that education system.
Yeah, and it makes sure that because your children and the best people, their children are going to that schools and healthcare, they're going to make it better.
So
I agree. I don't know why we don't do these things.
Today, there are more British and American schools in Nigeria than Nigerian schools. And you are telling me, say, we go. No, we are never going to develop as we want as a people. Our development, our rate of growth will always be dictated. And tell me, look at that.
You see, they have now all started defending Peter Obi now. You see, the thing is, you can defend Peter Obi, but if it's Tinubu that did it, you're not going to defend him. Why do you defend Peter Obi from sending his child abroad like that and keeping his child there? Because if he becomes a president, tomorrow his child is overseas. Do you think if Iranian president's children were in Israel when this war started, do you think Israel is just going to leave them? No. They would take them out arrest them as hostages.
Tunanja, listen to this. In terms of the visa, where they want to revoke visas, right? Right? Most of you think saying that poor people for Nigeria now their visa they want denial revoke, they look at social media because I think that's one thing we should focus on, right? It is beyond say, oh, we are going to monitor your social media. No, they are telling you to stay away from American politics if you don't understand it. Not stay for American politics.
They are censoring you. That's what they are censoring you.
Stay away from Israel and Russia. There is a law, no be saying they just talk out. If you do anyhow, you are stay away from these two conversations.
It's Israel that they are really against, and don't support Russia. Yeah, that's true too.
Just stay away. You can say anything you want. You can insult the president. Do what? No, just stay away. If you stay away from those two issues, you are good. Unless
in a way, they are helping Nigerians now, and at least less Nigerians will go there. Maybe they will start going to China a bit more and Russia.
So
maybe it's a good thing.
Imagine all your children, you are a president, all your children, they are schools, they establish abroad. And this kind of other day, you cannot say anything.
You see?
So there are little things. When we talk about USA idea, it's just little things when they get us. It's not because another angle when we do the look at this freedom of the things during even the civil war that they are talking about. Nobody they ask a come. These guys are in their late 20s, early 30s. They are young guys. They know nothing. Let's face it. All of them just come out from village, put them for military for 4 years, send them go to America, put them for Congo. The question is, who is actually dictating how they should operate from outside? Because it's just here in the 60s. Nobody say, 1800. No, it's in the 60s. life America way.
Let's try to get back to what P2B's son said. Let me just play some audio so that some people they think they were requesting that I played it. Because I'm not listening to it because
no, it's a well-written speech.
Okay,
I don't have anything against that.
Let me just play that.
Dear my fellow Nigerians, I have refrained from engaging with vitriol, scorn, and suspicion directed at me online because I was not raised to trade in lies or to indulge in false narratives. I did not do so as a child, and I will not begin now as a grown man. Because of my father's involvement in Nigerian politics, there has been a persistent curiosity and, at times, a malicious obsession with me. Why? I do not know. I have no social media presence and no interest in maintaining one, so I rarely correct these falsehoods. But perhaps it is time I address them. I understand that gossip follows those connected to public life. But let me remind you, my father is the one in politics, not me. To assume that my life or choices are somehow political statements is a flawed and childish calculation. It reveals more about the pettiness of those spreading such narratives than it does about me or my father. This pattern has become all too familiar. Individuals opposed to my father seize ordinary photos of me, images that are neither hidden nor secret, and repackage them with false stories. These are not revelations. They are not exposés. They are simply misrepresentations, fiction spun from pictures. I have seen this happen to others, but experiencing it myself repeatedly is deeply unsettling. Still, I want it to be known clearly, what is being circulated is gossip. I'm an actor and a writer by profession. Many are surprised, given the businessman, entrepreneur, and economist my father is. I'm sure he imagined I might follow that path. Yet, though my career is far from what he envisioned, he fully supports me. Unlike many children of Nigerian politicians, I have never relied on nepotism. I was raised to know that my father's wealth is not mine and that I must build my own life. My chosen path is in theatre and filmmaking, so far from the world he inhabits. An industry that embraces diversity of class, race, sexuality, and identity. I portray characters vastly different from myself. Yet some online use these roles against me and my father, presenting fiction as fact. I trust any rational person can see how absurd this is. More importantly, Nigeria has far greater issues than idle speculation about what Peter Obi's son is doing. Our nation still struggles with insecurity, a weakened economy, crumbling infrastructure, failing healthcare, and politicians who steal from the people they swore to serve. And yet, for some, the priority is to spread gossip about who Peter Obi's son appears with in a photo. This is a distraction from the real crisis that matters to all Nigerians. The truth is simple. Peter Obi's son appears in photos with his friends and his work colleagues, nothing more. If people wish to invent otherwise, I hope they sleep soundly, knowing they are spreading lies. Nor I or my father are perfect men, and as a father and son, we have our differences, but I can attest to his integrity and his relentless desire to lead Nigeria out of its current hardships. In our home as a child, the lesson was always clear. Face your work, do it honestly, and contribute to the good of others. That is what I will continue to do. So to those who attempt to distract us with lies, I beg you, stop pulling attention away from Nigeria's urgent problems. My father has my vote, not because he is my father, but because he is the right man for the job. If others wish to go low, invent scandals, or attack me to wound him, they are free to do so. But we will go high, and we will continue to focus on the future of Nigeria. With love, Oseloka Obi.
So I read the comment that Kolata made. I'm very, very surprised. Kolata is sounding like a very, very woke metrosexual man. Kolata, have you gone woke on us? What is going on, Kolata? Have
No,
you gone
but
woke
on a
on
more
us?
on a more serious
Yes.
note, I mean, I think nobody should surprise what is happening. This is not politics, right? The man his father is looking for power, so that's anything where you see take him. Normal. So it's what is happening is not it's a normal. You know, they are fighting the man. That's a normal. But that's why the son is not asking for me to vote for him, so he's not in any position to influence any public policy. So I don't care. But that's why I said he shouldn't have even respond. But I understand, right? Responding, I think the aim has been achieved. It's getting airwave distraction. I mean, obese on it. So it's in every way you see him.
You has to respond. He has no choice because it's damaging.
He has a choice. He has a see.
I think no. Sorry, hold on. See, if the narrative is painted that P2B's son is practicing same-sex relationships or trans relationships, I noticed recently there was also a pattern of trying to smear P2B with the fact that he will bring alcohol to the north. Sorry, let me finish the point. That he will bring alcohol to the north. They are trying to make him look unacceptable to the north. That's the point. It's not to convince people like you. It's the north that's trying to convince.
But so that's what I'm saying. That's the norm. That is what is expected. You understand? Nobody knew 10 years ago because the papa know they look for power. You want power now. So see, that's what I keep saying. This is a competition. And anything is allowed if you can get away with it. You know, people they look at him and say it's because in a politics body. It's a matter of life and death. Obi said no. I don't understand why. So the idea
Hold on. Kolata highlighted another vital thing again. I see, in the way I look at things, we have to be above board with everything that we do. We can't just keep sweeping things under the
but that's what I'm saying.
Kolata is highlighting that even in that video, he didn't deny it.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, let's say
or the audio.
So what? Is he the one asking for our votes?
Yes, he's the one asking for our votes. Not that I think not that I care about that. Not that I don't care about that. They'll just smear him.
It's not asking for your votes. If he asks for your vote, no vote for him. So that's your point. They just want us to say, okay, what do you want to do? You either vote for him or you don't vote for him. Right? Then that's it. Move on. You either vote for him because his son is gay, or you don't vote for him. That's the only choice you have. There's nothing anybody can do about it other than that.
No, you are making a different point. You are making a different point. In other words, we are talking about the prospect of P2B winning the election. If they are able to smear him with this, it could damage his prospect of being able to win.
The man himself is obese. Is he a baby? You guys talk as if Obi just is Obi. Maybe not win governor election. It's part and parcel of the system. Obi is not a novice. Obi is part of the system. Good or bad.
In the south, that is not a problem, but in the north, that could be a problem.
But Obi no say they will use it against. I'm asking you before you say you want to run for president. You think he doesn't know?
No, I am. You see, whether he knows or not, it doesn't matter. It's like John Kerry didn't know that they are still going to use it against him, and it could damage his prospects of being the president.
Hold on, he knows his opponents will use it against him. He still decided to go. You understand? So again, you just have to now say, okay, what is the Obi team doing? Since it's a you cannot avoid it. Tomorrow they will wake up and say they will tell you Obi na gay, and they will generate something like this. That will be another conversation entirely. Right, so these are expectations.
Did Nnamdi Kanu not accuse him of that? I think Nnamdi Kanu accused somebody of being gay too.
Exactly, it is because you are. See, God, I don't think people understand what trying to be a president, what it's about. So you get one person where you go just do one corner, not just like you could just decide to go look like. This is what it takes, guys. It's what it takes. Now you wait here, you won't become president. Right?
This one said drug dealing. drug dealers and the treaty didn't affect Tinubu.
I just understand. I don't know that.
Juke, you don't have any proof of that. I don't know what you're going on about. People just keep saying stuff. And Kolata, a moment ago, you are being woke and saying the sexuality doesn't affect anything. Now you're going on. You see that? See this point he's making now? You see, Buhari is up north. This is the real target.
To Nigeria, what you should be thinking, waiting with the OB team. Because they anticipate all this. What is it? Because you are thinking, yes, the North will use it against them. That now, of course, it's out there's a low-hanging fruit, right? But at the same way, the South self is to use it against the North because this idea, North is just half of the country. There's South too. Nobody can become president.
They can use this. See, hold on. See, you can't say the South will use it against the North because the South doesn't feel strongly about this in terms of supporting it. They barely it didn't tolerate it, not to mention support it. There are a lot of Southern voters that are Christians that will frown at anything same-sex marriage or trans relationship.
Let me tell you how to run this game, right? So all you need to wait, because you know why? Because I said it before. Now, Tinubu is not about Tinubu, it's about the North and Obi, right? You wait. Who are the North? Who they want present? Right? Now, because whoever they present, definitely, they've already created a narrative that Obi, they can't sell drink for South. So it should not come. So whoever go come as president, right? Those are the questions he has to answer when it comes down to South. The alcohol is one of the highest revenue growth in this part of the country. But
see,
you don't want it. Hold on. You don't want it in the North, but you want me to vote for you. You want us to vote for you. How does that work? Because another candidate also need the Southern candidate to win. Only he cannot win just because he's from the North. So this thing now, there's a narrative that we should not be paying attention to. The North. There's also the South. So now two-way game. They are not even saying region. They are saying they just split the country into two. Nobody can become president maybe without the North. That's a fact. But who can become president without the South?
No, that is true now. But in the case of Peter, the South, he's already got the South. The problem is the North. And if he doesn't get enough in the North because they're worried that because his own son is involved in some.
I understand that. So you are seeing, because me, I don't see Obi winning the 2027. So I don't think that, regardless of waiting in do is cannot win 2027. So I have concluded.
That's a different argument. But in terms of his prospects, because you are assuming that Peter Obi can't win, but there's always that possibility. Oh, my system has frozen. I don't know what's going on.
No, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Okay, so, so the idea is that you are assuming that he can't win. But at least you have to admit that the vote.
I'm not assuming. I know you cannot win.
It depends on what shapes up. You don't know what could happen. No, you really don't know.
Unless Tinubu die.
Tinubu may die. Tinubu may fall down. Tinubu may do something so crazy that he gets no trouble.
Anybody can die.
Let's say it's not die. Let's say it's not death. Even other things can happen. He could fall ill. He could do something. He could pass a policy out of panic. All kinds of stuff. Politics is a very fickle game.
I told you about two things you should study during 2023 election. Study your country and study the politics. You fail to do that. That's why you see the fine way waiting to be. There's no way. Now turn by turn. The Tinubu has
yeah. That's how you were saying the kwakwaso for this thing the last time. He finished dancing for kwakwaso. Now it's no longer kwakwaso. So see, you can't make assumptions.
Hold on. I know they see because I understand Nigeria and what is at play, right? 2023 now open field, anybody can win. Anybody, right? that's what it's about. It is not the same as 2027. It's not the same.
I'm not so sure. Personally, when I look at it, politics has always been fluid. To assume somebody's just going to win office like that is not that straightforward. Every time you come to that period of an election, you better be careful how you behave because something could lapse your vote.
there are 3 people as we today that we can say they are running for 2027. Right? Now we can guess they are running and we'll be right. Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi. One of them is the sitting president. That wasn't the situation 3. That was not the situation in 2023. Do you understand that fact?
Yes.
Okay. So,
but you also know that they know that. You also know that they know that. You're the one that was saying Peter Obi knows that. You also know that they know that. What if they decide that, you know what, we know that the last time we lost and there's the chances of us doing better than last time is very slim. After all, like you said, he's president. What if they realize that no, our chance is better if one of us give up? What if they realize that and do that?
No, no, you keep forgetting. One side did not lose or win. They pick one person and say this is it.
Yeah, they pick people. See, remember, even here in the UK, the same dynamics is at play. Sorry, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. You said it yourself. They are all part of USAID candidates. They pick whoever has prospects, a promise of winning. If they believe that this person actually wins the vote and his support is with him in the country, they will use him. That they support both sides.
No. That's not how they do it.
Okay.
They pick
that's how they do it here.
No, the people who
they support both sides. They support both sides.
That's what it's who can get the job done.
And that's the person that has won most of the votes. If the person wins overwhelming and let's say let's say Atiku, P2B, 2, okay, there were 3 before. 2 unite against 1. And those 2, they believe that those 2 that are united together, they are big heavyweights in different regions of the country and they win a lot of votes. Let's say they beat Tinubu 55% to 45%. They are going to go with them because they will.
But that's not what is happening though. That's not what
we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen.
That's what I say. See, you don't know what is going to happen. That's not what they are not. Even if they see that the difference is that those people who are sitting in the room and pick and make a decision. The difference between 2023 and 2027 is that 2023, the sitting president, who is by right, is one of the decision makers, is not the contestant. But in 2027, no matter where you are going to sit down to make that pick, the sitting president will have to be on seat. So you go say he go wait against himself. All I need to do is to assure you, say, come. Didn't I carry your own agenda? Didn't you make someone your policy, go through? That's all they need to do in the room. That's what I'm saying. You have to identify, okay, this is what this man is doing wrong. People that make power, not be by the people. By the people, we don't count. I don't know why you see the disagreeing. So the people who they make those choices, is he doing wrong by them? That's all you need to look. If they are among us,
you don't have to do wrong by them. Even Liz Truss was kicked out of office because they felt, even if she didn't do anything wrong by the elites, but her policies were not working and they went with some other person. They do that.
Is Bola policy not working for them?
His policies may not, if they feel that he's not a good person to deliver. I'm trying to answer your question. If they feel his policy right now is working for them, but I'm trying to get to the way they make decisions. If they feel he's not the right candidate to deliver those policies, they will give support to the other candidates.
You keep hold on now. This is live. It's going on right now. I'm asking you. He's been there for 2 years. Is policy not working? This is it's obvious now.
No. His policies are working for. His policies are working for them right now, but it doesn't mean. But the others are willing to do the same thing. Let's make no mistake. The critical parts that matter to them, the others are looking to do the same thing.
You cannot find your manager who is doing good. You can't. Based on say you won't go and apply person where you think will do better. That is not business sense. Unless that person is not doing, and you prove that person you can do better, you can prove it there. But this person is doing well. You say, no, make a comment, make a try. You don't do there's no time for trying. He's doing well.
I think you're actually misreading how these people behave to an extent. They don't want to get burnt. They are not stupid. Why worry about picking a hot, favoring one side? when both of them are going to give you the same thing.
You don't
Both
understand.
candidates are going to give you the same thing.
You keep getting you are getting caught up by two sides. Those people have one agenda. Are we getting our return?
That is what I'm saying. I'm saying that both of them are going to give them their return. So it doesn't matter.
To Nigeria, no, it's like you say you the price monkey on top 3. Tinubu is doing something. Obi is promising. It's two different things.
Yes, but see, no. Obi is promising. No, that's how they behave. Obi is promising. They may not be. I'm saying. Let me hear me out. Obi is promising. They may not be like, oh, very hot about Obi because clearly Tinubu is delivering. But if they believe Tinubu is winning, is losing in the election and the support of the people, as long as hold on. The caveat here is, as long as they believe P2B is still in line with them, they will shift because they don't want to offend Nigeria for that reason.
You see, you are talking about if I don't know. I'm not talking about tomorrow. I am talking as we speak today. He's doing it. You see, if I ask you,
it's not today the election is happening. It's tomorrow the election is happening now.
Hold on. If I come to before you, I carry monkey, live monkey. May you buy. Kulata come. Tell you say, no buy him. I get one. He inside bush. I'll go bring and come. Who will you go for? Common sense.
I will go with the person that has a monkey now.
Exactly.
But that is not how it works. You keep going back to this one. That's not how it works.
Tinubu has done 2 years, has been tried. And I ask you, during that trial, did it failed?
Now let me ask you again. Why do you think? Hold on now. Why do you think APAC funds both parties?
Nigeria, you still not answering my question. You understand?
I can ask you the same question too with American politics. Why do you think APAC funds both parties? Because you're not getting the subtle point I'm making there. It's not because they don't support Tinubu, but if they believe Tinubu is not winning, they are going to pull their horses and support Atiku and the P2B.
Hold on. You raise a very good question. Why APAC they support both parties? In Nigeria, all of them are USAID candidates. From Tinubu to
and just like all of them are this in
APAC now,
in the US.
Now, the sponsoring of both of them now to deceive me with the voters. So I am saying you as an investor, because that's what it boils down to. Forget the noise.
Yes.
As an investor, you have invested in me. I give you exactly what you want. Maybe even more because they are happy. Right?
You didn't invest in only one person. You keep saying that. That's the mistake you are making. You are doing the maths wrong. They invest in both.
That one person won. That means
and when some other person wins and that is part of their investment, why would they be against it?
Who is against who?
Why would they be against? In the case of P2B and Atiku, that we are saying that they are part of their investment. What makes you think if they win, they will be against them? Because they invested in them too.
You know, to Nigeria, that's what I'm saying. How are they going to win? It is. You keep talking about
now we are asking question because the question you were putting in front
question
of people,
I asked you before.
Hold on now. You're asking a different question now. How are they going to win? Before you are saying how are they going to get past these people? I'm telling you that's not how these people behave.
The question is Tinubu doing well? It's a very straight question. I mean, this is not it's a very straight question. Assess him. He has spent 2 years.
But I just told you, that is not how they work. It's not about whether Tinubu is doing well for them. Don't you understand that? I told you before. Hold on. Okay, let me give you a simple example. APAC is funding both parties. Trump is doing very well for them. But yet, Democrats are going to win. And Democrats are going to do well for them. Yet, Republicans are going to win again. Because it's not about, they are on both sides. They are investing on both sides.
Hold on. Again, if you compare, if you are trying to make example, put context to it. America is not a country, it's an empire. The two-party system is not Democrat and Republican. It's White House and Pentagon. until you understand that dichotomy, you know, before you understand how things work here. Forget Republican and Democrat. It's about White House and Pentagon. And to understand that, there was a guest Dr. Dameji brought on the 90 Minutes Africa, an Igbo guy, an Igbo man, who has worked as an entourage of Bill Clinton, White House correspondent. He followed him to South Africa. He brought him here. So until you understand that dichotomy, you know, forget to say when you say APAC, they sponsor Republican and Democrat. No, they are doing that to say whatever the Pentagon want, because that is what matters. Forget waiting White House. All this.
Yeah, but the point I'm
now
making
bringing
is
it on hold on, bringing it on Nigeria. Nigeria are an investment state. They invested here. Now don't forget that. This ideology is secondary. There are money in Nigeria. There are billions invested in Nigeria via oil and every other thing, right? That's what is important. So the question I say, are they making profit? No, you say, oh, they feel change and give up. Yes, but you are not, you as an investor, you are not calculating the how long is it going to take if you bring a new person, because it's going to start afresh. Because
they don't start afresh. They carry over where they stopped. On that extension part, don't you see that? You should know that they carry over where they stopped. The Trump did with Israel. APAC just carried on with Trump from where Biden stopped.
I don't tell you, stop. America is an empire. It's different. Their foreign business.
Oh my God, it's like that in the UK too. I've seen it happen repeatedly.
You are talking about Nigeria and a business place. It's not even a country to them. It's two different things. They are looking for managers. They are looking for managers.
Okay, so are the presidents not managers? The presidents are managers. The presidents themselves are managers. So, and that's how our presidents are managers.
That's what I'm saying. What are they managing?
They are managing the resources of some of all these people.
In the
have
UK,
interest.
They not just manage the physical resources, they manage human beings and ideology too. In Nigeria, the primary goal is the resources.
Yes.
How can I get the best of my investments? If a goat, Akuya, they give me my best return, I don't care how many degrees you get. This is how these people think.
They don't calculate it like that. They don't only calculate it like that. They calculate it from the point of view.
In Nigerian context,
see, it's a balance. It's a balance. I agree with you that, like, if you say APAC now, APAC will probably prefer Trump over Biden. But in reality, what they are going to do is they're going to wait and say, okay, if we go against these people too much, then the regime, when the other people come to power, they are going to come after us because they are going to see you. No, let me finish the point I'm making. Hold on, let me finish the point I'm making. They are going to, because they don't want to alienate the other party, because the other party is going to make it to power eventually, because democracy means when one party is exposed for long enough, they will become so unpopular that they will be unseated. And if a force decides to prevent that other party from emerging, what is going to happen is that when that party emerges, all their interests will be destroyed. Because the people that fund that party to emerge in the end are the ones that party is going to support. So they fund both parties and try to remain as neutral as possible in between them.
To Nigeria,
that's what powers do.
When we say APAC, where is their source of money coming from?
From the US.
Yeah, via what?
Various means.
Via corporations. Via corporation. So it doesn't matter who comes to power. They only have the resources to write policy that will favor them. It doesn't matter whether Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg. You understand? They were the Silicon guys were all in on Democrats until they fall off under Biden. What happened? They come back to where the action day. They saw, okay, this is where the action day they go. So tomorrow is about where, as I said, you need to understand the dichotomy between Pentagon and White House. Pentagon stay for life. White House.
No, you are shifting the topic. You are shifting the topic because in reality, what we are discussing is what with Peter Obi, what is happening, and you are saying that no way Peter is going to win. I'm saying that no, he could win, and even his forces will stay back him because Peter Obi's policy is not that far removed from what Tinubu is doing. It's the way he does it. That's the difference.
So that's what I'm saying now. See, it's a question. So I just want you to give me a reason. So far, not they tell me if forget if me and you may not see the if. What we have experienced so far, right? Give me reason. Say, because of waiting these people, do these people, they're not go say, okay, make him go back?
Oh no, the reason why they will pass back someone like P2B is because one, if he gets a lot of votes and he belongs to a block of in Nigeria that they believe is more influential than the current president.
Stop using
No, I have to say that because that is the context I'm speaking from. I'm not speaking from something that is already fait accompli. I have to use.
We're talking about our reality now. We are not dreaming. This is not dream.
The point that if they see P2B and Atiku have a powerful block, they altogether they get more than 12 million votes the last time. If they demonstrate that again, they will have to concede those power to them, knowing full well that they're not losing anything.
The contest is on. We are just waiting for voting day. I don't know why it is. The competition is already on.
Yeah,
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Hold on. I am asking you, so far, what you see between those opponents, are they coming together? I'm asking for what you have seen so far.
Okay, now that's the question you should have been asking from the beginning. I don't know whether they will come together. If they don't come together, the election is over.
That's why I thought. I know they do. If me and you fit die before the if, we have experienced 2 years, I'll be 5 years of competition, 2 years of service. Let's just use that.
Yeah, I'm saying it now. Yeah, let me declare it now to any obedient out there. If P2B, Atiku, and PDP, all of them don't find a way to come together, and if they don't come together, and President Tinubu didn't fall down and die, or didn't suffer, it doesn't do something crazy, or didn't get a stroke, nothing happens to him, the election is over.
That's what I've been saying.
If they don't do that, they just kiss the election goodbye. That is the only thing that is going to stop Tinubu is an act of God, something crazy on his side, either sickness or something happens to him. If the other parties don't unite, but if they unite, then Tinubu should be praying to all the gods.
You know why?
To save him. That's my prediction.
You know why they say just focus on what we are experiencing so far? Because you so believe that the video that you play, the tape that you play of Obi's son, that yes, the North are going to capitalize to use against him. And I got to say, Obi did another candidate, not candidate for them to work together for them. Like, so it's not hard enough. The reality, we have to face who we are.
No, it's hard enough if they come together. If they come together as a force, because it doesn't. The Atiku is the northern candidate. It's not P2B. Atiku is the one that brings the votes, but P2B will bring the south. And if those two come together, they will be the strongest political bloc in the country right now.
These are beautiful dreams, right? I mean, everybody want that.
Let's bring KJ in before we love KJ. KJ is a very humble man. You know, he doesn't care about what this is. So KJ, what he's saying. This, did you notice that P2B's son didn't come out and deny that he's practicing same-sex relationship, or even potentially trans relationship, because that character that we saw next to him, he didn't declare that character was an actress or artist. I don't even know whether it's a guy or a woman. So there are so many confusing aspects to this. And I really think they need to clear it up. Otherwise, this is going to get messy and it's not going to help P2B in any way. What do you make of it?
Okay, thank you so much for that. And thank you, Mr. Opablo. 2027. Listen, the thing is this: as an actor,
you are doing well. Next time, add excellency.
My first degree is in theater arts, and I practice very well. So I'm not saying that I wasn't just a theater artist; I practiced. So you have this belief in the art world, especially in film, and in film production. For you to be a big name, you have to take every role they give to you. So when they give you a role that does not match your belief, sometimes it's difficult if you are, not a very, very strict person who don't care whether you get your daily bread from it or not. It's difficult to turn it down. There are artists and actresses and musicians who have turned down certain offers because they didn't match their moral standard. One of which is there's Washington. and many others I can remember. But right now, coming off of my brain is there's Washington. Now, in his case, I read through, and I've seen the video even before this. Before it started trending, when he produced that thing he's talking about. The thing is this: he has never, for one day, put his hand into Peter Obi's politics. And I know there are many other Nigerians, and I don't want to be one of those who quote the bad of order just to justify whatever is going on. But there are those whose children have not been doing very well, including the present president, whose child is in London doing all kinds of stuff. But here is the case. That's my own stand concerning Peter Obi's son. He has never commented on politics in Nigeria. He has never desired to take part in Nigeria. When he comes to Nigeria, he just comes in like any other ordinary person and goes away just like that. Yeah, he doesn't carry a special, entourage or even a special, what they call them, those protocol in the airport. So he has ordinarily lived just a normal, ordinary life like any other normal, ordinary Nigerian. He has chosen to be an artist. There's nothing being an artist. Maybe in his own art, he has not been able to draw the line of what he wants to do, how far he wants to go, or how far he does not. When I used to act, I don't take any role that you have me come to kiss anybody. I never took any role like that. You can, take your acting somewhere. If you want me to really be in the production, then you have to rewrite that act.
But KJ, is that because of your religious background, because of your morality, or is just professional?
It's because of my religious background, and that's first, my religious background, my religious belief rather, because I believe that should be secret. It shouldn't be, just, and because I also believe as an artist and a professional one for that matter, I know that there are other ways you can rewrite those kind of roles, not necessarily bringing sexuality into it. And so if you're not ready to go around and write it, because in theater, we are taught that, if you are acting a scene, maybe a bedroom scene, once you and the lady go into the bedroom and close the door, it is as the rest is left to your imagination. So we mustn't come to bring it just like what they are doing now, which what I call moral decadence, which is also that's one of my beef with the Nollywood in Nigeria. They're helping to further degenerate the level of morality in our society. So now, in his case, and in the place where he's practicing, these things have become common knowledge. And because they become common knowledge, to him, it may not be any big deal. And if you read through his letter or whatever he called it, he was specific to say that that's not the style of life he's living. When I mean that, you can read between the lines and see that. So he's only telling you that as an artist, he's chosen to act and put his profession before him, not his father's profession or ambition to be Nigerian president, or his father's position as a multi-millionaire in the business world. So he's simply saying, I have chosen a path. It's just like Charlie Boy Okuta. His father was a renowned jurist, but he chose to be, Charlie Boy. He was, one of those who brought all that move in Nigeria of wearing studs and here and there. When he even came into the Nigerian scene, we all thought he was crazy, but we didn't know how he was living in the future, because now that which he was doing in the 80s is what they are doing now, and they're calling it style. Okay, if we know how to, give flowers to people, we should give flowers to Charlie Boy. Because whatever they are doing now, whatever dress they are dressing now, is what Charlie Boy dressed in the 80s and the 90s. Okay, so it is not a new thing now. In fact, before what that guy named, the guy who sang the London something, it was Charlie Boy who introduced Boy George. It was Charlie Boy who introduced what Boy George was wearing. So but we don't give people.
So, but do you believe that his son is living a same-sex? He has same-sex relationship.
No, I don't believe that. No, for many reasons.
But why did he not deny it then?
No, you see, denying it will be giving the opponent something not to talk about. Whereby
he had 4 minutes.
He denied it now.
He said they are lying, but he didn't say he's not living it. He says He said what they are saying is a lie.
I
But he
said
didn't
if
say
you read between the
I'm a
lines.
straight
It's a
person.
lifestyle I did not live as a child, I mean, as a young person. Is it now that I'm
Yes.
an adult I want to live that lifestyle? He said it now. Sure.
Yeah, but that is,
Yes,
is that how you
denied it.
deny something like that? You deny it
No,
directly.
listen.
That's direct.
You want me
He
to
did.
play
He
it
did.
again so we confirm because it doesn't look like a proper dismissal.
He
That
said it. He said,
I'm not
he
living.
said, I don't know much trying to find the words. But you see the lifestyle I refused to live, or I did not live as a child. It's now that as an adult I want to live it. That was very clear. That was direct.
All I saw was that he said he doesn't lie. I saw that he said he lives his own lifestyle from his father. And he also said that they are lying about him. That's the closest he came, in my opinion, to saying that he's not what they are saying he is. I will see if I can play the video again because that's how the closest he came to saying that they are lying about him. Okay, let me play it again.
All I'm trying to say
He
is
said
that
everything very
even
clear.
if you look at that young man's face, you know that it's not that which they're trying to attach to him.
Oh, look at that. KJ,
you
are an expert now. KJ is an expert.
No, look at his face. I mean, let me tell you something. You know, if you do photography, you can actually read people's mood just looking at their face. And I don't know if Ovia did any of that. You can actually read the mood in a picture when you take a picture and interpret it. Anyway, that's a different ballgame altogether. But what Ovia has said is very correct. Everybody is looking for what to, because nothing have sticked to P2B. So no, it's you who are making that assertion. Everything they've thrown seems to be falling on the ground. It's like a duck's back. When you pour water, it goes to the ground. Pour water. So they are looking for. They can't talk about his wife because his wife is well made. They can't talk about any other thing, his finances or otherwise. They have talked about his voice. That one didn't carry this everywhere. It didn't carry anything. It didn't carry anything.
I talk as they were all facing.
They've talked about the fact that he has only one shoe. You know, he has only one shoe that is wearing up and down. That one didn't carry. Talk about the fact that he's wearing a cheap watch, which means they are not going.
They even talk about him trying to bring alcohol to the north.
Yes, even talk about the fact that he goes to occasions and is serving food instead of leaving to people to serve.
But this one is going to hurt. This one is going to stick if it hurts. This one is going to hurt. That alcohol one is going to.
It's not going to. It's not going to catch. You know why? You know why? It's not going to.
Not today. Today, me, I know him. I never hear say his son is maybe probably same sex system. Look at this kind of stuff he's talking. Where is he going to get the vote in the north if they hear that his son is gay?
No,
he's saying that it's not going to affect him in the north. He could if he didn't have a northern candidate representing him in the north.
It's not going to affect him in the north. No, you know why?
But you know, say in politics, wait till you use accused person matter because they say don't throw it away in glass eye. That's why I say wait for who did not go present. You understand? You wait for that person to come out first.
It's not even going to affect the north. It's not going to affect the north.
Why
you know
not?
Why I say that? That practice is not totally strange in the north. So
that's a number for north.
So leave it. It's not going to affect him. What will affect P2B is if they can find a way to attach him to the going on in the east. They've tried that to say that he won't take over, so I can now give Biafra. So that is only where people will probably have.
No, that one is not going to fly. That one, I think you may be underestimating it. You see, it may be true on the down low in the north that they are doing these things, but what is societally acceptable? That could hurt if it's
Tunanja, you know why
nobody cares about what is society. Well, nobody cares about that you're talking about.
I don't know.
This game that's election, Abi, right?
And he might even lose church. He might even lose church voters too, because some church voters are like all the deeper life people. They are not going to take it to.
In your own conclusion, you say we agree saying that by selection, right? Right?
Yeah.
If the people who want deny him, they say that him they want. It doesn't matter what you say about him, he saw anybody. It doesn't matter.
I think to be fair, Ovie, we have a slight difference of opinion in the way you assess the way these powers that be choose candidates. They don't have any. It's only when, let's say, someone like Showore that is somewhat if a socialist. Let's say Showore want to bring a socialist ideology, and then the other candidate, then they can now say, okay, we will never support socialists. But both sides are what they want. They don't care. who wins.
So that in your logic now, if they choose Obi, say that who is who they want. It doesn't matter whether you say his son B or his daughter B or his wife B. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God! No, you are putting them. You are making it look like they choose. As long as the candidates in the pool are within what they want, they don't get to choose. If the vote, if they see that the bulk of the support is on one side, they'll go with that side. It doesn't matter. They are not that welded to one side or the other.
The bulk of the support, you go say they with Obi. Was it not with Obi? The support not there with Obi.
Let's elevate the conversation according to one of our friends. Let's elevate the conversation. And Mr. Boom Boom Ray, I don't drink, please. I will not respond to you, but please be very kind with your words. I don't drink. I beg you. All right. Listen, this is what I'm saying, poor father. You see, in politics, just like Uvie said, it's not about morality. There's no morality in it. You use whatever sling you have to make your opponent as dirty as possible. So whatever you think you can throw, you see, and that's my challenge with some of us or some people who support P2B. Yes, your record is clean, but now you need to know that you are battling with pigs. And when you do that, you must get dirty. You have to take off your white shirt.
I think Trump is a prime example. All of us.
You see, that is why they can't battle him, because the man is just, if you come dirty, you get dirty with you. He doesn't care how low he goes. You see, that is the way. That's why he's even a more dangerous candidate. But playing, St. Francis in the ring of harlots, it gets so difficult, because what are you doing in the midst of harlots if you are St. Francis? That would be wrong. Okay, because your gospel is not going to work there. They already know what they've taken, the profession they chose, and that is why you're not going to change. What you need to do at this hour is to guide your loins, as the Bible says. Okay, and then also come out fully ready to grab it. I said this many months ago. Grab it, take it, snatch it, and run with it. That's what will give you this thing. If you say you're going to be a gentleman, you still go back to court, and the court will ask you the same question. Present your evidence. You don't have the evidence because INEC will not give you the evidence. At the end of the day, we will start another cycle of no problem. Let's wait till 2037 or 20 whatever. It's a cycle. They're not going to change. Look, forefather. So some days ago, I took a look at those who have been running Nigeria since Nigeria became independent. Go and look. There are some people. That is their friends. Those who have gone to be with the Lord, it is their friends that are running it now. Those who eventually are not dead, they handed over to their friends. Those who are even preparing to come in now, they are people who have been following those friends of those people. Go and check. It's Tinubu.
But is that not the nature of all nations? You always have people circling the corridors of power. Look at Trump now. He came back after how many years since office?
Trump had never been in politics. Remember, let's not forget that. He has never been active politics. If you are talking about people like the Bushes, yes, then the Bushes, yes. But not these other people. Obama doesn't even have any history at all. He's just a one-off guy who got, but
you can also say that someone like P2B came from practically nowhere to
taking power.
No, he became a governor. He became a governor.
See, P2B is a devoted Catholic. Majority of Anambra State is made up of Catholics.
So
P2B,
if there's anything we're not going against Anna because they be Catholics, they will vote against it because they're not Catholic.
I'm not sure that is going to fly because they've done it once already. But gay one is going to matter. I think gay one is going to matter.
Islam agrees. Oh, wait, listen. Islam agrees with Catholics. Islam have no problem with Catholics. I'm telling you, I used to be a Catholic.
So what do you think is at the cross of Muslim and Christian fight? It isn't a
hold on. What is causing Christian and Islam Muslim fight? It's not Catholics. Not Catholics. It is we, those Pentecostals and apostolic and prophetic, other denominations.
No, they're not.
Sorry. Ovie, this one, now in Nigeria, religion is in terms of the Southeast anyway. It tends to be that Biafra issue that is more triggering in the north than religion.
No, we are talking about what
because after all, Yorubas are Christians too. Pardon?
No, we're talking about what the North will use against him. See, at the call of Nigerian civil war problem. Now,
As long as they hold on. As long as Tinubu, you see, I have to give it to Tinubu. He has a lot of cards to play. As long as Tinubu doesn't go and release Nnamdi Kanu, Biafra issue is not going to come up this time because that region is relatively pacified now. So it's not going to be an issue. My worry is that Tinubu has cards to play where he feels like, okay, if P2B is doing too much, he will want to raise the specter of Biafra in the north again, and he will release Nnamdi Kanu into the wild.
So,
and
but
then
see,
you have a lot of problems on the ground.
not Tinubu against Peter Obi. There's another candidate too. So Tinubu worries is neither Peter nor Atiku. Those people are their problem. Those two people. That's where the problem is. Between Obi and Atiku. That's the problem. If they go apart, Tinubu goes smooth. If they come
together, here is the problem. Here is the problem. The North is not ready to give power to Atiku. If they wanted to give power to Atiku, they would have given it to him since. So if I were him, I will, because if Atiku gets the ticket again, we lose. He
will lose. He will lose because without Peter B, he's done.
And now let me qualify that. Except there's a lot of horses is going to tread for the people of the North, because anything is possible in politics. You can go and say, you know what, Southern of Sokoto, you will choose my Minister of Defense. Emir of Kano, you will bring my finance minister. The Emir of Zauzau, you will present this person. And based on that, they can accept and they can ask the people to vote for you. But except you trade off a lot of horses, I don't see that happening. But if he does trade a lot of horses to the North, then he's as good as gone. It will be just.
But not Tinubu now get those horses, live horses. Don't be imaginary one or dead one. He get live horses.
But you can equally promise them. It's a game of death. You promise them.
You will give it to them.
You see, and the thing about Tinubu is that Tinubu has a lot of credibility in promises. You have to give that on to him. Whenever he promises people, generally he tends to fulfill it, and he can do it. That guy will sacrifice anything to get what he wants. From what I can see, he's a very, very kind of, how do I put it? He's a deal maker in such a way that he anticipates what his opponent is going to promise, and he will promise more to those people.
If Obi come meet you, say he go make you Minister of Communication, and Tinubu say I can't take him. One I promise.
No, but Tinubu, you see, you don't. Well, I want to give Tony a chance to talk, but you don't declare that you are victorious when you have not come back from the war. Okay, so Tinubu is saying, "Come take it now." But if he goes to the polls and lose, who gets more? I think I'd rather wait to see the person who's coming in.
I go give you gift. You take care. You no go disable your part. You go leave.
Okay, let's see the topic, because I don't think you guys spoke about the earlier topic, because Ovie was busy insulting all the chiefs of the land. You know, he was insulting all the chiefs in Nigeria from north and south. No respect. All these young people, they don't respect elders anymore.
Ovie means king.
Okay, maybe I will comment on that, and I'll let Tony.
Yeah, why would you want to let Tony speak? Tony should not be allowed to speak. He has.
He's a good guy.
Tony is part of them. Tony is part of them. Tony is part of them.
Look at that now. So, but what is this with the Ooni and Alaafin issue? What do you make of it?
Okay, you see, right from our history days, we have always known that there's always that struggle between, I mean, when I say history, I mean secondary school history. I didn't do that beyond that. But you have always noticed that there's always been a tussle between the Ooni and the Alaafin. But for what I know, because I'm not Yoruba, the little I know is that the Alaafin seem to have more strength or more power or more recognition in Yoruba land than the Ooni, because it was the Alaafin that was believed to have come down from heaven, right? And then all that, the story that that plays afterwards. So
he was Oduduwa.
Which throne does the Alaafin occupy now?
Oyo throne, then the Ife one. Ife is the first now, isn't it? Ife is the oldest.
So if Ife is the first, then why are we talking about Alaafin and the Ooni?
Alaafin seems to be the cultural capital of Yoruba.
KJ, let me leave Tony to answer.
Let me help you. Ife is the spiritual home of the Yorubas, but the political power is in Oyo. That's the Alaafin. That's the difference. So that's
sorry, Tony. What of Abekuta? What will you give that? No, not the political power. Abekuta, I think Abeku is in Abekuta.
No. I'm speaking historically. Historically. If you go to history, I'm not talking about recent political developments. So Oyo, in terms of his influence, if you go back to history, is well known to be a political power that has an empire that extended far and beyond up to outside Nigeria to Dahomey and Togo and stuff like that. So and then they developed a political system that some other neighboring states copied. If you look at the system, it was well distributed. They had a structure. Even in modern terms, if you begin to compare it with our democracy, you will see that Africans had practiced that long time before Igbo people introduced their own. But Ife was known more as a spiritual home of the Yoruba. Okay? So those are the distinctions. And it's just politics that is trying to make people to, everybody has his own respect. And it should be treated as such. Now, but having said that, let me just react to, first of all, what KJ said when you're talking about Obi trying to take on, trying to play dirty like Kashiwaju. You see, there's a principle in spiritual warfare, and I'm sure KJ will understand it, that you don't win the enemy when you use his own tools. You can't, because he's a master in his own tools. So if you try to copy his tools or his strategy, you are going to fail. So you have to devise a system that he doesn't understand. If I go to the Bible, you can understand the battle between David and Goliath. Goliath didn't understand by right, by his pedigree, and his equipment, and the paraphernalia that he had, what asset that he had, and his history, his antecedents, his height, everything. There's no comparison at all. You would say we just beat this little boy who was 18 and is not even supposed, he hasn't even gone to war, not trained. He's not even supposed to be in the battlefield. Because by tradition, the tradition of the Jews, if you are a teenager, you can go to war until you reach a certain age. David was a teenager. He was not supposed to be there. And in any case, he didn't go there to fight. But the strategy that he used, Goliath didn't understand. He was looking and confused. This little boy. So if Obi wants to confront a juggernaut like Ashiwaju, he has to use a strategy that Ashiwaju is not familiar with. He doesn't have to go and play dirty with him. He doesn't have to go to the mud with him because Ashiwaju will flog him.
All right. Can I respond to Tony? And I'm sorry to interject, but I thank you for correcting my Oyo story. I like I said, I only did secondary history. I I can't even remember all of that.
You managed to get it opposite,
Yes, it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. I thank God for Tony who is here, and I'm not afraid to accept when I made a mistake. That's totally.
Kolata was like, you are destroying their history. That's what Kolata is saying.
No, it doesn't matter. Kolata is my friend. Some days we are friends, some days we are not. So if today is one of those days, okay. All right. But here's where I was going with that story, Mr. Tony. And I like the way you brought in the David and the Goliath issue. Sometimes when we speak on the media, we forget that Tinubu didn't win the election by the people of votes, by votes. He won election because he had people in authority who were able to manipulate the figures and bring him in. Now, what is David's strategy? David and Goliath stood in the place of war, in the ground, face to face. And if you are going to go into this war, you're going to stand face to face with the so-called Jagaban of Lagos. Okay? And now that is where you now deploy your own special skills. But you first of all have to be on the field of battle. Okay? So now, where am I going with that? The other time we were defeated, or the Nigerian people were defeated because they didn't have people manning strategic positions. Now, the strategy, if you ask me, that I would go in with if I was a Peter Obi, is to make sure I get very loyal people who will be in those strategic positions, not to fight, but to give us a clear signal that this is what's going on, and the people they will not buy over. For instance, in one polling booth, say polling booth number 10, you have won, Obi has won, and now they finish and they are trying to do mago. You bring out your phone, you begin to record, or you take the snapshot and send to headquarters. So we're not going to say at the end of the day we don't have anybody representing us. So the task that the obedience have right now is to count how many polling booths there are in Nigeria and bring that number of people who are as loyal as like 110% loyal to the cost of changing Nigeria. And then they man those places and give us on-the-spot analysis, okay? They will set up a situation room where every state, in fact, if possible, set up 36 situation rooms, each state being monitored by a handful of people looking at taking information and getting what's coming in. If we do that, before even INEC declared a result, Obi would have gotten his own result. And that way we know whether he's winning or he has lost. If he has won, then and we'll move to the second stage.
How many polling units do they have, KG?
No, I want to know if Tony agrees.
Let me say something. Let me say something. There is something that Ovie said that we must highlight. There's something very strategic. You see, if there's a coalition between Obi and Atiku, where Atiku decides to support Obi, the election is won. You see, if you look at again, go to the history of Nigeria, all these things, that there's a historical fallacy that we hear every time they've been peddled, sometimes by the North, that it is the North that determines who is the president. No, it has never happened in Nigeria. The people who determine who becomes president or prime minister is the South. It's always happened like that. It is the South. Whether it's MPC, there was an alliance. Whether it's MPN, it was Accord Concordia. Whether it was Abiola era, or whether it was, if you even look at all the attempts that Atiku had made and Buhari has made, it is the critical vote of the South that have made them president. In the absence of the South supporting the North in a coalition or some sort of arrangement or Accord Concordia, there's no way that they're going to win. And the falsehood that they've been peddling is that they determine. No, I don't agree with that, because they've tried it and they failed. Atiku tried it so many times. What is it? This man tried it even with his 12 million votes. The late Bubu.
Why do you say the South is the one that determines the vote? The 2019, it was the North that won it for Tinubu, for Buhari now.
The North won it for, no. Just imagine.
I'm looking at the map here. The North.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me explain it for you. You had a faction of ABGA, you have ACN, you have ANPP, you had what other coalition? It's some splinter group from PDP that joined. CPC. That joined CPC. So if you look at that coalition, you find that it's essentially maybe 60 to 40, 60% from the South and 40% from the North. Leave all these things that they're telling you about 12 million votes, because we have seen that there is no 12 million vote anywhere. If you have a free and fair election, if you have an election where you don't have people imported from Niger and Chad and all that to come and vote, there is no 12 million vote anywhere.
Tony, KJ said, because you alluded to the fact that Obi had to use, he doesn't need to use Tinubu's style to defeat, he has to do something different. So KJ is saying that for him, what the obedient faith to do was actually mount every polling vote unit. So he suggests that. Is that what you think would make the difference? Is that something that we do that is different from what Tinubu is doing? Or what other thing do you think Obi would do that is different from what Tinubu, because Martin Polling Unit, Tinubu said they do have KJ. Just to put that on.
You see, that is a suggestion. But what you said, you see, and that's the thing that is making APC uncomfortable. To make sure that there is no alliance between Atiku and Tinubu, where Obi is the presidential candidate. They are sponsoring an alliance where Atiku is the presidential candidate. And then there will be, if that happens, forget about it. Tinubu is
Kulata said something on the conversation about PDP, because people seem to forget that. I still believe that PDP has more structure than APC when it comes to where PDP be. So he is saying that this by-election, because the coalition did not include PDP and they lost woefully. And I think I see logic with what he's saying. So whatever the Obis and Atikus are planning, they will still need the PDP family along. And the way it is now, PDP is under Wike.
Okay, let me explain something to you. Atiku is not a card-carrying member of ADC. Obi is not a card-carrying member of ADC. They are still talking. So what you saw is not the coalition presenting candidates. It's the old ADC presenting candidates. You know, this person went SDP. Obi presented, I mean, you can see he went ADC and so on. It wasn't the coalition. The coalition didn't present, they haven't even gotten to that point. Okay, so APC is smiling and saying, oh, we defeated them. No, they defeated the individual parties as they were. We have not seen a build-up of the party. They have not even agreed on anything. They have not done. They've not done anything. So that is a Pyrrhic victory as far as I'm concerned. You know, and you don't expect APC that is sound, solid, and has been there campaigning with all the resources, you know, not to win. You can see it if you look at the distribution of the votes. You find that it was the parties that were holding sway in their states that won basically. NNPC won, ABGA won, APC won, PDP won. You know, so there was really no new. They held on to, you know, all the 12 constituencies and the 16 this thing that you had. You know, it was just distributed in a way that it was the people who are in the helms of affairs who are holding that won.
Okay. You know,
so
when you make that statement, when you say that Obi need to use something that Tinubu doesn't have or what has not used, where I agree with you. And I think the only weapon that none of them has not actually tapped into is the people, the real people. Nobody is actually putting in work, spending resources to actually get those people we will forget, the uneducated people on their side, because that is the only way you can bring new people, and they are going to be very hard to manipulate. As far as we see how 40 million people have been, 40 million since the Obasanjo time. Now they do election around it. All their calculation, is around 40 million. At the end of the day, they go say, make 10 million no come out. Or make, so there's no new entrance. Obi tried to wake some people up, right? Which is what the result. So there's still work to be done.
Yeah.
These people know. That's why I say all of them are USAID. Now turn by turn, right? So which is what me and Tunanja are talking about, that they are point. Nobody actually want to go there and do the work. It will cost you time and resources. Right? So if you don't do that, I go say, okay, you have a new weapon. But there's no new weapon that is out there. If you like, carry 2 people on the polling unit that day, they go come give them, they pay them in dollars. Then their telephone will work again.
Let me tell you the game that I see. You know, APC is playing a very smart game. First of all, you will think that the call for Jonathan to come and join PDP, it's a PDP strategy. No. If you look at PDP,
no, it's not.
If you look at PDP, you will see
it's
that
strategy, I guess.
Huh?
I think it's Atiku strategy.
You see, the strategy is if good luck comes out, and I don't think good luck will come out. I think he's wiser than that. If good luck comes out and ADC gives to Obi, okay, and Tinubu is there. So you have Tinubu, you have good luck. You have Obi, for instance. But even if it's Obi and Atiku, Tinubu wins straight away. So
any three ways.
So they have cards. Either push this man in to PDP or push Atiku to ADC. You see, everything about SDP is dead now. No, nothing about SDP again. Nobody saying anything about SDP again. So it's not ADC that is an ADC they are fighting. Now, if you go to Labour, you see the smart game that they played. Obi didn't win. Oh. They didn't win. Oh. You see, this is a diversionary tactics for Obi to now go to Labour. When you go to Labour and become a presidential candidate, then Atiku takes over ADC, then maybe Jonathan takes PDP. What do you think is going to happen? Obi, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, any election that is not two-way, Tinubu
straight away. Straight away. Straight away.
Any
so
that come out in threes.
They are playing smart.
If it is two ways, if Obi and Atiku come together and there's no other person,
yes,
then we have a competition.
Yes. So you see, that's why you see that everybody is cautious. Atiku has held on his, taking up registration with ADC. Obi is still bidding his time, looking at the situation. Erufai is still bidding, looking at the situation. That is there, saying his own. So there's ADC has a problem.
So
ADC has a problem.
Now una be obedient hardcore. Are you guys not worried that months to election, not be 2 years old, maybe years or months to election, una never get party? Are you guys not worried? I'm just curious.
Yeah, they should be worried, really, given the way things are going. But what choice have they got? The mess is already in the Labour Party, so they have to deal with the problem that they are facing right now. That said, if you look at the elections, I was trying to go back as far back as 2003 and 2007, but from 2011 to date, the deciding chunk of vote that often, when they flips the election, is in the Southwest. If the South flips, it goes north. If the South flips the other way, it comes south. And which is very fascinating.
You know why? Because during that period, Bola Tinubu pretty much is in charge of the Southwest. At least maybe 5 out of 6, 7 states is in control. So he's wherever that he give order. Because if you look during that period, I think 2011, I think he gave Atiku the ticket. What I mean, he gave Atiku, use his platform, AD. So of course, the Southwest will go there. So he was a bit, even though we know they see Tinubu like that, he was very active. He was in control of Southwest. Like he would not be just Lagos. People keep saying Lagos, but he take care of that 2-3 states of the Southern region too. So he controlled the vote of that region to some extent. That's why you are seeing it like that.
Okay.
And to the southeast, I think this is the very first time. Occasionally you can prove me wrong. This is the very first time one person is controlling the whole southeast state. Abi, which is Obi. This is the very first time since this Fourth Republic. Even when Ojukwu was there, I don't think Ojukwu won everything. I don't think he won all the states.
No, but you see, those elections of those days cannot be compared to today, because we now know from hindsight that it was all rigged. Because now that PVC hold on, sir. Now that PVC has started, we didn't see that those bulk boat that come from Bruno and the rest. We didn't see it again. Nobody, because the question I keep asking is that if insurgency is going on in Bruno State, and the election comes, how do they go back and pick their cards with their community to go and vote? They ran and left their community, but when election comes, they will vote exactly the number that's in the register. How possible is that?
But AJ, this thing where they talk so, you know why? You know where we lost our way the South? Say we are so intrigued anything new technology development from the West. So we are carried away. Beaver. We know the things they come. We get some places where they say they don't even know what Beaver is all about, and it's part of the country. So we were carried away. We are so loud that we won the argument. Okay, Beaver, and they can't use that one. So what you are saying, I think this convention will still come again, but it will come very late, right? And nobody will remember what you told. So KG, see, come.
Let's go back to the initial stuff we're dealing with. where this thing, oh my God, where the Oni, are we in agreement that Oni has precedence in terms of creating the title? Are we in agreement on that?
This is my argument. Traditional rulers and traditional titles, especially from that of the south, southwest, and the north, they've always had a way, a process of that thing being of them being elected. It should be taken back to the traditional institutions. Government and governance or governors should take off their hands from these things. In fact, those are the people who sometimes act as a stabilizing force. If they are not, if they not mago to the throne, it's only now in this government that we have had 2 emir of Kano. 2. Okay, I have never. We thought that the Kano Emirate was one of the most powerful in the north, but today you can see how they've messed it up. So now you have 2 sitting emirs, one for the for the state government, and then one for federal government.
Sorry about that. There's noise coming through. Sorry about that. I was just looking for videos. Sorry, I wanted to play that video again, but it's okay. Go ahead. But your conclusion is let's simplify this. Let's not over. Sorry. Let's hold on. I've not said anything much. Let's not overemphasize it. I just want to understand who is in charge in the Yoruba land. Is it Oni or Alaafin? Let's make it simple.
And I want to tell you, nobody is in charge. All of them are there from the state.
That is chaos now. Somebody is in charge.
No.
Are you trying to say that they are like the Igbo side to where they don't have anybody in charge?
Nigeria.
Anthony, more experience. Before, because I'm maybe not me this year, maybe not because when I started to pay attention. I am thinking that since when this current Oni is because he was young. He come from real estate in Lagos. It was a controversial, even though they are jujusing at him. Since that time and now, there are always problems. So is it because these 2 guys are young? I've been so it do with their ancestors too, because I never hear this kind of who be Oga, who be junior before within the Yoruba space. Is it because now these new guys, these are woke Oni
no, Ovie, this is not the first time there will be controversy between the 2 of them. If you go back to the days, the first time I got to know about them was even controversy. When they are laughing, keep saying that he's superior to the Oni, and the Oni will not agree. Those ones who started this controversy have all gone to be with the Lord now. But the thing's still there. So my take is this: every state is autonomous. If every state is autonomous, why then do you want to make the traditional institution also to have authority over other states? If you then don't want to do that, if you want to return the traditional institutions to the formal as it was before the colonial people came, then take it down there, let them sort them. Look, let me tell you something. In my place, what is throne is throne. Those simple thrones, those thrones that the forefathers set up. Let me give you a clear example in Igbo land. The land that has demarcations, you can't go and change the demarcation. You can't go and say, okay, move it. And maybe at night or in the evening, you go and move it. Say, okay, I'm sharing the same land with forefather. Now I want to cross the boundary and move into forefather, maybe 10 steps into forefather. You just die. You know what they going. Once you move that ancient landmarks, you will die. You don't get cure. There's nothing like let him. No. Those things have been said there, and you must obey it. If you want forefathers' land, you go and tell forefather, this is your land, I like it. And if you say you want to sell it, okay. If you say you don't want to sell it, you can't move him. That is what it is known in Igbo land. You can't move him. Even if you like, let it be that you have built around the whole place and you say, this is small land between all your houses, he will not sell it.
Well, how does this one talk about Ife not being because in my mind, Ife is the first. In my mind, Ife should be the senior brother in the equation. You can't, Alaafin can say they take precedence in creating titles in the Yoruba kingdom because they are
forefathers. You know what has happened here is that politics is beginning to erode our chieftaincy institutions. Sir Aderemi Adesoji, was a politician, even though he was also very influential. He was an Awolowo person, and he was elevated. Just like you have in Ishekiri, the Olu of Wari, who actually should be Olu of Ishekiri.
Yeah.
You know, so what you have had now is in Yoruba land, you really can't say that one traditional ruler is the most important. It's because the others are keeping quiet. If you go to Owoboku, you go to Shoun of Ogbomosho, Owoboku of Ijeshaland, you go to Awujale, you go to Oni, you go to Alaafin.
One of the Olu of Lagos.
Well, that one is how to put on that.
It looks like they are also trying to do about Benin now. You know.
Well, you see, that's why I'm saying if you go to history, if you listen to Oba of Lagos say they came from Benin.
Yeah.
There's controversy there.
A dissident, yeah.
Yes. Now you go to Ife. Ife has been a sacred home. It's a respected home. It was not a political. It wasn't structured. You know, where was Ife when Oyo Empire was there? Where was Ife when the Benin Empire was there? Where was when Kosoko and Dosumu were struggling?
What kind of statement is that? Are you trying to dispute that Ife didn't exist?
No. I'm saying politically.
Yeah, but they don't have to exist politically for them to exist.
No, it's always been a spiritual home. That's what I'm saying. Its function has been tied to spiritual home of the Yorubas. That's where they point their origin from.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, that's where they point their origin from. And
Tony, if you are trying to compare that, look at Oba Benin and the chief of Esan land. You want to compare those two people?
No, you can't compare. That's what I'm saying. I said, you see, there's politics. History. You see, there are people who are. If you look at history now, there's something we call revisionist history,
right?
Because people don't want to feel subservient to a particular suzerainty. They don't want to feel that they are inferior to a particular king or a particular. But there's history. If you look at history, it's not a question of feeling.
Let me ask you though, the Ife kingdom. Like when it first came, because your kingdom became more prominent relatively recently compared to the Ife that has been around for well over 1,000 years, if I'm not mistaken. So, did the Ife kingdom or spiritual homeland create any form of leadership structure within that area that if Oyo emerged?
Not in comparison to Oyo.
No, we're not talking about in comparison. I'm saying, did they create leadership structure within that region?
Now, let me tell you the thing about Ife. You see, Ife has a history, although some people dispute it. If you look at the history, the first people, and I think the Ooni said it, the first people who populated Ife, the founders of Ife were Igbos.
No, let's not go there.
Hold on.
Let's not go there.
No, hold on. I'm telling you history.
Take it from the known to the unknown.
I'm telling you history. I'm not.
Just start smiling. You are in trouble. Let's
hold on. You see, that's why I'm saying that. That's why these things are coming up. No, hold on. You asked me a question.
We are talking about Ife.
You asked me a question. Hold on now. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. Now, with time, there were discussions. If you look at Olubo of Ugbo, he will tell you too. That Olubo of Ugbo, he's in Yoruba land. He will tell you that he will take precedence over Ife, over the Ooni.
Oh my God.
So what I'm saying is that, there have been dispersals around that Ife area.
I ask you a simple question. Now you're bringing the boss into it.
No. I'm trying to trace something for.
I'm trying to say, the Ife, when it existed, did they create power structures, leadership structures? So please let him answer this question. Then you can speak.
The kind of structure.
I will let you speak. Let him just answer the
The
question.
kind of structure that they had was mainly spiritual, and then also in art and culture. That was what you had.
Yet there is evidence that an individual called Oromia or something was sent from the Ife to the Benin Kingdom.
Don't go there. Don't go there because you want us to.
I'm not saying whether it's not related to the Benin.
Okay, you don't go there because okay. Listen. If you have an Edo person here, he will tell you that history is not true because that person you call Oromio is a Mononyo in Edo.
Exactly.
He's an Edo person.
Exactly.
But he was sent from it there to create.
Before he was sent to Benin, don't you know that he was sent to Ife before?
No.
Eh?
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
What I was trying to
draw our attention to. What I'm trying to draw attention to is this fact. The fact is that we have a constitution that says that the chiefs have been put into classes. There's a first class chief, there are second class chiefs, and there are third class and the rest. So, in each state, if you now choose the Alaafin as the first class chief, are you saying that the Ooni of Ife now becomes second class chief? Exactly. So, and then we operate a federal system of government. Each state is autonomous. If each state is autonomous, why then do you want to subject another kingdom to be under another state? Is that necessary? Because the other state. Hold on.
Order, but not the titles and
it doesn't matter. The constitutional order still has something to do with however we bear our title. Before now, we used to hear that for you to be president, you have to win 21 states and Abuja. Now, the Nigerian English now means that Abuja doesn't mean that Abuja is a special place. So let's reduce the contradiction we are having in our system. We are running a state. States are independent of one another. Don't come and tell me that tomorrow you find a way, because that's what they are saying. But
it's not true now. The Sultan of Sokoto has
True Naija, at least True Naija, you are from UK. They take to compare the British kingdom. I mean the traditional kingdom with us here. Do you have local government and state leaders too as traditional rulers in Britain?
No, you do have traditional rulers.
I mean in the local, in the council, or in the down the line.
They are different. They have a different structure. You have lords, you have dukes, and different kinds of titles.
Okay.
And those people are supposed to be some kind of leader in their own area, like chiefs. You can call them chiefs in their own area. Then they serve the center. But if you look at the UK now, the UK monarch still is a monarch in Scotland, in Australia, I think in Canada too, and a few other countries. So it's not like you can't have power beyond your state in the context of Nigeria. But again, the question still remains. And I think Tony waffled it. You see, that's why I didn't want Tony to talk. And people say we should allow him speak. Now he doesn't want to answer a straight question. Tony, answer a straight question. Did Oni create any kind of kingship? I'm not saying Oromia is not from Benin. I'm saying that the fact that he sent Oromia to go to Benin to act as a leader shows that they do create some element of power.
What year was that?
You want to start again now?
Yeah, I don't know the year now.
You muted yourself, Tony.
I said don't go there. You are saying something you don't know. You know who is a Kalade, huh?
Oh my God!
Ask him. Ask him.
Just answer a simple question.
Don't go there. That's a Benin man.
A simple question.
You don't. That's why I said leave that thing. It's not related to what we are discussing.
Kolata, you need to come here and answer this question because
listen. I think the argument, the point we are making.
What about Yoruba history here?
Wait.
Needs to come here and answer this question.
The point.
They want to bother the Yoruba history.
Listen. You want me to give you a history of what happened during the Ogiso dynasty and the interregnum period?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
So don't go there.
Okay.
Don't go there. The question you are asking.
Create power structure. Yes.
The question you are asking is, I think what we are discussing is this attempt to make the Sultan and the Ooni primus inter pares over all the other chiefs in Nigeria. I think that's the discussion.
I'm not sure the Sultan is part of this one. This one is Ooni and the Alaafin disputing.
Okay, the Ooni and Alaafin dispute is not new. It's been there for a long time. Even you have Ife and Modakeke crisis. All of the. You see, you have had crisis over. For a long time. Not just even with Awujale. If you go there, you cannot come and say that today, I'm talking about today's world, you say that the Shawun of Ogbomoso is greater than Aramolorun of Owa Obokun of Ijeshaland, or that Awujale is lesser than the Oni, or the, you because these things are emotional things. We're not following tradition anymore. It's been politicized.
Yeah, but hold on there though. Like the UK now, I don't expect the president of America to start creating dukes in the UK, or because the UK came first as presidents, and they created power structures. So I can't expect Trump or the Trudeau or whoever it is from another country to come and start creating titles or British titles in America. The British will say no. You can't create a duke title in America, or you can't create an earl, stuff like that, because that belongs to us.
The states are the ones that are supposed to be responsible for recognizing, chiefs. I don't know how.
The same poverty has affected all of them, and the state not determined for them because they were being funded from the state, and they now become staff of the state.
But that's not how it
That's
works.
the problem.
Now. It's not like that with Sultan of Sokoto. We know that some titles transcend states, but state borders.
No, you are the one making it. It shouldn't be so.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be so.
See,
there's no monarchy that is funded federal level now.
Let me make public announcement. Any Southwestern person needs to come here and explain this, because this is confusing me now.
Hold on first. Sunanja, every king has the power to create his own chief within his jurisdiction. No king in Nigeria has the power to go create king in another state.
Exactly.
Of Sokoto, or if it's Obi or anybody.
But it's not a king, now it's a title that they are giving to somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
Only give somebody a title.
You are confined within your state. No other king get supremacy over another person in another state.
And then let the governor worry about that now. Let the governor worry about it, not the chiefs. Because we know when the chiefs had reign of power, the borders were not like states.
King. These are traditional institutions. The governor is just to empower him with laws, right? To recognize them. But in terms of who designated who a chief is, it's a problem of the king. It has nothing to do with the governor yet. Until then, because you have to go through a process now. They're not going to just say, "Oh, Tunanja, you'll be king." No, there's a process that you go through before your Naki will come colonize you.
And forefathers,
every state,
forefathers, you have to understand that your empire was like a country. So the Alaafin was like a head of state.
Yes.
The Oni was not a head of state because it was not an empire.
But it was you see, this thing you are doing is we are being shifty.
I'm telling you history.
See, the Pope appoints leaders in nations.
Sure, you guys should leave these people alone now. What is that the issue?
When the Pope was very powerful, the Pope appointed leaders in nations.
No, how many states were there before, even within the Southwest? So as they demarcate them, they reduce your power.
Okay, wait. So this traditional council and leaders, what is their function in society in the first place? What's their usefulness?
Thank you, my brother.
Which part of the usefulness? How are they useful to us, anyways?
You mean you don't know the answer to this question?
For dispute resolution, is that why the court is there?
Hey God.
Something, and I don't know. What is Tunanja up to? Because I don't understand why he carry on.
No, because I expected this to be a simple matter. But this is why we can't even understand simple things. How can we not know whether Oni comes first before Alaafin? In my head,
it's because they are useless. It's because
thank you, Ovie. Very useless. As they have used politics money to bring them down to ordinary things. They are not very useless.
And forefathers, why are you drinking Panadol for someone's headache?
I want to answer that question. Forefather is doing exactly
they came first. Thousands of years first.
Forefather, what you are doing is exactly what Nigerian politicians do. They choose what suits them at a particular time and begin to hammer on it. Why you want now make
they don't get soldiers? Why you
under the Ife guy? Why? You are divided in states. Let everybody operate on their own state.
Everybody is everybody is the household, head of his household. That's it.
Yes.
Oh God.
That's it.
Nigeria is not concerned that.
Look at how they are all pretending now.
Nigeria,
Well,
why are they don't have military? Oba Obiri no get military. Olu of Ori no get military. Oni no get military. Why are you not concerned?
No,
Can my senior brother be the head of my own household? True Naija, can my elder brother be the head of my own household? Is it possible?
In fact, as powerful as they are,
the
local government chairman, they remove them. True Naija, not the local government chairman, they remove them from office.
Exactly. Ordinary councillor. Go tell them what to do.
This is too much, man. You guys are being evil. Yeah, you guys are being evil.
National law that are collecting a guje. Now they call ruler. They collect the guje everywhere. They are all farmers now.
Look at he's happy to say the Oba Obiri is controller of Oba.
So even talk kidnapper too, you know.
It's not fair what you are doing. It's not fair. I think they are laughing. I think they are laughing. Even if it doesn't like what the Oni is doing, he should treat it with a kind of decorum, because that is an elder throne. That throne has been around.
Elder don't do fuck all. The man that owns
both of them don't mess up already, so let them mess up.
Mess up.
That's how we look at it.
This is not a national issue. Leave them.
Okay.
It's not a national
issue. I just feel like that thing. I thought it was simple. Somebody will make it clear, but clearly nobody's making. Even Chocolata is confusing me too. Oh, is Oni is a spiritual this thing. And
I beg you. Those things are they are not.
Leave those guys.
He has been around well before the Oyo Empire came to existence.
I beg concern them, Jare.
So, all right, then we'll move on to some other topic. Let's go to America, where Trump is busy supporting all the. Trump seems to be a friend of criminals. You know, he really loves criminals a lot.
KJ, no, now. Don't speak of my president that way. Don't speak ill of my president, my friend.
He seems to love a lot of criminals, man. You can't make it up. Like, they went to this lady that was jailed for 20 years or so for child trafficking, molestation, and now they moved the lady to a less secure area, and the lady has testified now that Trump was never seen there. Even if the aircraft logs is showing that Trump is there, Trump images have been seen. And she testified that man, this is pathetic, man. And I really think Americans, people like KJ, you guys should pay attention to what's going on here. Because Americans are saying America is occupied. They are calling America an occupied country right now because their leaders don't make decisions for their people anymore. Because they blackmail all of them. And they have compromise materials on all of them. So they are not making clear decisions for the people anymore. We say our country is compromised because Oyibo people control our leaders. They are complaining. The most powerful country in the world, they are worried that their leaders are not speaking their own voice. And in some ways, there are signs that that is true. Let's face it. If you see US politicians, these are some of the most powerful people in the world coming out openly and saying, if they become leader, they will travel to Israel. And the one that says he's going to work in his own area, they are questioning him like, why are you saying that? Are you not going to go to Israel? Does that not seem odd to you? That leaders of the most powerful country in the world are sounding like that. Leaders that now Trump is asking all foreigners to present their documents, social media history, that before they come to America, 5 years, all African countries, they have to present their social media history. They're going to check whether they don't like Israel. And it's Israel they are checking for, not America. If you don't like America, they are fine. But if you don't like Israel, you have a problem. Because the reason why I say that is because of the way they go after people that don't like Israel, not America. If you don't like America, you're fine. But if you don't like Israel, you have a problem. Does that not seem odd to you? And people are arguing now. And we are not saying people or ordinary people. We are talking about Republicans. Hardcore Republicans, people like Candace Owen, Tucker Carlson, what's the other ones? Mike Jones, all of them. This is Breitbart guy. Like all major Republicans are concerned that they want to get to the bottom of this matter, So I'll play this video so that people will see what is going on. And this issue, they are going to sweep it under the carpet. I bet you. You're not going to see the truth of this thing. Because I've seen this happen in the UK before. We think it's only Nigeria that is corrupt. Now, in the UK, there was a case where some top politicians were accused of running a ring of young people's pedophilia ring. And they tried to try that case. The judges have to, they keep resigning. To the point whereby they went to America, this in Australia, to get a judge. The judge resigned. The case is dead. Nobody went forward. So you can see that the things we see on the surface is not how nations are run. And I don't believe this Epstein case is going to come out in the open. One way or another, they're going to destroy it. So let me see if I can find the video and play it. So
you people have not shown good example because your prince is involved. And you swept it under the carpet. Before you begin to finger yourself. Because your prince in Buckingham Palace, your prince, is also Prince Andrew is also involved, and you people swept it under the carpet. So don't just finger us alone.
You see, fellow Nigerians, you're already becoming tribal between nations. Am I saying it's only America? I just say that UK happened in the UK too. It's everybody. Even many countries are complaining that this is a problem, that they need to get to the bottom of it. That's what makes this Epstein case critical in the US. If they don't get to the bottom of it, a lot of people are going to start feeling like, you know what, this country is not being run very well, and we may have to take action. All those right-wingers that have been, looking for civil war, they will start making noise. And this is why I believe that America is going to go to a big war soon. Either they're going to start a big war with Iran, or I even hear that they are sending troops towards Venezuela right now. They're going to look for one big war to fight to distract people from all this. Because if America goes to a big war right now, guess what? They'll bury it. They will have a chance to bury all this.
They were warned. They didn't hear. They were warned. They warned them.
I will just play this video briefly, and I will ask KJ now. The question, KJ, you want to think about is, do you think Trump is going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? And if he does, what would you make of Trump in the end? That would be a question you want to think about. All right, let me play it.
No, but the jury convicted her of sex crimes. Now what's happened is she's saying the President of the United States did nothing wrong as far as I'm concerned. And guess what? Before she'd made this statement, her prison conditions improved. So this feels like the abandonment of justice in the United States of America under Donald Trump. It's also, if you look at the nitty-gritty of the statement, she's relitigating under the patsiest of questions from a guy who is now in the Department of Justice, but was Trump's personal lawyer, as you pointed out, Matt. Now relitigating the entire case, and effectively, and the names are redacted, but it seems that she is blaming the late Virginia Roberts Giuffre, because the context, it's clear we're talking about Virginia Roberts Giuffre as being somebody who helped Jeffrey Epstein get these sexualized massages from underage girls, including her, of course, herself. So this is wrong. Virginia Roberts Giuffre has recently committed suicide. And what we're getting here now is Trump's former lawyer, now in the DOJ, setting up a patsy interview in which Ghislaine gets away with talking nonsense. And remember, she never testified when she had an opportunity. So she's a convicted criminal, and she's been allowed to tell her story in an absurd and dishonest and lying way. And in return, she's saying, Mr. Trump did nothing wrong. I don't buy it for a second now.
She also said, by the way, that infamous photograph, which had Ghislaine in it, and of course Prince Andrew with his arm around the late Virginia Giuffre when she was 17 years old, she said that picture was a fake.
It's not a fake. It's not a fake. And why? And if it's a fake, why on earth did Prince Andrew pay the late Virginia Robert Giuffre something like £12 million to make her go away? It's not a fake. There's never been any evidence that it's a fake. The picture is true, and it shows Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Virginia Roberts Giuffre in a compromising situation with the prince's hand halfway round the waist of this girl who was 17 years old at the time.
So the question stands, KJ. What do you make of this? Do you think this lady will be pardoned? And if so, what do you think of Trump?
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure that if I want to judge a video content on this issue, I'll go to a British journalist. I'll probably look at an American journalist and judge from their perspectives. I will look at the CNN. I will look at the what's the other one, Fox, and then I'll look at independent producers like Redacted, who will eventually give you, or Darwin, who will also give you a balanced side. But having said that, everybody will discuss in the area of their interests. This same person, he just quoted that he said Trump did nothing wrong. But if you listen to the whole video, which I listened to the one from CNN, in fact, unlike me, I listened to the one on CNN, and the CNN was talking about the fact that the woman also said that Mr. Clinton did nothing wrong. Okay, then he never saw Clinton with any dirty stuff, and then he also talked about Trump. So why did they pick only on Trump and not pick on Clinton? So for me, I have no dog in the fight, and like I said to somebody the other time, I'm not vast enough to discuss the American politics. I just pick and measure, pick and choose here and there, and that's it. I don't have any, and I don't have any dog in it. In fact, I don't even have interest. So I will say that little and leave it. But whether the woman is going to be convicted or not, that is left to whatever situation.
Wow. You are saying that the lady said Clinton was not there and Trump was not there.
No, she didn't say that. She said being there, they didn't do anything that she saw that was wrong. That's what she said.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So she's saying, in other words, that's what basically she was exonerating them. The fact that she's exonerating both of them, does that not even give you more cause for concern?
No, it doesn't give me. People must not be in a position. Let me tell you something. Growing up, all my friends were smokers, and some of them were even smoking, the kind of obvious stuff. But I never smoked. I never drank. So are you going to say because I'm in their midst, I must be a drunk and I must be a smoker? I've never smoked in my life.
Yeah, but the reason why they are saying that is because when these things are happening, they are the main guests. They are not like amongst the people that are showing. They are the main ones that are there.
I'll give you an example of Puff Daddy. Is it Puff Daddy? What's his name now? The guy who is in.
Yeah, P Diddy. I think.
Yeah, P Diddy. Now, it's not every musician that showed up in P Diddy's house that has something. Some of them were just guests, and they only found out that they are in the wrong place at the right place at the wrong time. And the moment they could find themselves out, they left. So now, but pictures taken on the time they were there, will he not have them there? I'll just give you an example of myself. That when I was growing up, all my friends were drunk. All of them drink, all of them smoke, But I never smoke, I never drank. I never, as you see me sitting here now, I never drank more than one bottle of beer in my life. And even that bottle was a big issue to drink. So, but I have friends who, and I didn't have any problem with them drinking, but they like beer and they drank it. Okay. And
so you are saying that all these people go to this lady that even they have admitted to an extent that they go and see ladies there, and women have come to testify themselves. One of them committed suicide. They paid her $12 million. And not one, not two have come to testify what they have seen. And we have videos of underage girls.
And you are I wasn't there with them. I wasn't
come on,
man. Listen, because I have followed police a long time. Sometimes all that you see is not all that there is. There are many more. So I give people a lot of rope until they prove otherwise. Okay? So what I'm saying, I'm not exonerating anybody, neither am I saying anybody is guilty. I'm simply saying, as the day go by, you see, my late father used to say something. Like when they work out one, when they go viam, mosia. So somebody somewhere who is still in the dark will be in that place, and soon those details will come with enough evidence for us to take a decision on which side we are. And that's why I leave it.
Yeah. Okay. So when the details show up, and if you find that Trump is involved in these things, what would you do?
Forefather, I don't understand. Why do you keep trying to put me...
I'm trying to get your opinion now.
No.
if you find out that Trump is neck deep in this, you know, because Trump has been convicted before, you say that was rubbish. But what if you find out now that Trump is involved in this?
That's wrong. You know, you guys like to quote people, but you don't quote
I'm just trying to find out what your thought would be.
When I talked about
Trump is
I
involved.
talked about the Russia. Today, have you found out Russia was wrong? Do have you not find out that you are all made up?
No,
So
he
what
was
are you
actually, they found out that he was actually dealing with Russia. Even till today, they found out. It's not like they didn't find anything.
No,
but they didn't
you are
find
wrong.
specific allegations
You see, that's the
against him.
thing. That is, you see that I work in the media. That's the problem with the media. You see, you can decide to publish a story about me today. Many more people will read it, and you keep that story. But when the truth actually come out, you don't bother yourself to publish it.
Sorry. I think you are mistaking what their findings were. They found out that he was dealing with the Russians, but they didn't find any wrongdoing. That's a difference there. If you don't find any evidence of wrongdoing, that's an issue. Clearly, he was dealing with the Russians. Even the log showed that he was meeting with Russians. The question was that whether he was doing something nefarious with them.
No evidence whatsoever. Don't say that. I'm not one of those. See,
what evidence are you looking for so I can find it for you so you see what I mean?
Father, when I want to follow a news, I follow it from the beginning to the end. I don't leave it. So this particular news, I followed it very well to the conclusion. And that even now, if you have been following, you find out that right now there's some things coming up. I don't want to go there. You are dragging me to discuss American politics. Please, I don't want to discuss it. I beg you. Thank you.
Are you worried? Trump is going to, he's going to throw you out of America with his ICE agents. You know, he's not going to care whether you're his supporter. He's going to chuck you.
The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and all that dwells in it. And I have
you're worried about Trump, eh? Oh my God, Trump is really scaring a lot of Americans. I have to say, man, the guy is scaring the life out of Americans. He doesn't want to say anything that is out of line, that is criticizing him or Israel. If you try that, you're out. If they catch you, they'll find a way to throw you and apologize later. But that said, I think we've already done 3 hours. But I will ask Tony, this thing, where do you think it's going? Me, I think they will bury it. But what if it comes out that Trump is involved? Because Trump, let's face it, Trump has survived so many things. He's been convicted, he's still standing. What do you think this one will lead? Do you think it's going to make a difference if it comes out that he's involved?
Well, first of all, you made a point by saying that Trump is like a cat with with 9 lives, and he really is. But you see, you rightly said there are videos, there are newspaper cuttings, there are audio conversations of persons involved and who are associated with Epstein. There have been people who have come to confess of sexual harassment here and there, underage people, and how this person. And of course, we have also had some persons boasting, about their escapades with women, and even their association with Epstein. Trump first said when he was campaigning for his first term that he will release the Epstein records. He will release it. He will release it when they asked him. Now, he's saying, it's a horse. It's like the Russian horse. There's nothing there. He resisted it. But does this surprise you that some of those who are pushing these things are Republicans? Not Democrats. Republicans.
Yeah, because this goes beyond Democrats. It goes beyond. That's why they are pushing it.
Now, and then if you listen to what Maxwell said, if you look at Epstein, you find out that initially, he was just unlucky. Something just didn't go well because he would have been in jail long time before now. But somehow he was able to manipulate it. But the second time he was caught, he couldn't escape that. Now, and all the people who are involved with him became very jittery. Trump has said with his mouth how Clinton was moving with Epstein, flying the plane, and so he said he was, every time he was accusing Clinton and all that, and so on and so forth. Now we have had accusations of the prince from the UK being involved in this whole thing, and somehow he was disciplined even by Buckingham Palace. and they kept him a little bit distant from the royal house. But you ask yourself the question, why did Epstein go to jail? Why is Maxwell in jail for 20 years? Because it's been established that there was some level of sexual abuse. The court established that. And then, but those who are associated with him, that's where they have kept the seal on. And they warned this lady, she did not make any confession. It's not only now that she's talking, she didn't say anything. Because she was under threat that if she says it, they go buy him. Now she has made a revelation that she doesn't think that Epstein committed suicide.
Yeah, she said that.
Now, and if you look at the history, initially there was the first attempt. He failed. Now, what happened? The person who was supposed to guide was not on duty. Another person was derelict. And if you look at the killing, you find out there were people who were supposed to do their job, deliberately stayed away for whatever happened to happen. And the CCTV footage has disappeared. So it looks like somebody deliberately is tampering with some facts so that the truth of this whole thing will not come to light. The critical evidence
I think it's quite obvious they are tampering with facts. Otherwise, they would have released all this evidence and just redacted the name of the victim. That's all. Release all the evidence.
Now, what they are saying, what the lawmakers are saying is that we don't want anything to be redacted, except where it can be established that some victims, that it will cause damage to them. Otherwise, they want the whole thing, so they can see the facts.
Yeah, but they know that people are not going to do that. So they are going to use that as an excuse for the judge to reject the request.
Very good. So there are people who are fighting because this thing is much more than we're seeing. Now, so people are fighting because it's going to do political damage to a lot of people.
Really deep. This thing goes deep. The way they are behaving, it tells you that all of them, a lot of them are in trouble.
Yeah. So now the other thing that I like to say is that, you see, this lady, the investigation that was carried out recently, the guy who went to go and interview her, if you look at the statement and the reaction, what people are saying, a lot of the questions they ask her, I can't remember. And then, oh no, Clinton was clean. Trump was clean. And they had moved her from the maximum security prison where she's supposed to be to one where she can have some relative comfort, which is not where she should be. And Trump has said, no, I don't know about it. And the people in DC are saying that, no, that kind of a thing cannot happen without permission from Oga.
It's not only fair. She has been convicted of trafficking people to nobody. It's not fair. Well, who is the person she trafficked to? There's nobody.
Oh, okay. And then now, people are saying that the reason why she gave those answers that she gave is because she's looking to pardon.
Yeah.
Yes. And the guy at the top has a right to pardon, even though that will generate some controversy, because that kind of crime, to pardon that kind of person, that type of sexual crime, is taken very seriously in America. So, but everything has been going. There's nothing that has, just like Nigeria.
You know what? I'm beginning to think that I will reluctantly say Trump may still get away with it. Why? Because the one that frightens most of his supporters the most, he's doing well in those, which is this ICE thing, which is this thing he's doing to Nigerians. They want to get rid of as many non-whites as possible. And that's what I think may actually save him on this one. This one is so close to finishing him, but even if they find that he's involved, I don't think it means they will remove him from office. I don't know. What do you think about that?
This man is a strong man who is like Ashwajo. He's a never say die guy. I mean, can you imagine that with all the things that the man has gone through, people still voted him and he still came to that man. I mean, you must give it to him. That guy is
because that one thing that he's doing, that's what they voted him for, and that one is to them the most biggest. That's the biggest thing. I don't know how many he has removed from the country. I don't know whether anybody has the numbers.
Listen,
but if that guy can remove 10 million from that country,
if he was a Democrat that did half of what he has done, they would have, in fact, he would have been in jail since. You see, but this guy,
Democrats are hopeless.
but this guy understands the psychology of the people. He has a stranglehold on his supporters. Whether even if they catch him doing the thing, his supporters will still tell he's a hoax.
They don't. They make, some of them may care, but I really believe that, because let me just play the video again. This is the core of his support. What they simply want is remove those foreigners from our country. That is all they care about. The rest is just details. If they can get rid of these people, that is it.
Yo estoy trabajando. Yo no debo nada. 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 Yo trabajo. Yo quiero estar con mi familia. Yo quiero estar con mi familia. Yo vengo de trabajar. Por favor. Yo vengo de trabajar. Yo quiero estar con mi familia.
See, this is what matters most. Make no mistake, this matters most to them, is supporters.
Forefathers, for the first time, I am agreeing with you, 100%. The issue here, all this one with the talk is that, that's why I said, if they like me, they catch him, say it is true. After when they caught him in the video, that you thought that that would mar his this thing. No, it didn't. He still won. You see, the struggle here is about demography. The challenge on the demography as it is today. The man is speaking to that constituency that feels that something drastic has to be done, otherwise to become a minority. And let me tell you, I'm an independent. I tell you, the fear is real. I mean, I can tell you that the fear
is very real. The fact that people don't understand that right now, I'm shocked. How can it not be real to you? Who would sit in a country? We see what is happening with Fulanis coming to the south. How people are reacting.
Yes.
This one is worse than what you are going through.
You know why I say the fear is real? I give you a few examples. I'm sorry, to say this, but the Igbo person can stay until he's 40 before he gets married. He's studying, he's developing himself, marriage, he can have a partner, but having children is secondary. He wants to develop himself, grow, become a professor before he gets married, and so on and so forth. So, and by the time he's 40 or something, maybe he can only have 1 or 2 kids. My people, like me, people who look like me, from 18, they're just like this thing. They won't go to school. The opportunities that they have, they won't utilize it. Okay? So you would have a girl at 30. You already have about 6 kids from different men. Because the system, there's something in the system that allows you, when you have that kind of thing, you can get money from each of the kids, so you abuse it. Then to my Hispanic brothers, they do the same thing. So I am working. I came in here as an immigrant. I emigrated. I stayed 13 years to get here. I followed strictly the law and the order, even though I had opportunities to come in. So I came in here with my green card, and I stayed. After my 5 years, my family and I became citizens. I didn't cut corners. I didn't take any of those assistance that I'm supposed to get from the state. by going by my status. And I don't get it. Not that I'm not entitled, but I didn't get it. Now, but there are people who would want to go that route. And there are people who wouldn't even want to come the way I come. Well, it's a privilege. I'm lucky. Everybody can be lucky like that. But you have a situation where some of these people come, they abuse the system. And those who are here working, just following the system, paying tax and so on.
Hold on. I think we have to be careful here. One, it's like black people on the continent of Africa are showing up. No, hold on, please. Black people on the continent of Africa are not being able to move around. And secondly, let's say your premise was true, but there are Europeans.
Sorry, let me keep you something. I'm not making a general. I'm not saying that all blacks are like that or all Hispanic. Let me, because there are still.
I know you are not. I know you are not.
Yes. Okay.
But there are Europeans too doing the same thing. I don't see them. If anything, they brought Europeans from South Africa back into the country. You don't see them chasing Europeans. You don't see them treating the northern border the same way they treat the southern border. So let's make no mistake. This is about race. It has nothing to do with specific religion. It's about race, about foreigners coming to their country, feeling like they are going to become minorities, like you mentioned earlier on. If these white people that were coming were white people, their reaction you will see an element of, oh, we are frustrated that foreigners are coming, but it's not going to be like this. We've seen them in the UK too.
You made the point. Let me show you, because it's not about immigration. It's not. Trump's grandfather is an immigrant. Trump's wife is an immigrant. Trump's wife's that is the current wife. Trump's wife's parents are his mother, an immigrant. His first wife, Ivana, an immigrant. So it's not about immigration.
It's about the type of immigration.
Fine. So because he's ready. If you come from Norway, you're okay. You're acceptable. Okay. But if you come from Asia, you come from Africa, you come from Latin America, no, there's a problem. So the point is that there's a particular demography that they feel that, no, these people shouldn't be here. They are a threat. If we allow this policy, unless we put a policy that will checkmate them and cut down these privileges that they're enjoying and abusing while we're working so hard, and they come here and so for that. I was once a manager of a hotel in Queens. I was the night manager. And the Sheraton, one of the Sheratons, in Queens. And at some point, the state decided to turn that hotel to shelter. And of course, my company wanted the money because they paid them. I mean, the money that they will make in 10 years, they pay you, at one full, this thing. So the state government paid them and took over the hotel as shelter. So it was no longer Sheraton, it was changed. And it became another hotel. I don't want to mention the name. And so they asked everybody to go because now shelter. So hotel services, all the cooks and all those, no more, everybody. But they left me. So, and I didn't have the qualification to manage a shelter. So while they were planning, doing all the documentation for me to stay, I just put in my resignation immediate. I left. Now, who is in the shelter? It's not white people. It's not. It's people like me who come from various places. And the city is paying for them. Meanwhile, there are hardworking Americans who work hard and they don't have that. These people will live free there. They get food stamps. And when I go to the supermarket, myself and my wife, and we are looking at what we have in our pockets, and we pick this, oh, it's too much, we drop it, this cost. You see them, they go there, and their cart is full.
Yeah, but hold on. The way you are
exactly what Trump is trying to end.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me ask a specific question. So why are you angry at them when you should be telling the government to change some rules? Because the idea is that the state decided that it's not where most will flock to the US. They decided that the principle is there is a limit beneath which some people should not fall. In short, nobody should fall, and there should be no limit to which you can rise. So they have that's why they have the social.
Intervention. Yes.
Yes. So the idea, and I really find that a little bit problematic. It's almost like this crap mentality where we see people going after the poorest people, but I don't see going after the richest people like that, because the richest people get more benefits.
Let me ask you a question. You know, because I'm not against government intervention and helping. You know, you must. This welfare thing is good.
I've been here for like.
But
no, I'm not interested in any of you. You are just
you guys are misleading. You guys.
Yeah, I've been here waiting for like
that one is colonial master.
Okay, these are my friends. So let Kene and I speak the truth. Let them speak. I didn't know that. Let them speak.
Misrepresenting the facts.
I've been. Kene, please. I've been here for a minute.
Go ahead. I thought you've spoken, so you know.
Tony, you made a lot of generalization. You say I'm not trying to generalize, but you were generalizing. Okay, if you worked in Queens, and who else do you expect if a shelter was to be made? What kind of race, what kind of demographic do you reasonably expect to be in that shelter? It has to be Black people, because Queens is overwhelmingly Black, or at least most of New York City, almost half, I would say, is Black, or they are below. They are the cusp of the poverty rate. So if you want to come on here, and this is with all due respect, because you know I like you, but you are denigrating Black people and Hispanics. These are the people you mentioned. And my mic was muted because I was trying to text you and say, listen, who do you think are the biggest recipients of welfare in the United States? Without a shadow of a doubt, it is white people. This is not even in dispute. They are the biggest recipients of federal and state welfare. But you decided to single out your kind, which I don't see, Tony, when people do these things, this is why Black Americans, to a large extent, are trying to separate themselves from Africans and Caribbeans. And this is why they are making new designations for themselves, like the FBA and ADOS and things of that nature. It is because of statements like this, and these are white supremacist tropes.
Okay. Can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Huh?
Can I answer you? Can I reply?
No,
Are you done?
I'm making a statement.
Okay.
I'm just making a statement. I'm not asking questions, because the topic was actually Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay, can I reply? No, can I reply to that?
I want to speak about Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump. We can talk about this later. But the main reason I came on here was to speak about Ghislaine Maxwell, to talk about the Epstein files, and to talk about all the atrocities going on in the United States today. Primarily,
I speak the truth. I speak the truth. Please, can you? Sorry, my brother.
Primarily, I would focus on statements that KJ made, and I wanted to come in here and check that and say, listen, this is not a Democrat or Republican issue, and this is why I supported and I agree with what you and forefathers' these positions were before you now took the conversation. Now we can always talk about that. But
okay, can I just make a quick?
We can discuss that later.
No. I'll forget, because you made.
Yeah, you can do like me and take notes. You won't forget. You can pick a pen and take notes. I did the same thing for you with you. So I wanted to speak about with regards to something KJ said, and I was agreeing with you and forefathers. We got to be careful with this issue of the Epstein files. I knew how long it took, for example, and people will not understand, or forefathers, maybe I think he's starting to understand why I used to be upset
for months and months and months and months. I would try to explain to him why the Epstein files is important, why APAC, knowing about APAC was important, and why knowing about these are the issues that are eroding the security of the United States. It is important that we know them. Of course, he would rather defer to a poser like G-Day that we now know did not have an idea what he was talking about, but he will come in here and start screaming about imperialism and globalism. Once he starts throwing words around, he pretends like he knows what he's talking about. Now, with regards to Epstein, I want everybody on here to Google a certain name. The name is Tom Alexandrovich. Tom Alexandrovich is the head of Israel cybersecurity. Less than 2 weeks ago, he was arrested in Vegas for guess what? Well, don't guess too much. This is why Israel is a bastion for child pedophilia and child pornography fugitives. This guy was arrested in Vegas for being a child predator. He was about to meet not a little girl this time as usual, a little boy. In a police sting, he got arrested. He gets locked up in Vegas. It is discovered that he is the head of Israel cybersecurity. He is allowed to run back to Tel Aviv the next day. He's released. But the mistake the Vegas police already did was they already booked him. Knowing this, I do not understand why anybody would come on here. I would assume everybody on this stage has kids. This is what I would assume, that we all have kids.
After an arrest for a sex crime. We thank you for joining us at 6. I'm Brian Loftus.
And I'm Denise Valdez. As 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne tells us state law allowed him to pay his bail before ever seeing a judge.
An Israeli official reportedly back in Israel after being arrested here in southern Nevada on a sex crime. The question, not so much how did he get out of the country, as how did he get out of jail to begin with. Acting United States Attorney Sigal Chattah taking to social media Monday night, saying, quote, a liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee our country. In fact, that Israeli official, Tom Alexandrovich, who was upper management with the Israel National Cyber Directorate, in town for a cybersecurity conference, where police say he chatted online with a decoy who posed as a 15-year-old girl and never saw a judge, which, if you get arrested in or around Las Vegas, is business as usual.
That's the common practice set by the court.
District Attorney Steve Wolfson, who wouldn't address the acting U.S. Attorney's post at all, says Alexandrovich posted what's known as standard bail, in this case paying the Henderson Justice Court $10,000, which is a number set by the state legislature for this particular sex crime, for which 7 other men were arrested as part of a sting that also resulted in the arrest of a local pastor. Wolfson pointing out a few of those defendants also paid the so-called standard bail.
And they were released upon the posting of that bail. So there was no court involvement. There was no prosecution involvement. This is the normal practice. It is very standard in this community and many communities across the country.
District Attorney Wolfson telling me it would be normal in this case or many other cases for a defendant to send his or her attorney to court and not appear at the next hearing at all. Reporting at the Regional Justice Center, Kyle Payne, 8 News Now.
Now, at some point, he'll have to come back to the country and appear in court. The next hearing scheduled for August 27th. The 8 News Now investigators have learned that this individual has hired high-profile criminal attorney David Chesnoff to represent him. Chesnoff telling the 8 News Now investigators in a statement in part, quote, we intend on defending this matter within the justice system, not the media. People should not rush to judgment, and everyone is presumed innocent.
And
so, can I continue?
Please go ahead.
Can I continue? All that is whitewashing. It is after they got exposed that the government had a hand in it to let him flee the country. All of that, we're not listening to none of that. We knew what happened. As it was happening, we were following it. And they've been doing a lot of whitewashing ever since. Now, with Ghislaine Maxwell, the importance of exposing what the Epstein files hold is that it releases the hold
that the Israeli government has over the United States Congress. That is number one. Because what we now understand that is that Epstein was running more than likely helping the Mossad run a secret operation in which they filmed world leaders, well, in this case, American leaders in compromising situations with minors. And what did they do? They used those videos and those audios and those pictures as blackmail. This is why today you're having states that say, if you criticize Israel, you cannot be employed, you're not allowed certain benefits. It is now moving to federal government level now. Army officers are being court-martialed. Federal agents are being disciplined for criticizing Israel online. But the moment these files are exposed, they have nothing on us anymore. You can't blackmail someone that has already been exposed. And this is why they are in cahoots with the government or the top officials of the United States not to expose this thing, because the moment they expose it, let me tell you something that just passed yesterday. Do you know the United States is now going to be giving billions of dollars to soldiers? This passed quietly this past week. Billions of dollars to soldiers that serve in the IDF. They will pay for their health. They will pay for their education. They will pay. This is in addition to the $3.8 billion we give them every year. They will pay for their pension benefits. Then whatever monies they used to pay their soldiers now goes to their ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, we have North Carolina over there still dealing with the devastation of the hurricane. The citizens are not getting any handouts. We have
Sorry. Did you just say the U.S. government is going to pay for IDF soldiers?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Everything. We literally bankroll Israel. And it's not the United States, it's US taxpayers. So we work and we go and we grind and we do all this business, and then we have to take our money to go give Israel. Meanwhile, there's a lot of our brethren and family members and friends and associates that don't have health care. They don't have dental plans. They can't go to well-funded schools. We have Skid Row overflowing. You more than likely can't find a homeless person in Israel. I mean, if they don't have the house, they probably just steal one from a Palestinian. So for people to come on here and propagate, we're talking about child molestation, for Christ's sake. We're talking about people molesting little kids. At what point does your conscience kick in? This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about a repulsive behavior by a group of people. Why wouldn't you want that to be exposed? Why would you want to defend anybody involved in such a disgusting act?
I have to say that is a serious matter, and I'm glad you brought the issue of the importance of revealing it. Please go ahead, Ekene.
No, please. Ekene, can you just indulge me? Let me respond. Ekene, please. Joe, let me just address something.
I'm coming for you. Add my own so that you have plenty time. The thing is, Ogatoni, you see, sometimes I agree with you on a lot of things, but sometimes we tend to differ. And it's basically when it comes to U.S. Political field, the thing is, it's because of how we talk, we, the Nigerians, it's because of how we carry other people's case on our head that made the presidency to begin to reinforce the already existing immigration laws against us, because it seems they were trying to take it slow with us, but we tend to carry other people's case on our head. And now they want to reinforce that law on a visa application that concerns social media. The social media requirement has been in existence long ago. This current government is just trying to reinforce it to make sure it's really working. But it seems they were trying to slack on Nigeria. But Forefather, you shared a video here, which Dr. Damages consistently or repeatedly shared the same video. If you guys don't really know something, I think it's always good to make a little investigation before you start carrying propaganda around. This guy that was arrested in that video was alleged to be a sex offender. Forefathers, I would like you to go on ICE website and see the list of every person that has been arrested. You see their names and their pictures on their website. Now, let me help you guys a little bit here. I think Mr. Tony was saying that it's been targeted, that the South Americans or Mexicans are being targeted. No, that is not the truth. We have, so far, this was published on August 15th. Okay, this one was August 15th, right? We have Guatemala citizens. So let me start with Mexicans. Mexicans, about more than 11,000 were arrested. Guatemala, 3,200. We have Honduras, 3,100. El Salvador, 1,200. Nicaragua, 1,100. We have Venezuela, 965. Ecuador, 796. Colombia, 419. Brazil, 349. Peru, 298. Then outside of Latin America, we have Chinese people, 171. We have Romania, 115. We have Russia, 57. And we have UK, Forefathers, where you come from, UK, 25. And we have Canadians, 23. Now, these were not law-abiding residents because they are not citizens, obviously. If you're a citizen, you will not be sent back to your country. You go to jail, right? But if you're an illegal immigrant that has been involved in crimes, you will be arrested and sent back to your country. Let's get this fact. This is not a witch hunt against any race. If you like, let you be the president of England. If you're caught in this country illegally and you committed any of these crimes like sex offenders, let me list them.
Sorry. What is the total number of the people that have been deported on that list that you provided?
I didn't get the total. I just called state country by country.
Those totals don't seem very accurate compared to the numbers they've actually deported.
Hold on. Now, I didn't list all of them.
Pretty low.
Now,
yeah,
we
they're
have,
extremely low.
It is tagged worst of the worst. Worst of the worst. ICE arrests pedophiles, sex offenders, and violent thugs. Right? That you have committed any of these offenses and you are working hard to provide for your family is not a yardstick for the ICE to retain you in this country. When you are arrested, the only thing you hear them shouting is, "Oh, I'm just working to provide for my family." Yeah, we know. But you are living here illegally and you committed these offenses. And what does the law say? You will be taken back to your country. So let us not be emotional with this. There is nobody targeting the blacks. Matter of fact, I used to live in the Midwest. During winter, the Oyibo people don't want to work during winter. It is during winter that we, the foreigners, make the most money because you just have to be working, what they call it, overtime. Do you have the energy for overtime? There are overtimes for you. Some of us, our vehicles were our second home. We don't even sleep in our houses then because we just keep working. So during winter, they don't want to work. How do they feed? How do they pay their rent and all that? They depend on government. During winter, that is when some of them start having cycle. cycle. Most of them are on drug. So they have to be dependent on government assistance. You dare not say that immigrants there are dependent on government assistance. No, we work. We work. Because that government assistance isn't going to solve any problem for you. Highest, it will pay rent for you. They'll give you money, food for, for the day. You have no savings, you have nothing. So why will you depend on government? So most of us, we came legally. At least we came legally. And when you come legally, you have to find a way to stay legal, to have your documents and stay legal. You don't come legally, you overstay your visa, and you go into crime. You'll be arrested and sent back to your country. But if you came legally, you work hard, get your documentation. Why complaining? I don't think any Nigerian came to this country illegally. No. No Nigerian came illegally. You have to come through the due process. You must come to this country with visa. But if there is a way you came illegally, it is your problem. That is not my problem. Right? And I cannot come on social media, on YouTube and start crying for you. For what? Was I committing those crimes with you? Did I refuse to get my legal documentation? No, I work hard for that. So you should work hard for your own. If the law says illegal immigrants shouldn't stay here, that is what the law says. If I shout from now to tomorrow, I cannot change it. I can't change it. Right? That's what the law says. Now, am I happy? Will I be happy seeing someone that is innocent, has not committed any crime, just that he overstayed his visa, being deported? No, I won't be happy because I may not know what condition, what necessitated him overstaying his visa. But I won't applaud the person if the person chooses to go to, through the route of committing crimes. I won't cry for the person. So this is the law. Let us not make it a race thing. Nobody is against the black people. Nobody is against the white people. That is what the law stated. We shouldn't be shouting for something that doesn't concern us. We have, like recently, there was one. Yeah, in my friend. There was one Thomas from, is it Irish or Irish? I don't know what they call it. Irish, right? Thomas, 35 years tech worker, was deported. Irish is not, is Europe, right? Was deported. So let us not make it to be as if, no. What is his name? Bumbure. They hear that the people that depend most on government assistance aren't black people. They are white people. They only know why they are depending on government assistance. It is not my problem. It is their problem. But that is not the contention, the problem here. The problem here is the country wants to sanitize its territory. You don't talk down on them or criticize them because they want to get rid of crimes in their country. It is okay if you Nigerians choose to leave criminals to be flying left, right, and center in your country. You even elected criminals as your leaders, right? And they go on social media threatening people, saying all manner of nonsense. So this government want to take care of those idiots, the likes of MC Oluomo, that will go on social media and say, if you are not Yoruba, if you are Igbo and you voted for P2B, you will be dealt with. So those kind of remarks on social media will be taken note of. Should somebody like MC Olomo, let me round up. Should somebody like MC Olomo wants to apply for visa, such comment will be revisited and he will be denied a visa. So if somebody like them,
come on. You stated a lot of
wouldn't be in this country.
Okay, can I speak now?
Let me interject. Kenny has stated a lot of untruths.
Yeah, why you stop me now?
No. Because hold on. Let me stop this. Hold on. You see, this is the reason why we put facts only. we have to be factual about stuff here. Now, let me read some of the, because while you were saying those things, I thought the numbers didn't make sense because it was too low. Historically, Trump may be chasing that of Obama's record. Obama deported far more people than even Biden, but Trump may be chasing his record now because, especially one of the areas Trump has succeeded the most was deterring people coming into America. That is a lot of people that he has deterred, and it's deporting quite almost as much as Obama. But now look at the countries that were deported. Mostly the headline figure that I saw there was about 80-something% of them in total. Let me get the precise number because I have to keep it factual here so that I don't want to commit the same stuff I accuse people of. Sorry, let me just get the actual number, the precise percentages that were actually deported by this thing under this thing. Okay, from what I got, about 80% of them were South Americans. That's the figures.
Yeah, do you know why?
Now let me
list
the country.
Number?
All these countries, no, because they are closer, of course. Now, if you look at the countries that were listed there, almost all of them were South Americans. The only country that is not South American on this list is India and China, and they make up about 3,000 and 3,000 each.
Do you know why those ones were deported too?
Let's go down now. Let's go down. Let's go down even further. If you go down further, they said Latin Americans dominant. India 3,400. China 3,200. European countries, the numbers, nobody's taking their numbers.
So
nobody's taking the numbers of people that are being deported from Europe.
So the one that I read to you is what? Is UK part of Europe?
If that number is 25, that is ridiculous.
Okay, do you know why? I asked you a question. You just said that the number of South Americans are more because they have close proximity with the US, so they can easily not even going through transportation. They can easily walk. Hold on. Canada.
Yeah.
Hold on. The only way you can get into America without crossing water between Canada and US is when you go through Buffalo, Toronto, right? One. Secondly, and they have strong security check there. Two, through what's the name of this place? Michigan down to London.
You can actually go through Maine, Vermont.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm coming to that side. You know, those are they speak French, right? I'm coming to that side. Then we have Manitoba through South Dakota, right? Now, then if you go to the east, you go through Maine, right?
Yeah, but why are you telling us how they cross the border? The question is, are they deporting them?
These places, they have strong security check. For example, hold on, fathers.
So Canadians don't come to America.
Canadians can come to America without a visa. What are you talking about?
So they have visa-free entry.
Yes, they can come without visa. I can go to Canada without visa.
It doesn't have anything to do with race.
Yes, it has nothing.
It has nothing to do with race.
It has nothing to do with race. I am black, right? I can go to Canada without visa. What are you talking about?
No, hold on. Why is it that the southern states like Mexico can't come in without visa, but has to come in with visa? But
now let me ask you a question. Why is it that as Nigerian you can go to Togo without visa, but you can't go to Ghana without visa?
No, you don't need Togo. You don't need visa to go to Togo.
You don't need visa.
You pay for visa.
No, you don't. It's ECOWAS.
Apart from ECOWAS passport is not a free entry to Ghana. You have to pay for visa.
No, you don't have to. I've been to Togo before. You don't have to. Have you not been to Togo? Come on. You don't need
I said Ghana, not Togo.
No, Ghana is the same thing. See, let me say
it's
this.
You have to
hold
pay.
on now. Even European countries, whether you speak different language or not, Canada, if they give Canada preferential treatment, why is it that Mexico doesn't get the same?
As a US citizen, right? You can go to island like all those Caribbean islands without a visa. You don't need visa for that. You know that,
but those
right?
are small island now.
You're monopolizing this thing. Now let someone else speak. You're monopolizing this thing.
You see what they did to Haitians?
Black people are dominant there. I don't want us to be doing all these things all
Those
the
ones
time
are not.
about race,
Those ones
about
don't
race.
threaten them in any way.
They
Those ones
have
don't threaten them.
laws.
It's a different thing. You know, the way you treat them is
They
different
have
for any population.
US and Canada has a kind of relationship that they don't have with Mexico, for example.
Go to Canada without a visa, but then it got removed because the Mexicans had a tendency of going to Canada first, then trying to come to the United States. So my point is, if Mexico could do it, and this is piggybacking off a forefathers' position, if Mexico could make it visa-free if Canada could make it visa-free for Mexicans to come into their country, why then does it stop us from allowing the Mexicans in? And
Very simple.
Because of
Very
race.
simple. No, it's not because of race. Very simple. Canada doesn't only give Mexicans free entry, right? But Canada also opened its doors. Oh yeah.
Anymore.
Thank you. So they currently now they even open their doors for other countries to come, including Nigeria, right? So they have a kind of
visa free.
Yeah, no. Good. Now the thing is, you give them visa free to come to your country, and they come to your country, and you start seeing growing criminal activities. You have to end it.
But that was the issue in Canada.
You understand? The real problem here is if you come to this country legally, right, and maybe you overstayed your visa, should you commit any crime today, you can be easily traced compared to someone that came illegally without documentation. If that person commits crime,
that is not the issue we are discussing here. We are discussing the fact that the reasons why
you are not discussing the fundamental problem. You are just discussing the symptoms.
I don't know why you are trying to justify the problem.
Can I speak?
They are telling you what the problem is. So I don't know why you are pretending for them.
No, the US is trying to sanitize its territory. US is trying to sanitize the country.
Ekene has spoken for 1 hour. Can I speak?
With that?
The people that are doing it are telling you why they are doing it, and you are saying it doesn't have anything to do with it. Why people are telling you why? They are telling you that they are losing their country to foreigners. They don't want to be minorities in their country.
What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Don't pretend as if it doesn't have anything to do with race.
But that is their country. What is wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying you are pretending as if it's not. Like you came here to tell us that it doesn't have anything to do with race.
Hold on. I have not seen any citizen of this country, citizen of US, that is of different color that has been deported. Name one person.
Profathers, I challenge Ekene now. Profathers, can you Google? Hold on. Profathers, you Google right now. Can you cross-check?
Okay.
Is there any American, is there anybody living here legally that has been deported? Check now. Just check now. Check now.
US.
No, you tell me. I've checked. I didn't see. You tell me.
US, and this is not a new
US citizen, not El Salvador citizen.
US born citizens.
No. I am saying check someone who is
let me finish my statement. US born citizens have before now been picked up by immigration, even back when it was called INS, and deported. This is not an unusual.
So what are we talking about?
Propaganda. I say show me one.
So what are we talking about?
Just propaganda. Show me one.
So this is not an unusual.
Check it there, you see.
I say tell me one. Tell me one.
So this hold on. So this
is not one word.
This is not an unusual.
One US citizen that has been deported.
Ekene, you just like your voice. Can someone else speak? You've been speaking. Let someone else speak.
We are speaking. We are having interaction here.
No, but you can't be speaking now. You're not letting other. You have made your point. I speak the truth.
You asked me to do something, and I asked you to do it because I've done.
You have spoken more than every other person here. You have spoken.
Stop saying it, Oga Tony. You said it 100 times.
Now.
Let someone speak. I know why you are doing these things. Just calm down.
Why am I doing it? No,
show me one.
There are things that you have
guys
said.
Are giving propaganda up and down.
No. Ekene, you see, they have pointed out. Forefathers have pointed out some flaws in what you said. You know, I like you. You know, I speak the truth. Hold on. I speak the truth. Wait now.
The propaganda was
Listen,
that black people were
two of us
targeted.
can,
No
we won't make
Europeans.
sense when two of
No
us are talking
Europeans.
at the same time. It
No,
won't
he
make
said
sense.
there was no Europeans, and I
Listen, friends.
countered that to prove that there were
Listen to
Europeans.
what I'm trying to say
Do you
before you
understand?
begin to
So,
speak.
I wasn't proved
Listen
wrong.
to what I'm
I was right.
trying to say before you
I
begin
was
to
right.
speak.
He did not counter anything. Former that doesn't make any research before you start presenting this. I'm just helping him now to cover his ass, and you are saying that he countered
What are
me.
you talking about? I'm trying to find evidence of cases involving adults. Miguel Silvestre, a U.S. citizen born in California and previously deported illegally in 1999, faced renewed attempt.
That's okay. Just stop there. Just stop there. That's okay.
June
1999.
Stop there.
June 2025.
Forefathers, just stop there.
Again, they were
Forefathers, just stop there. There's no need.
Was he deported?
Forefathers, listen.
He was not.
Listen, Kenny, let me tell you the problem with this.
You are either U.S. citizen or you are not. You cannot be citizen of El Salvador and you want to be citizen. So why is the
Forefathers, even Elon Musk, that is a U.S. citizen, was treated with deportation. So what are we talking about?
Pray, Kenny, that it never happens to you, because I'll tell you something. If it ever happens to you, it is a long and arduous process.
So come back
to the United States, even if you were born here, because you will go to court forever.
Even birthright citizenship, has been threatened. What are you talking about?
In Latin America,
birthright citizenship. You cannot come to somebody's country and have kids and go back and your children become
They're just giving you one fact.
You want to stay here.
But let me speak. Forefathers, can I speak? Can you mute Ekene? Let me
The only
speak.
true owners of that country are Indians. Come on, everybody is a stranger there, man.
Can I speak,
But they have laws, right?
They have laws, yes, true.
And the people made the law. We, the people.
Okay, now let me just take it. Do you know that the US trades more with Mexico than Canada?
That's fine. I know that.
Why is it that trade is supposed to involve flow of people, but yet you have free flow from Canada, but not free flow from Mexico,
flow
isn't
of
it?
people. Hold on, no. Flow of people for the sake of what? Trading, not for immigration.
No. Generally, you are supposed to be able to travel if you are trading more with
now. If you are traveling,
the question is why is it that Canadians have free entry, but Mexicans don't?
That's why I said there is a relationship between Canada and the US. See,
there is also a relationship with Mexico. I just told you that they have at least 50 billion extra. If I'm not mistaken, almost 50 billion extra trade with Mexico.
If Mexico is as healthy in terms of security, if Mexico is as healthy as Canada, there will be that social relationship between US
and I'm leaving if people don't want me to speak.
In Mexico.
God.
You cannot
We are not trying. Where is Tony?
Nigeria cannot place itself on the same cadre with Canada or US. You are not of the same level.
Kenny, a quick question.
You are not of the same level.
Okay,
you cannot be putting your hand where your level hasn't reached.
We know that
you have to sanitize your country.
Can you guys calm down? Let the lady have her say now. You guys have been talking for a while.
Him a quick question, basically.
No. He's going to ask a question. No. He's not going to.
He wants to ask a question now. She just came.
Stop. Let's conduct ourselves with a bit more decorum now. There's a lady here, and she hasn't spoken. She's been going in and out. Please, thank you. Thank you for showing up. I do like to play on words. Thank you for showing up. What do you make of Kene's? I'm sure Kene has triggered you to come down here. What do you make of Kene's comments? Go ahead.
I'm not here for anybody. Excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not actually anybody. I'm not here to contact anyone. We are entitled to our own fact. It's a fact. But I came on here, but I don't want Tony to go because I actually don't want to say anything behind him so that you won't come back to me and say, Tony, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Try to speak up because your audio sometimes fades out.
Okay. So I came on here to, I actually came here on, yeah, I came on here because of something I heard Tony say earlier, which I just feel like as immigrants in America, there are some things that we shouldn't be saying. I feel like it's so difficult when we come up with things that are not even like we are regurgitating white supremacists talking, and we wonder why people here have so much content for us because of what we see. We go on different platforms for what view, and we say there is Tony. I like most of his inputs. I listen to him a lot, and I learn a lot from him. Really learned a lot. But I just don't agree with that take of black when it comes to black and brown people in America. If we truly, because I believe that before you speak on something, you have in-depth knowledge of how the system works. If you understand the American system, you will not say some things. Because we are here, you say fact only, which I don't see most of the time on this show. Honestly, that's why with Nigerians, only Nigerians have seen that yes, they have education, but they don't understand how the world works. And you find out that the cognitive dissonance of a lot of Nigerians is diabolical. You know, they are here. Earlier, I was listening to when you guys were talking about Peter Obi's son, and when it comes to this his sexuality. And people saying, it doesn't matter, and you wonder when they're in a different conversation, they say something totally different. Of which we're all entitled to what we believe and how we think. But other people's sexuality is not what matters to us. That is where I stand. And people are okay with that. Now, Peter Obi's son is gay and all of that. Because for me, whoever it will be, I do not care. Because his sexuality is not important to me. So, but you listen to Nigeria on the other hand, then they come after the gay people in America or in other places, and they attack and break up their morality that amount to nothing. Because these same people, they do other things. And so I don't know how to go. I don't know how to kind of defend that. But my point is, I don't think we should be platforming things that are from this country. If you understand that, if you don't understand American history, you can either learn or you don't talk about it at all. Instead of just coming here, I'm talking about black and brown people. If you know history, you know that America, if you're talking about people from South America, people from Mexico, you know, if you understand American history, America took Utah, Wyoming, Kansas,
California.
Texas, California,
Yeah.
from the Mexicans.
Arizona, New Mexico.
So we should under a New Mexico. Thank you.
Some places were bought and money paid. It wasn't given for free or taken by force. It was
I'll
paid.
let you finish my
When you pay $1 for something that costs
No, that is the
$10 million.
education that we need to have first before we start trying to criticize others.
Oh, sir. Sorry, I would not.
Go ahead.
I would not like for you to interrupt. I didn't want to
No,
interrupt.
every other person interrupted, so you don't have such a
I
right.
don't want to speak. I don't want to speak on what I'm talking about. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, you don't have such a right. This is not your platform.
I know
We're
you're
having
right.
conversation here. If you don't want to have this conversation, don't come here.
Just let
No,
her
if
speak.
you don't want to have
I don't
conversation,
want
if you see me on the platform, don't
No,
come.
it's okay. She
But I
just
have
don't
to
want.
talk.
You know, she doesn't want.
You
She
don't
doesn't
have such
want
right.
interruption from you. It's okay, Kene. Just leave it. When
She
she's
doesn't
done,
have the right. Tell her.
You have a
Don't be
right to
condoning people
respond.
here.
No, you
Tell her,
have a
don't
right to
condone evil.
respond.
Don't condone disrespect.
Kene, you have a right to respond. She's not disrespectful. She just says she doesn't want you to interrupt her
That's exactly what she's doing.
by saying you should not interrupt her.
Exactly. Every other person interrupt, say something.
Let me finish
It's
what
okay
I'm
then.
saying.
Okay, when she finishes, you can come back at her.
Yeah, let me finish. I do not like pseudo I do not talk to pseudo intellectuals. So what I'm saying is, we should understand. Like
I
American
wouldn't want to respond to illiterate too.
Come on
we
now,
should
come on, don't do
understand.
that.
Did you
I
correct?
do not do back and forth.
Did she
Please.
call you
I don't have
illiterate?
anything to
What is pseudo
I do not
intellectual?
have any reason to speak to
That's
What
not
is that?
illiterate
you don't know
now.
what I'm
Come on
talking
now.
What is pseudo intellectual? Papa, that's what I'm asking you.
Not talking to
That is
you.
why I do not come
No,
to
I'm
this
not talking to her too.
very disrespectful.
Please finish. Thank you.
I'm saying just be quiet. When I finish, you can say whatever you want. So I would say that it's important for us because we're immigrants, and when we regurgitate this same thing that affect people that are from this country, it's a big problem. And we wonder why a lot of people from here are against immigrants. And we wonder why they treat us the way they are, kind of they have toward us. It is because they kind of like put all us in the same box and it's affecting us. I work with a lot of people that are not that from here and the way because they listen to us speak about them and we wonder why they say things about us, why they don't want us here. Because we know if we look at American history, we immigrants, especially black immigrants and Asian immigrants, we were here because of the civil rights that these people that are here fought for. So please, we should watch the way we speak about them.
I agree with you on that because I think Tony said something that seemed to be a little bit blind to that, and obviously, I speak the truth. He came and tried to correct him on that. But I also hope that the other side understand that it's not everybody that thinks like that. There are people like you,
and
there are
also
people like DC that don't think like that. Go ahead.
I just want to speak up because I don't want to say much because I want to speak on people that are saying they're immigrants, they came here legally. People came here legally. A lot of Africans that came to America stayed their visas. That was what happened. So you're talking about people. We're not coming here through the border because it's not close to our country. So we can look into it. We can look at the good part of people are leaving their country to come here. We know it's the system. I don't want to dive into things. If you know, you know. If you want to go do your research and learn. So we know why people from South America are coming to this country. We know what foreign policy is affecting every one of us to come here. So when you are blaming people that you come, we are not coming here through the border because it is not close to our continent. It's actually very far from us. The continent that the Europe that is close to us, we see the way our people are going there. So we should just be mindful of what we say. And don't also forget, I said this some time ago when I spoke on this platform that this is all about with preservation. Whenever there is black progress, there is progress, there's always a backlash. This is a backlash. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to know if you don't want to. And also, yeah, and also we should look at it that they are talking about denaturalization. That's what a lot of people don't understand. I don't understand why people just have truth. They are talking about denaturalization. So if you think a lot of we know how we got the citizenship.
Yeah.
Chain migration. If you come here through chain migration, we know what they're talking about when it comes to chain migration. We know when they're talking about we're talking about denaturalization, and we know a lot of our people how they got it. So when you throw, be careful what you throw. You've been here for 500 years, like Black Americans. You are naturalized citizens. You're talking about naturalization, and it's all good. So when people talk about coming here legally and all of that, we should really think about it. And these people that you're talking about, the Mexicans, they are home. This is their home, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but let's take that though. Some of them are their home, and it's very hard to tell what the numbers are because many of them are technically Spanish mixed, a little bit of mixed mestizos and different mixes that they come up with. But those ones that look like the guy I played on the video that actually they look American, I don't know their numbers.
Okay. But what I want to also, if you want to know their numbers, you have your ChatGPT and the way you look at things. If you actually want to get numbers, I'm not here to give out numbers to you. want to say that when we talk about the Mexicans, I talk about treaties that were paid for. These people signed under duress. It was under you don't if you understand American history, you know all of this. Before and I feel like before you speak to something, have in-depth knowledge, but at least to an extent that you can make intellectual input. You can make intellectual conversation with people, not arguing blindly back and forth. Listen to the councilman that was here last week. All right. And people were even you were going back and forth with the guy. You know, I was like, okay, forefathers. I know you're a smart man, but when it comes to some things, you really don't get that. You know, I see you as a very, I don't want to go, but I see that people don't have a lot of information. They just run with, and they come up with this moral thinking. And come up with, I know all of us, we're all here together. We see.
Mm-hmm. The truth is that America has its own way of doing things. If you don't like American way, all you do is to sit and criticize American government and their policies and the way they want to fix their country. If you don't like it, why are you here? Go back to your country. America wants to fix its country, right? So, and that is exactly what they are doing. But if you think their way, their policy is unbearable, you can't have it. Why can't you go back? You can't sit down. All you do is to criticize government, criticize this, criticize that, because let's tell ourselves the truth. It is because Trump is in the leadership. If it were Obama, Biden, Democrats, these people wouldn't come here and be saying all these things. See, going to school, right? That you went to school, have certificate doesn't make you educated. A lot of people go to school, go to classroom, pass exams, but they are not really educated. When they talk, when they reason, you will see a lot of biases, a lot of sentiment and emotions attached to it, right? Unfortunately, people like us, we don't think like that. We think critically and we present our views logically, right? The truth is, I have not seen any American citizens. I challenge you here, forefathers, you and Tony, to present any American citizen that has not committed any crime that was deported back to his country. I have not seen one. You're talking about chain migration. Do I need to educate some people here? Or do I have to tell you what I've been doing on the low key? This is something that I have first-hand information on. People don't have information, or people don't get themselves equipped with knowledge, but they come here and spew total garbage.
Because
let's
try to reduce it and get to the facts, please.
There is nothing wrong with chain migration. Nothing. Try first and see. Stop believing or stop listening to all this propaganda, left, right, and center. If you are a US citizen and you are a Nigerian, as I'm talking to you today, if you're a US citizen, whether you are naturalized or whatever, I don't care, but you are a citizen and you have the legal requirement to bring your parents or any of your child that is below 18 years to this country, go and apply for it now. And if that is not granted, then call me a liar. People come here and they say things that they don't know anything about. See, let me tell you, US have decided to fix their country. And there is nothing any one of us on this platform can do about it. We can only talk. The problem is, whether it is Obama or whether it's Trump, whatever, be it Democrats or Republicans, this is what the country has decided to do, regardless of who stays in that White House. And that is exactly what they are enforcing, right? They don't want you to run down their country the way you are running down yours. I don't see anything wrong with that. Perfect. I don't feel threatened. I don't feel unease in this country. I feel fulfilled.
Can I ask you something?
Nobody
based on what you just said?
Deport me.
Sorry,
so you can feel the way you want to feel. Only you know the crime that you committed.
Come on, it is easy.
Go ahead. Ask me.
Can I ask you something? Like, if you feel threatened, would you feel any differently about the rightness of their action?
Now, why will I feel threatened? I can only feel threatened if I
It's a
have
simple question I ask you.
No.
What if you feel threatened?
And I asked you a question for forefathers.
The
There
question
is
you're
no
asking
way.
is, I'm saying that what if because you have a citizen, Trump decides to know that, okay, you have a citizen, but we are going to respect only the citizens of certain people, part of the world.
No,
We
that
don't
is
care.
not what the law stated. There is
Hold
nothing.
on, now calm down. I'm just asking, it's a hypothetical.
Okay.
What if he says, I'm not going to respect the citizenship that was handed out by so and so, and if it is less than one generation or 2 generations, they decide to go. Like,
Now, forefathers, remember you
feel
said.
threatened. If you feel threatened by it, would you
Forefathers,
react differently
remember,
to that rule?
Remember you said, remember you said fact only, right? I cannot do things based on assumption. I can only do it based on fact. But hypothetically, let me answer your question hypothetically. I can look, if such a thing comes, then I will know that the constitution has been changed. But as far as this constitution hasn't been changed, there will never be such a thing. There is
But
nothing.
the question is, what if it happens? If you feel threatened, would your opinion change?
Forefathers,
You
and I'm
said
responding to you.
the owner of the land. You said the owner of the land has decided to fix their country. Now they want to fix their country, but they
Now,
want you out.
Remember,
are you
the
going to be
law,
okay?
Forefathers, the law and the bylaws of this country are being made, are reshaped by the people. There is no way I will feel threatened because before that law is changed, I have to vote for it. Do you understand?
But you are not the majority now. You forgot the people that own
Thank
the
you.
country.
Exactly what transpired during the election. The majority voted for the Trump, and
But that's what I'm asking you now.
And the defeated are still angry and annoyed about it.
Let's not stretch it. That's what I'm asking you. If the majority, the dominant culture, which we know is European, decide now they want to fix their country, and you are one of the problem, and you become threatened. That's what I ask you, because you don't feel threatened now. But I'm saying, if you feel threatened, would your opinion change?
Forefathers, hold on.
Will you thank them for trying to fix their country?
Forefathers, hold on. If the constitution, if they decide to change the constitution, that is fine. I will pack my bag and go back.
That's all I
You
wanted to hear.
understand?
That's consistent.
If I don't feel comfortable with it, I will go. And that is why I'm telling some of us here that are crying, Wolf, if you don't feel comfortable, if you feel threatened, pack your bag and go. It's simple. As far as I'm concerned, I don't feel threatened.
But listen,
so why would I go? But if I ever feel threatened, I will go. I have a country.
Now that is a fair statement to make. As long as when it comes to you too.
If you're educated enough, you should know that you came here for greener pleasure. If you threaten, you go back to your country. It's only illiterates that do that. They will come to somebody's country and they want to enforce their own opinion.
Let me, because I want to get your thoughts out. So now you're admitting that there is a dominant group there that feel threatened. They've said it, not try to deny for them.
No, there is no such dominant group. We casted election.
You know that already.
No, there is no such thing.
You want to play the video of them telling
how many? Hold on, forefathers. Forefathers, hold on. How many whites, Caucasians, voted for Democrats in this last election, and how many whites voted for Republicans? Please, there is no dominant anything here.
Voted for Republicans. Majority whites voted for Republicans.
Really?
Even under Obama, majority voted for Obama.
If the election was
under Obama, majority voted for Obama, right?
No. Majority of whites always voted for the white candidate.
Who were the majority that voted for Obama? A black guy.
The black people and the other groups
were the majority then.
Some white people voted for them with the
Obama's election, the results. Who were the majority in that vote that voted for Obama?
Black people.
Black people.
No. In terms of percentage of the
dominance. Let's use that language. Dominance. No. Let me put forefathers on check right now. Who were the dominant?
You always have to get involved.
Answer my question. Who were the dominant that voted for Obama? The dominant number.
There are two questions there. The question, when you say the highest in percentage within each group, let's say within black group and within Mexican group and all the rest, within the groups, black people are the highest. They vote at 90%.
Dominant. The way you use dominant in this
hold on. In terms of the numbers, that's what you're looking for.
Yes,
of course, it's white voters.
Okay, so white voters voted in greater number. They voted for Trump, for Obama.
Calm down.
Okay.
But within the white vote itself, majority of them voted for Republicans. I hope you understand that. Majority of the white vote voted for Republicans.
And
even under Obama.
Okay, hold on. So what you're saying is during Obama's election, majority of white people voted for Obama.
No, voted for Republicans.
Listen.
Oh, hold on. I don't catch this guy now. Hold on. Bumbure, hold on. Now let me finish with him. Majority of black people voted Obama.
Yes.
Why didn't majority of black people vote for Kamala?
Majority of black people voted for Kamala.
Why didn't they vote for Kamala to win the election this time?
They did.
So why didn't you win? So why didn't she win the way Obama won?
Because the more of white people even went for Trump now than before.
Oh. So during Obama, there were white people that voted Obama.
Yes.
And now those white people decide to vote for Trump. What is wrong for Trump?
No. More of them decide to vote for Trump. I'm telling you that.
Okay, so what's wrong with that?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that white people have been voting for Republicans in majority. It's just that with Trump, they voted even in larger numbers for Trump. That's the difference.
So now you've contradicted yourself. You've defeated your argument now. So in this country, no, Trump. What do you call him? I'm calling you Trump, Seth. For that, the truth is, in this country, we don't care about your skin color.
No, it does.
If you are not, hold on.
It matters.
I said we, me, and my people. Okay, let me correct myself. Me and my people. The people that think like me. No, the educated Americans that think like me. We don't care about your skin color. If we see that you are not making sense and you are not going to make sense, we won't vote for you. Would vote for whomever that is going to make sense. And that was why when Obama contested, we find out that Obama was going to make sense. We voted for him and he won, right? When Biden came, we thought that Biden was going to make sense. Even though he was going solo, we voted for him. Now, when Trump came, we thought that Trump was going to make sense, of which he has not disappointed. We voted for him. That is how it is done. If you are defeated, please learn to accept defeat and try again next time. Don't be crying, causing yourself stress for nothing.
Why are we going on body? Why are we
If you feel uncomfortable,
you
will go back.
Kenny, there's a show I want you to go watch. If you never used to watch it, there's a show called The Boondocks by, I think, Aaron McGruder, right? The Boondocks has a character on there called Uncle Ruckus. They should change it to Uncle Kenny because you feed him to a T. Like his old talking points, the way this he says. Then there's a Dave Chappelle. There's a Dave Chappelle episode I want you especially to go watch. It is about Dave Chappelle when he was a blind KKK member and he thought he was white. If you've never seen that one, go see it. You fit him to a T. Listen.
So I'm thinking that I'm white now.
Well, you get to watch the show. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But you got to watch the show. I'm not saying, listen, to an extent, you have some points. Everybody wants to live in a well-run, structured society where there's a deterrence for crime and where law and order prevails. But in the same vein, we cannot argue or discount the fact that the United States, by virtue of being what it is a very racist society. Now, to be a person of color and not realize that is either you are willfully ignorant, you are disingenuous, or you just have you're naive, or you just have a tendency to lie to yourself.
Okay.
Because
Bumbure,
yeah, you know, oh, I got it.
Bumbure, you see, your experience isn't my experience.
That's what I
That's
was
the
getting
fact that
to.
you guys need to understand. Hold on, hold on.
That
Yeah,
was what I was
yeah,
getting to.
yeah.
So your
Now,
lived experience.
in this country, I don't see racism. You may choose to be seeing racism. I don't see it. And there is nothing anyone can say that will change my
Let me
what I'm
ask you a question.
unless it's anything changed tomorrow.
Let me
My stay in this country.
Kenny, we
Right?
heard you say we heard you say that before. But let me ask you a question. Say me, you, Bibi Ray, forefathers were at the scene of a crime. Who do you think, without us speaking, we haven't spoken, without us speaking, who do you think the police, by the way they have been programmed by society, would run to first as the suspects of the crime? If you're going to be real to yourself, four of us, all four of us, you're muted.
Sorry, you were saying?
No, this is it. I watched a video yesterday.
No, Ken, we're going to go to your video. Just let's stick, because I want to move on.
No.
If four of us were on the scene of a crime, who, with the way we know how the justice system works, how policing works in America, racial profiling, and all these other things that people complain about in the United States, if four of us, just, it's a short answer. You have to give so I can move on with my point.
Is it forefathers who and who? Let me understand it clearly.
Forefathers, myself, the lady Bibi Ray, and yourself, without us speaking at all, they said, there's been a crime on XYZ and 31st. They said it's a black person. They didn't even say the race. They just said a black person.
Black male or black female?
No, just black person.
Black person.
Just black person. The APB comes out, it's a black person. Who do you think they would reasonably, know how this country works, would they go to first and try to detain before moving forward with the investigation? Out of four of us on here.
Okay. So 4 of us we are all blacks. Let me start with.
Of course.
So 4 of us will be arrested
Bullshit.
and interrogated.
Bullshit. Let me tell you why they're gonna snatch you and forefathers up first. You're darker than us.
They snatch me.
Yeah.
I'm
They definitely snatching your black ass up. They're snatching forefathers up. They're letting her go. They're gonna let her go because she's a woman, a light-skinned woman, and more than likely,
You see why I wanted to share my experience with the video I watched yesterday.
More than likely, I'm walking off the scene because they'll probably be like, oh well, they said a black person, so we see 2 black people already. Those 2 over there.
So
Was she let
go because she was white or because she was a woman?
She's let go because she was a woman and because
so
she's
no race.
And she's of a fairer version. So
no, we know original version of fairness and the one contributed by cream. Do you understand?
No, stop it. So
but that is the truth now.
Bibi Ray don't even respond.
If I'm a police officer, I know the difference.
So I'll tell you this. And I know I'm playing hypotheticals here. For all we know, they'll decide to stop everybody that looks black. But I'm saying, under normal circumstances, and this is how they think. They've been programmed to look at you. The darker you are, the more danger you are to them. They're getting your ass because you brown, but you're getting forefather definitely is getting slammed on the floor.
Let me contribute to this thing that you're saying. I watched a video yesterday. There was an altercation, I think, road rage between. I think she's Arabian, maybe Arabic woman, very fair in complexion, and I don't know if he's a white guy or black guy, but there was a voice on the background. His picture was not shown, right? Now, in that scene, you hear the woman misbehaving, saying all manner of things, even when police officers came.
Yeah, but that woman was unstable. I know the video you're talking about. It happened upstate in New
But
York.
she was
She
arrested
had a
because
hijab.
she was found to be guilty of some things, not because she was not let go because she was a woman.
You can't arrest.
I agree. I agree that the society is against men. I agree that, right?
Black men.
It's against
Black
men,
men.
right?
Black men.
No, against men. Men.
Against black men.
Completely.
Against
My
black
brother.
men. So I understand. I saw that video. Okay, and this is another thing the police need to learn in the United States, and you know they need to learn de-escalation. American police, there's always been a problem, even within the force. When they've always had lack of training when it comes to de-escalation. So that lady is not a good example because she was definitely mentally unstable. But we're deviating from the point. Let's go back to the deportation issue that we were all talking about. I want everybody to, you ask for names. Just Google. This is what you have to do. Just Google U.S. citizen mistakenly deported, and it'll pull up. I mean, AI is getting better with this. It'll pull up cases. You can put the year. Like I said earlier, if you went back to when it was INS, this routinely happened. It was people that had the African look or people that had Hispanic look.
You said mistakenly. Mistakenly, right?
Mistakenly, yeah.
That's what
Occasionally,
mistakenly.
yeah. Well, of course, but you're not mistakenly deporting white people. At least not on the same level. There's been one or two incidents of a white person being deported to about to be deported to Russia and Georgia and Bulgaria, but these cases are far and few. So they wasn't far few between. I was going to say. But usually you find people getting deported to the Dominican Republic, Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? They deport people to Mexico, to
No,
the Dominican
I
Republic.
Google what you asked me to Google, right? And this
Yeah.
This is what AI.
No, listen. Forget it. Google it, and
Okay.
it's studied. You came on here. I liked when you criticized rightfully forefathers of having a tendency of not studying, but granted, in the last 2 or 3 shows, he's been trying to be factual with his positions. So you study. It's not something. Don't become forefathers.
No.
Don't become
Hold
a
on.
former forefathers. Just Google something and
Hold
just
on.
look at
Hold
it.
on. This is what I found. I said U.S. citizens mistakenly deported, and it says yes, U.S. citizens are mistakenly deported by immigration authorities due to inconsistent training, flawed data.
Forget the reasons. I've worked in this
and
institution. Listen.
inadequate. Hold on now. You asked me to do something. I'm giving you the results. Now you don't want the results anymore.
No. I already know the answers. No, I know the answers. The point is, you said it never happens, and I'm telling you before Homeland Security was created.
Whomever that was mistakenly deported, that was an error, obvious error, and that must be corrected.
But why does this error, which is what why does this error usually 98 point something percent, as at the last report I looked at back then, why does it routinely occur to Black Americans?
This thing actually happened between 2015 to 2020.
No.
That is the result I'm getting here. Between 2015 and 2020.
My friend, when was INS abolished? INS was abolished in the 2000s, mid 2000s. I'm telling you, even when INS existed, this is not a new occurrence. This has been happening for years, but it became worse after September 11th when we had this.
Okay, yeah. September 11th. I agree with you, yes.
When we had this same kind of paranoia flowing around, which led to the enactment of the Patriot Act and the Real ID Act and things like that, you know, which they should have never happened, because if they had taken the time to investigate
Now,
September 11th.
Bure, this is where you are getting all these things wrong, right?
Oh my God, what the-
70 potential U.S. citizens were deported, mistakenly deported, between 2015 and
And I'm telling
2020.
you, even
Hold on.
prior.
Hold on now. Okay, good. Good. Because some people are making it to look like Obama is the cause of all this. Obama is destroying the country, you know. But during this 2000, during Obama's term, it was only one El Salvador citizen
Not true. Not true.
that was
Listen,
deported.
on average, let me
One.
tell you that
His
very
name
not true.
is Albrego Grecia
Listen.
from
Kenny,
El Salvador,
Kenny,
right?
you will have to take your time.
Only one that was deported due to error.
Kenny, I'm
And
not.
that has been corrected.
It has not been corrected. I'm not telling you things I don't know, or things I'm not experiencing, or things I do not have insight on. I'm telling you things I know for a fact. Okay, so excuse me. You have to go back in time. The bottom line of this.
You asked me to search. I searched the result and I gave you the results.
Well,
You're saying no. Okay, give me your own results.
I meant you're funny. I meant go
Give me your own
search
results.
and research it. Research it on your own time. This is
No,
why
I've done that long ago.
you haven't. So this is
No.
why I
Now
actually.
tell us what you got.
So this is why I actually gave you praise, which was, I think, it was.
I'm trying to be
For
white.
me,
I'm
I
trying to be
actually
white.
gave you
That is
praise
it. I
over
understand.
$50. But what I expected you to do when with this kind of information, it's not something you glimpse over. You don't just glimpse over data like this.
So now, you see where you are getting it all wrong.
But can we let it you guys have been talking for quite a long time.
You did your research, but Kene did not. That is what you are assuming. Kene came here empty to defend emptiness, but you did your research. You are packed with knowledge. I don't have the knowledge. That's what you're saying. Now, this is where you're getting it all wrong, right?
Let's allow Tanki to say
You have
something.
the knowledge. Now,
Hold
hear
on,
me out.
stop. Let's stop. If they don't stop you, you don't carry, you don't even invite
I
the
keep
Tanki
getting
to join the
interrupted,
conversation.
sir. Like it's
No,
okay for me.
I interrupted him, so give him time. Go. I interrupted him, Papa. So
I
you can carry
think
on.
my issue with where Kene is coming from is making it look like this whole thing is some clean thing where they just want to clear off a few Americans because they are in the country illegally. The only reason why they are so active about it now is because they don't want to see their power win. This is why they are packing the judges and the courts full of white people in all this thing. And I don't blame them for doing it. Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you, I don't blame them for doing it. After all, let me finish my point. My point is that this is a country that white people came into.
I thought you wanted the lady to talk.
But mind your business. But no, I'm
do
trying
this
to
all
create
the
a.
time. You shut me down.
Hold on. I'm trying to create a context now. Come on, you have been talking. I'm trying to create a context. So the idea is that these people, they build the country, and now they are saying that they want their country back. What I disagree with you on is that you're making it look like that is not the case. That is some kind of just legal. They are just carrying out legal procedure. No, it's not.
Nobody is being targeted. That is what I want you to understand.
No, there are people are being targeted. People have been. I told you,
not
Canada, they do
color.
more trade with Mexico.
No, not based on color.
Oh my God, how can you say that? They do trade with Mexico. They did trade with Canada, but one side is getting deported. The other side.
Father, listen to yourself.
Hold
on now. Father, listen to yourself. Nigeria also do business with US. But before you come to this country, you have to go for your visa interview.
Not as much as Mexico. We're talking about $900 billion.
I will come to Mexico. But Canadians also do business with the US. But
yes,
don't really need to go for visa interview.
Too.
Now it has level. You can't patch your country with insecurity, terrorists, and you want to shoulder with the US. Come on now.
No,
you can't.
With them? See,
you can't.
The truth is that they
all
treat them like
all animals are not equal. That's what you should understand, right? Okay, so
You
now,
understand?
hold on. You see, now you are beginning to come to the fact. Now, you see, now he's drifting back to what I'm talking about.
No.
The animals that are not equal are the ones that are not Europeans, coincidentally.
In this country, the law applies to everyone. In this country, the law applies to everyone. It has no select kind of application.
I don't see them deporting Australians. I don't see them deporting a lot of British. I don't see them deporting
Do
a
you
lot
see
of
them deporting Nigerians?
No.
Thank
But
you.
those other no. But they deport a lot of Africans.
You will be deported.
No. Hold
now
on. They
you are
deport a lot
down
of
beating
Africans.
yourself.
No, they deport a lot of Africans. And I'm talking about now, I'm not only talking about Nigerians now, I'm talking about Canada next door and Mexico next door. So let's not go all over the world where they have relatively small populations there. I'm talking about Canada next door. I'm talking about Mexico
Now
next door.
I need you to understand something. In Canada, they have good security of lives and properties. In Canada,
that's not the point. The point, why it's not happening.
They have security.
No, that's not the point.
They don't have let loose drug
brought
dealers.
white people from South Africa to the US, and you are still acting as if you can't see it.
The point about Canada, why you don't
You
have
don't tell me about these two countries. I've been to these two countries, so nobody will tell me about Canada and Mexico. Do you understand? And I know what I saw, or what I always see.
Can I please speak? So the
Canada is full of insecurity.
Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to
they have no measures with which to money.
That's not.
Let's get back to it.
Can I please finish? Let me finish what
you guys don't want me to talk, right?
So the reason why Canada is not having the same issue, Canada is unguarded. There's no human being guarding the northern border. All right, so that is the largest unmanned border on the planet today. But that is not the issue with Canada. The issue is, how do you get into Canada, Kenny? Canada, you can only
don't ask questions. We don't want you to go to our floor.
What did you ask?
Then don't ask. He's going to try to answer.
Can I finish? Because you've been pretending you live in the United States for like 10 minutes. Let me finish, okay? So, with Canada, the issue with Canada is, to get into Canada, first of all, you can only come in through one way, by air or sea. You can't go in any other way. If you from the northern side, yes, there's no other country.
Which northern side? From the US?
If you're coming from the northern side, you can only come in by air or by sea. If you're coming from the southern side, you can only come in through the United States. Canada is bordered by the United States and water. That is it. And then, on the 41st parallel, it is unguarded. There's no RCMP. You don't see the border guards. It is only electronics.
Where is
on
that?
the Canadian-U.S. border.
It's not true. Okay, let me educate you on this. No, it's not true. This is the place I frequent, right? Hold on.
Can I please continue?
But I'm trying to correct you. You are saying something that are not factual.
I'm not going to reveal my personal issue. You're not correcting me. It's okay to open up
Go ahead
and read it.
No, I can't read about this. I travel to Canada.
I don't care if you travel.
They have immigration on the border. Forefathers, Google it. Let's be factual here.
At the ports of entries, they have Canadian border guards. Everywhere else, it is unmanned. In fact, most of Canada and the United States, you speak to a screen.
Where is that? Where exactly is that? Where?
I said most.
Where now? Give us one place.
Listen to me again. You can easily use Google, sir.
No, you can't be saying something and asking me to use Google. Tell us one place.
An intelligent person does.
No, intelligent person presents his
let me get the
argument.
number. Let me get the number.
You present the argument with
facts. Let me get the facts down. Let me get the facts. The facts.
You can't be saying things and asking me to Google. How many times will I be Googling for you?
Let's get the facts then. Since
present it with facts.
Hold on now. So the Canadian border, the total length is 5,525 miles of borders, while that of the Mexican border is 1,954 miles, which means, and a wall that was built in the Canadian border
stretches as much as they said 3% of the border is walled, while that of Mexico is 700 miles. That was this in and the border patrol smaller focus on ports of entry and remote regions, while in Mexico we are talking about heavy patrol along wall fence, high traffic crossing. Then in terms of drones and surveillance, drone and surveillance, it says limited.
You're doing too much. Let me just break it down. Let me break it down.
No, let me finish now. I need to
finish.
Going to Canada. Can you try to be civil for a moment?
You try to be civil.
Let me read.
Just Google.
I'm trying to. No. You are not moderating. Let me just moderate, please.
Oh, that's all you got to do.
If
I want to go to Canada, I don't jump fence.
You are acting quite unruly. Come on.
The United States and
Let
Canada.
me finish reading.
We don't.
Let me finish reading. So it's other people are listening. You know, it's not only you two. It says that drone and surveillance tech limited mainly at key points. This is for Canada. It's limited and mainly at key points. While for Mexico, drone and surveillance technology is extensive, including drone sensors, cameras. Then in ports of entry, in terms of that of Canada, it says mostly regulated travel flow freely via Nexus programs. I don't know what Nexus is.
Because you're not doing the right thing. You just want to hear yourself talk.
Can you let me finish? See, you're becoming a little bit over the top now. It's gonna be finished in a minute.
How does this explain if it is unmanned or manned? It doesn't.
Because they did clearly say that it's 5,000 something miles. And they talked about only having 3%. They talk about having 3% of fence. That shows you that it's mostly unmanned. Jesus.
That is all you got to say. You love to hear yourself talk. Find out if Canada.
You don't have to be rude about everything. I have a right to read what I need to read. I don't know why you just have to be rude about everything.
Because you love interrupt. You do this thing all the time where you want to.
You have interrupted this lady from talking, so stop going on. Okay, stop. Just stop. Let the lady speak, please. You interrupt people all the time, and you are being rude to the moderator for trying to solve a factual issue. Stop.
What's the factual issue you're proving? You interrupt me all the time, and then you start reading nonsense.
If I want to go to Canada,
Don't speak. Please go ahead.
1 minute, Paparas.
No, not.
Let me correct something.
Not even half a second. Please go ahead.
Paparas, why are you wicked to me?
I'm wicked to you because you've been spoken. Please, thank you. Go ahead. You've been speaking.
No, I just want to say that it's important that when we come on here, we know what we're talking about. I don't think for now I have any Canada, what is going on in Canada or whatever. The conversation is talking. I'm listening.
Your audio is fading in and out. It's not very clear today. I don't know what's happening with it.
No, I'm just really bad.
It's a shame because it would have been good to hear your audio clearly. Yeah. And it's delayed. Maybe you can go out and come back. It's delayed a little bit too.
Yeah.
And we are in the US, so where we have good Wi-Fi.
So the issue you came on here, you said it's 500 miles instead of 5,000 plus miles. That is not the issue. The issue. Can I finish? Please let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not trying to play with this nonsense. I don't know why you guys do this shit. It's a Nigerian thing.
Canada
you guys don't understand. Dude, when we were kids,
two routes, right?
Let me finish. Let me finish, can I please? When we were kids, you could literally walk into the United States and Canada. All they asked you was, what's your citizenship? And that's it. You just come back in. There was nothing. You weren't showing nothing. September 11 changed all of that shit. All right? And even now, Canada and the United States, the bottom line is it is the largest unmanned border on the planet. That is my point. This is what we're arguing over. You don't have all these soldiers. You don't have all these border guards, except in certain ports of entries. And in fact, in most parts bordering the United States and Canada, there's nobody there. Remote places of Washington, you just walk in, you speak to the screen, it takes your picture, boom, that's it. You go in, you give your information. So I don't know what you're trying to read all the way from Birmingham or wherever the hell you are, and trying to like kind of 500 miles. So
Let me
we don't care
let me
about
help here. Foreigners, if I want to go to Canada, I only go through 2 routes. Either I fly or I drive. If I fly and I get to the port of entry, I must present my citizenship evidence of citizenship, especially US passport. I must present that. Now, that passport will not be stamped. They will do whatever they want to do on the system, and they will give me my passport, and I walk out. If I drive, I go through Michigan, Detroit, right? When you get to the port of entry, you must present your US passport or green card. If you have a green card, you must present it. If you have passport, you must present it. Now, the last time I went to Canada was in January 2024, January of last year. I was in New York that day, and I needed to lodge somewhere in New York around Buffalo. The hotels were filled. I never knew that they were doing some set of events. This useless hotel that I found that day was very expensive. And I Googled, there's this place in Canada, London, they call it London. And I found cheaper hotel. I was like, okay, it's just 2.5 hours drive and I'm there. And I proceeded, not knowing that I did not have my international passport. I only have my US driving license. I go to the port of entry and they asked me for my passport. I was like, oh shit, I didn't have it. They said, is there a way you can show us that you have it? I said, yeah, I think it's in my email. So I went through my email and I showed them. They entered in their system, they let me go. I have never crossed the border without being checked. And I don't go to US, I don't go to Canada jumping the fence or trekking.
But Kenny, why do you speak like this? Do you know?
You understand? I go through the legal ways. And that is why I advise. If you want to come to somebody's house, come through the front door. If you want to go through the back door, then there's something very, very wrong. And you need to be questioned.
Let me say
Do you
this.
understand?
Hold on. Based on that figures that I gave you, is it not clear that if you want to walk into Canada, you basically can walk into Canada? It's actually the longest international border in the world.
Where will you walk from to where?
Kenny.
From America into Canada.
Okay, from Detroit, before you see any house, let me tell you, from that port of entry, before you see it, you know this place is wait.
I lived in
before
Canada
you
twice.
see any house, foreigners, you must drive for not less than 1 hour 30 minutes before
So
you see
does that mean that you can't cross the border?
Hold on.
Kenny, this is what you're
not like
you
you're
go
crossing
through
the Sahara
Manitoba,
Desert.
Kenny.
If you go through Manitoba, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but why are you arguing that point? It still means that they can still cross the border easily.
This exactly the same way. Don't they cross from Mexico to Canada to the US? What is the argument
it is
here?
secure. It is secure in the south, but in the north it's free, open.
There are some
you not see
places
that?
between Mexico and Canada that is not manned, and people cross it.
It's very little compared to the north. That's what they are
There
trying
is
to tell
no
you.
such crime as it is in Mexico, in Canada. You have less crime in Canada.
Maybe because they have better life of living standard, they are free to travel into
Exactly.
America.
What stops them from upgrading their standard of living?
By allowing them to come to America and going back.
Allowing who?
Mexicans to come to America,
Come
get
and commit
wealth
crime?
and go back instead of make them pick.
To come and commit the same crime that they used to run down their country?
Americans
what are you
were
talking about?
committing crime before Mexicans. Let's not do that, man. Come on, man.
You just listed the number now. How many of them were deported because of
Do you know
offenses?
that most, and this is a rhetorical question, okay? You don't have to answer.
Let's not make this to be like
most of the United States and Canada is mainly rugged.
Look at some illiterate here. One cent Chico. I did not drive from. Look at 1 cent Chico. Look at this person.
You don't cut them off.
Look at this
when
person.
I want to make a point. You
People
don't
that
say
never
nothing.
been to anywhere.
But when I want to
Do you know
speak,
how?
you say you've been speaking. Like I can't get a
Why are
word.
you being so touchy today? I think it's easy, man.
Because you
People
do
are
this all
saying
the
things that
time.
they
It's
don't
like
have
you play
facts
these
for.
little games. I don't
Just
like
leave
it.
it. It's okay. The people say all kinds of things.
Canada and the United States is mainly rugged terrain, meaning forests and rivers and mountains. Okay, you keep hopping on Detroit.
How many
And
drug cartels do you have between
let me,
Canada and the US? But you
Kenny,
have all manner of drug cartels between Mexico and the US, and you say that they should not man it?
nobody
How
is
do you
saying
guys
that.
reason at all?
Nobody disputed them manning it. What
So
you
what's the
said,
problem now? Where's the argument?
but Kenny, it's okay. Let the other person get a word in. What you said was that it was manned like Mexico. This is what started the whole argument. And I was trying to show you that it is not as manned in terms of manpower, maybe in terms of technology like Mexico. And forefathers
Not even as much.
well, no, it actually is. There's eyes
From what
everywhere.
they said limited.
Well, no, I'm telling you for 100%, it's mad. There's eyes everywhere. There's trip wide. Trust me, you're not just running in and out of Canada and the United States. It is mad. It's very, very mad. Okay, even in the remote areas. But that is not even what we're arguing. You're coming in here now calling the Mexicans drug cartels.
No, I did not call Mexicans drug cartel. No, don't twist what I say.
You're saying you don't want them to come destroy your
That's
beloved
not what I said. I did not say I don't want them. I said the US is fixing
Ken, it's
the
okay.
territory.
Let me finish. Okay, so
So,
you don't want them destroying the United States with the way they destroyed their own country, running down
that is what I
drugs,
said.
drug cartel. Right, good.
Yes.
So, and then forefathers asked a personal question, which I thought he was actually going to continue off of, which is why is it so? And he said because of the economy. And why is their own economy not as buoyant as that of the other two North American countries, which are mainly Caucasian countries, the United States and Canada, simply because they've been ostracized when it comes to development. Okay, so all the treaties that will develop them, both sides have been working together. All the treaties that will secure them, both sides, meaning the United States and Canada, have been working together, putting Mexico to the side. All right. But one thing you're failing to forget, and this is what I was asking you the first time, or you're failing to remember. I said, how did Canada come to be? Because whether you know it or not, Canada came to be just like the United States. It decimated its native population, which they call the First Nations, just like the United States decimated the Native Americans right here in the United States. So whether you know it or not, Canada is as a result of a colonial power overtaking the native population. It is the same thing. So let's not pretend that these are not racist societies that finally evolved to become economic superpowers, because they are. So it's not about, well, why didn't the Mexicans not develop their places? It's because they've been playing behind the 8 ball, and the people in charge that had an advantage have been making sure that they don't progress. And this is what has been happening, and this is what still happens today. So let's stop reiterating white
See,
nationality.
our level of understanding differs, right? I cannot force anyone to accept my opinion, and you can't force me to accept your own opinion. But there is only one fact. The fact is that there is a strong bilateral agreement between the US and Canada. In Canada, you have more security in Canada than you have in Mexico, right? Mexico breed a lot of criminals. That is fact. They breed a lot of cartels, drug cartels, and they push in drugs here. There was such a little few from Canada to the US.
Some of the things you are saying, I don't know how aware you are. This is the kind of thing they say about African countries. We breed this, even when you know full well that if they let me finish what I'm saying. See, even if when you know full well that if they desired it that Mexico would be doing just as well as Canada, they would do it. Part of the criminal cartel that is going on in this, where do you think the drug is flowing to? America. They have a hand in all these things. They are all. It's a whole system of control.
We are saying the same thing.
What do you think the drug, and how did you think the drug gets to the back
We are saying the same thing, and the government says
but you are here making it look like it has nothing to do with the type of people that they are dealing with. I mean, hold on. How many times do you see them doing that with European countries?
Hold on now. You just affirmed that there are more drugs coming in through Mexico. So if there are more drugs coming in through Mexico, there should be more security between the borders.
They created it deliberately.
Right? There should be more security. And this has nothing to do with profiling. The record has it. The statistics has it.
Hold on. Let me ask you now, was drug flowing through there during the 1930s, during the 1940s?
I wouldn't know.
No, there was no drug problem then.
Well, it was alcohol back. It was alcohol.
Yeah, that was alcohol, and that wasn't. Was it manufactured in those areas? I don't know. But the point was that there was no drug as cocaine as we know it now. There had to be something that would make that side look bad, so that they will keep that side.
Because Americans
look at South Africa and other countries around it. America is doing well. South Africa is doing well, but other countries around it is not doing well.
Who said that South Africa is doing well?
South Africa is doing better than all the countries around it.
When you mean well, what do you mean by well? Who says that South Africa is doing well? Economically, that did not cascade to the citizens. That the citizens are suffering.
No, it's doing better than the countries around it. My point is that you have to realize that the countries that are doing the best are the European ones until the Asian ones started doing well again. And there's a reason why that is. When they won the First World War in the first instance, they impoverished this in Germany, but Germany fought back, and the second time they decided to enrich Germany for doing what Germany doing in the Second World War. But somehow, hold on. But somehow the Mexicans have to be punished for being criminals.
Sincerely, have you been to Canada? Have you ever been to Mexico?
No, we don't want you to talk. Everybody that comes here, we try to keep
have
them
you been to Mexico before?
As much as possible.
No, I'm asking for us. Have you been to Mexico?
No.
Have you been to Canada?
No.
Please try to visit these places. Do you know, for us, in as much as Nigeria is not secure, do you know that I feel more secure in Nigeria than in Mexico?
Of course, now you're likely to feel more secure
in such a country where there is high level of insecurity. You want, honestly, in your clear mind, anyone will want US to open its borders for people to just walk in from Mexico.
Can nobody said they got to open the borders?
So what is the argument? I just want to understand the point of argument here.
That was why I said.
And this has nothing to do with because they are blacks or because of their color. It has nothing to do with that. That's what I'm trying to correct. It's all centered.
Okay, now security. I'm checking the total number of. Hold on, I'm checking the total number of homicides in Mexico versus that of America. Total number of homicides. Hey, that's fancy word for murder in US. Boom. All right, let's see.
What is the number? US population?
US population is 300 million or so.
What is the population of Mexico?
I think 120 million or so.
More than double, right?
220 million actually. 220 million.
More than double.
No, it's not more than double. 220 million. Mexican population.
Inevitably, Mexican crime will be higher
50%
because
more.
Investigation is lax, police training is underfunded, and manpower is not enough.
130 million. However, the homicide rate in Mexico is 32,300 and 250. Why that of the US is 20,000. Why that of the US is 20,000. However, the gun death rate, that's the people that die from gun violence in America alone eclipse 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
So
I also want you to check. Yeah. Now, this record you just pull up now, the argument, and I also want you to pull up now, right? How many US citizens?
committed
these weapons come
crime
from
in
that
Mexico compared to
Mexicans
how many
used to
Mexican
commit.
citizens commit crime in the US.
That
Check
makes
that as
See,
well.
what you are doing, you are talking like a
That's,
white supremacist,
that
man. What
makes
is
no
wrong
sense.
with you?
I am white. Are you okay now?
You're talking about like a white supremacist. Like some of
I
the
am
questions you're
white.
asking,
Are you
as if
okay now?
you,
Kenneth is white.
as
Are
if
you
you don't
okay?
understand the underlying reasons why it's like that. You will set your own. You see, people like Kenneth, they are quite dangerous actually. The way he behaves is the kind of person that they will get and they will program to say anything, and he will say it. He just says, "Oh, Mexicans
I am white.
Hold
I am
on,
white.
hold on. No, don't be interrupting now. Come on. You know what he does? He will just come and he will say stuff that a white person will say, and he'll say black people like that. And like, he will say Nigerians are corrupt. We are corrupt people. But without getting to know that Europeans, because of their dominance of that area, they kept the conditions like that for it to be corrupt. And you make it look like it doesn't have anything to do with them at all. That is exactly what white people say when they do that to you. They will tell you that, I don't understand it. Why he talks like that.
issue is, I understand why he talks like that, and I
Yeah.
say it in the chat all the time, and I've said it to him. Kenneth's issue is when he came to the
Why did you
United
take me out?
States.
I said that I'm white.
Because you are saying, because you are saying things that are just
Why are you
very
angry that I'm white? Why are you angry that I'm white?
No, I would rather hear a white person say it than hear it from a black person. At least a white person is saying it from a honest point of view.
Is that why you are angry? You accuse me. You say that I'm speaking like a white person. I say, yeah, I'm white. Are you okay with that? Why are you being racist against me?
A white person should speak like that.
Why are you being racist against my color?
A white person should speak like you're not white.
Because I'm only white guy in the midst of black people. Why you guys?
Let's let Jide speak, please.
Let me ask Kenny a question before I speak.
Why are you guys being racist?
Do you listen to right-wing influencers on YouTube?
No, I don't really listen to those people. I don't.
Do you listen to Shapiro? Do you listen to Shapiro? Do you listen to Candice?
No, I don't listen to those people.
Oh, okay. The reason why I ask is because some of your talking points is probably from a lot of their talking points.
No, some of my talking points are based on my understanding of this country. Put it that way.
Wow.
Yes.
You are people creating FBA.
No, he's not. Listen,
that's what they're running against us.
When Kenny came to the United States, the people that were nicest to him were obviously people of that mindset, white people. So he has an experience.
My first girlfriend was Black American.
My
first girlfriend was Black American.
He has an experience.
The day I landed in this country, I chose her. Black American.
We got to show him some kind of empathy.
Very fine girl.
And
Black American.
Okay, please let me finish. So we got to show him some kind of. We got to show him some kind of empathy and understanding, because the people.
You can't change my understanding of this country.
I mean, come on, stop the.
You guys don't have such knowledge at all.
You are understanding the way Tinubu understands it. You are like so.
You guys don't have such adequate knowledge.
From the point
to
of view
me on this country.
Can I talk to this?
Can go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Kenny would listen and learn. I've learned from Kenny.
No, you listen and learn. Don't say that, please. If you have your opinion to say, you say it. You listen and learn.
Okay.
And mind you, I'm white among you guys. You guys have decided to say that I'm white today. I have accepted I'm white.
This you were saying about Mexicans were quite offensive. We were calling them.
No, I did not say anything about Mexicans. It's the insecurity. I would say the same thing about Nigeria. I even said worse about Nigeria, where I come from. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, but you were saying this about Mexicans. That's what I'm addressing. It felt like you were just maligning their population, saying they're just criminals. And even when I asked
did not say that.
Even when I asked you whether they were doing drugs,
that they have morals. Fathers, you guys, see, these Democrats, liberals, they know, they're the children of the devil. They know how to twist things.
I'm not a Democrat, by the way.
I am not a Democrat.
But you support their views, you support their policies.
I support.
I don't support all their policies.
See, what you are doing is that when they tell you that something has to do with race, you say no. But yet you're happy to malign any other race that is around there.
Maybe she kept coming back.
That lack of consistency.
She kept coming back. Let me for sure. So the thing is the fact.
Carry on, Jare.
Why are you muting me now?
Because Jide's turn.
You see, I feel like I've listened to a lot of things that you said, and it seems like there's a lot of things that you need to know, so that you can have a balanced view. Because that's why I asked if you have these influencers, because to understand the context of why you have high proliferation of drug cartels in Latin America, And now a lot of them are also infiltrating the border and coming to the US and all those things. Either it's propaganda or it's actually true. You need to understand the history of why Canada and the United States, North American countries, are more economically advanced than Latin American countries. We need to understand the historical context. We're talking about the late 19th century. You had the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine up till today still has negative impacts on Latin American countries, including Mexico. That's why a lot of Latin American countries up till today are still economically lagging compared to countries like the United States and Canada. That's number one. The second point you need to understand is what is the cause of the proliferation of drug cartels? What is the cause of these gangs and drug cartels that are now the headache of the US government? Actually, it was actually the making of the intelligence agencies, of the CIA, during the Cold War, and even after. What are these drug cartels used for? They are the debts. I don't want to go deep into the details. I mean, it's very murky. But what they do is these agents, these drug cartels, these gang leaders and all that, they were used to sabotage socialist movements, Sandinista Bolivarian resistance movements.
Just say Iran country.
Against US imperialism. Against US imperialism. You have an example in like El Salvador, where drugs were used to channel the sabotage of the Sandinista regime, where they used some guerrillas, CIA, they orchestrated some guerrillas to fight the Sandinista regime after they took power.
And that was the cause, and that was the reason why the citizens come to this country and decide to commit crime. Was that the reason?
Listen and learn.
No, because you guys are deviating. You guys are deviating from the subject. Was that the reason why the citizens will come to this country just the way you come to this country?
Yes, they destabilize their countries.
No, and they choose to commit crime.
Because the criminals from those countries end up in the West. Jesus.
Do you commit crime?
But if you look at the statistics,
common sense, you don't want to learn. Do you commit crime when you come here?
Can I talk?
No, most of them don't commit crime, by the way.
They only deport those that commit crime.
No,
no, they deport them regardless. On the
they are
southern
deporting
border,
children and everything.
This is what they always did on the southern. This is what they always did on the southern border. Okay?
If you come to somebody's country, you would try to be
back then on the
to be a legal resident of that country.
United States.
It's very simple.
A native, I'm going to start acting like you. So if you were
no problem
on the southern border, you didn't have to come in. Well, of course, technically, it is a crime to be in the United States without proper visas, right? But if you were on the United States, there's something called the expedited removal, where if you were a citizen of any Latin American or Central American country, if you were caught within 300 miles of the U.S. border, you were subject to removal without due process.
Do you have legal documentation?
Kenny, I just said that. I just said something on that. Were you listening or were you just hearing me talk?
No, you just said where you found within. If you don't have legal documentation, you will be documented. You will be deported. There's nothing wrong with that.
A lot of these drug cartels, they are connected to the intelligence agencies, and they're also connected to a lot of these Latin American governments. Because we need to understand all these things, though. Don't get it twisted. And these drug cartels, they use them to do their dirty job in Latin America. So it's not like they are.
And then what is wrong when Trump decides to deport them so that they will stop? They will stop engaging themselves in drug business. What is wrong with that?
That is the game. That is.
Did you hear?
It's a lie.
My friend, you guys are just sit down and you are assuming things. He just decides. He just accused them of engaging in drug business.
Oh God.
With the connivance of the U.S. Listen, the problem is he goes into...
It's Jide's turn, please.
The way the U.S. governments implement their foreign policy, they need to develop a narrative. Can you listen? The way U.S. governments implement their foreign policy, they use narrative, false narratives. They can say they'll go and bomb the country and go and spread democracy. Now, they're going to invade Venezuela. Why are they going to invade Venezuela? They said they're going to stop drug cartels. Meanwhile, Venezuela, if you look at all the countries in Latin America, Venezuela probably
now, Papa, do you agree with me that we've deviated from the topic now?
No, we're not deviated.
No, it's not deviated. Because it's not deviated.
The topic is about deportation.
Oh God.
No, he's
You
talking.
just
No,
said
no,
it.
you are saying
You
that because
shared the video
no,
here.
no, no,
You
no, no,
played.
no, no, no. You are saying that Southerners, that the
Stop
Mexicans are
muting
more
me.
crime. No, you are saying they are crime reading. He's trying to explain to you what happened, why they are like that, and you are making it look like America has nothing to do with it.
Wait. With all due respect, Judy, okay? When you want to get into topics like this, make it simple, especially if the person is not willing to listen to you. It's not the chance to try to impress with
Now you did not mute. You did not mute Bumbureo, right?
Yes,
You see,
he's not interrupting
no,
continuously.
no, he interrupted. You did not mute him, but you mute
Carry
Kene.
on
What
now.
I'm saying is
Okay,
very
If you don't want me in the conversation, I will just go.
What I'm saying
Nobody
is
It's
say
very
he should not
simple.
be in the conversation. Stop interrupting
what I'm
constantly.
saying.
Let him say.
I'm telling you
Let
what
him
is
speak for a
going
minute
on.
before we interrupt.
I just raised a.
Donald Trump said they have to and the US government, the Pentagon said they have to be an US government driven intervention in Venezuela to drive the transport of drugs and elimination of drug cartels in Venezuela. But that's not actually the case. The reason is because Venezuela is an anti-imperialist government and they are internalizing their country to develop their country. They are investing in their people. They do not want any influence from the US.
Venezuela has the largest gas reserve in the world. Keep it simple.
Yes. If you look at Ronald Reagan, the same Republicans, if you look at Ronald Reagan, during that time in the 1980s, they went to fight the Sandinistas. They justified the invasion of Nicaragua, the proxy war in Nicaragua, by saying they are trying to stop the proliferation of drugs. Remember, this is historical. It is the same trend. This is what they use. They use narratives to carry out insidious activities. Meanwhile, those activities still go on because it needs to go on so that they can sabotage any regime that is anti-imperialist that wants to develop their country. And there are many examples. Look at Chile. Look at Colombia. Look at that country. Look at the high level of operation of drug cartels in Colombia. Look at Colombia today. Right now, Colombia is still under the shadow of the United States. There were a lot of struggle against U.S. imperialism. And guess what? The U.S. government used drug cartels to sabotage that movement in Colombia. And let me tell you something. Look at the country called Cuba. Cuba have been under sanctions for close to 60 years. And despite all the effort by the U.S. government, Cuba has one of the least incidents of drug cartels or movement of drugs in that country up to today. And
now, Jide, my question to you is very simple. You know you like to talk too much, right? My question to you is very simple. When the citizens of those countries you just listed now, when they found their way to the US, instead of them to be law-abiding residents, they decide to either commit offense of sexual-related matters or even gun-related, like killing, or they may even go on peddling the drug business in this country as well. Was that the reason why they could not be responsible enough to work genuinely and have their earnings? What is the cost? You are just taking us far from what we are discussing.
In the context of the border control, in the context of the border control crisis in the US.
No, their hands were all tied, and the USA, you must engage yourself in drug business. Look at what you are trying to justify.
No, listen, Kenny. This is what he's not explaining properly, okay? At some point, the U.S. government was involved in narco trafficking. The effects of it went all around, affected all
U.S. government, you say.
Let me finish, okay? It affected, it's okay, let the other person get their word out. The U.S. government, like he mentioned Reagan and going down the wrong.
And now Donald Trump in Venezuela.
Let me finish, okay? So Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, George Bush the First, Ronald Reagan, all these people controlled from the CIA down to the Department of Defense. And they had a hand in sending arms to rebels that were in charge of the coca fields in South and Latin America This is what the Sandinista rebels is talking about. If you've ever heard about the Iran contract events, if you've heard, go read about people like Manuel Noriega, the leader of Panama. Go read about people like Freeway Ricky Ross. These were people that unknowingly worked with the CIA to flood the United States government, the United States with cocaine, which they later developed into crack cocaine. So what he's saying is the United States has always had a hand in drug trafficking and arms proliferation all over the continent of not only North America, but in fact all over the world. That's what they're trying to get you to know.
That's
So
what I'm
it's not-
explaining to him. That also, thank you so much, Colonial Master. I want to also add that the U.S. government institutions, they are complicit in that border country they are complaining about. They are complicit because trafficking has to go on. And it is not just drugs, underage girls, so many things go on. They are complicit. You see, this narrative of blaming immigrants, we need to go away from it.
Okay, can we let the lady raise her hand? It's just a procedure. If she raises her hand, we let her speak, then you can carry on. Please, thank you. Go ahead.
Forefathers, I want to say that I understand this program is called Have Your Say 24/7, whatever, and you put it in front, fact only. So if are we actually going by that? Because I feel like when we're having this kind of conversation, this is a public platform, and we're Nigerians. We're people. A lot of people are listening. So I feel like is there whether you can curb the ignorance and maybe some people being deliberately obtuse, you know. We can.
I'm trying. Sometimes they flood it. They flood it.
Because it's kind of like not making the conversation, you know, because we are not dealing with facts. If we are going to be coming here and be like we are kind of like pushing a propaganda, I don't feel like we should be on the platform and have a propaganda to, you know. So instead of us to argue, we can argue on the facts. It's now left to you to take it or not. You can like the fact. You can choose not to take it, but just us being like deliberately, it shows to speak to us as we. That's why I said earlier that Nigerians are the only group of people that I know. They went to school, but they don't understand how the world works. Because we platform. Sometimes when I listen to this platform, I'm like, oh my God, what are we doing here? And we just go argue on something as simple as just something you can look up. It's not. We don't have to be arguing. It's too much. It's not a matter of argument. We can agree to the fact or not. But when we argue back and forth on something as simple as just doing a little Google search and get the truth out, instead of us going like 30 minutes just talking back and forth for nothing burger, it's just that's where Nigeria will never move forward. I'm telling you. That's where we never progress as people.
I think sometimes some people are welded to their ideas. They don't care about reason or fact.
We cannot platform that.
Exactly. That is the fair point.
If you are not arguing based on fact, then you can take it elsewhere.
I used to think
if you can't listen to facts, then you are not forced to come here.
We are not here to insult
nobody. You can't force your opinion on anybody.
Right? It's not about forcing opinion.
This is what I.
That's exactly what you guys are trying to do.
Just hold on. There is a difference between opinion and fact.
You are not moderating well.
I'm moderating. I have to get this point across. No, I have to get this point across. You're going to let me.
She's easy to attack.
You will let me.
She's easy to attack instead of speaking.
No. If you are telling,
she has not contributed anything but to attack. Is that moderation?
Do you believe you are
biased?
Do you believe you are telling the truth?
No, you don't believe in telling the truth.
No,
you see truth right in your face.
If you believe they are telling the truth,
I'm saying the fact.
Hold on now.
I am saying the fact.
Calm down. If you believe
you gave her time to speak, she could not speak say anything meaningful but to attack.
No.
You can't force her opinion on anybody.
She didn't mention your name.
She don't. No, but she's attacking somebody on this platform. Is that right?
It's not only you. It's not today. It's not only today.
Are you saying that it's right?
You'll be justified.
Because I am not.
I
You'll be
cannot.
justified. Let's move on. Let's move on.
I can't
Please,
accept your opinion on anybody's
Let me
opinion.
piggyback on what Baby Ray
Please
said.
go ahead.
The problem here.
Sorry. Let her go ahead. We just interrupted her. Let her finish what she was saying. Please go ahead. Thank you.
And I say that to say that it's not the Nigerians. I don't know how they feel like everything is attack when you're telling them the truth, telling them because a lot of people, you know, and I'm just throwing this out there. A lot of people, we are very disrespectful people. We're very disrespectful people, and it shows in our character, the way we talk to each other.
Very disrespectful.
So I'm saying that we should be mindful. We don't need to argue when we can just do simple truth, and we just argue for an hour on something that's simple as somebody can just look up and put it on the platform then we move on to the next something.
Your truth is not a fact. Learn it today. It's very simple. Education is very vital, but some people don't have it. Your truth is not a fact.
I am not going to engage with you. I am not going to engage with you. I cannot engage with people like you. We are not on the same level. We are not the same caliber. And that is the fact. I am not going to engage with you. You're very, very, very obnoxious.
Leave it. Just leave
cannot
it.
do that.
Just leave it. Let's not go at each other. The idea is let's be factual. I like the idea that he highlighted the fact only session. And if Kenny doesn't have anything if he's telling the truth, he doesn't have anything to worry about. The facts would bear him out. So please go ahead.
It can't be a platform to propaganda things that are not true. People are listening to us. People are learning from other people. And this is how we just spread misinformation and just spread things that are not useful to us. That is why Nigeria will never move forward. And I weep for my people, the way they talk, how we reason. We need to really unlearn a lot of things and relearn, so that maybe that way we can function as people in the society or wherever we go. It's very, very important. But we can't go on like this, just talking for 30 minutes, like it's just like a meaningless conversation.
You have no level. You are empty.
How to insult. The next thing is insult and all of that. When you're actually...
Who talks about level? Do you have one?
My friend, friendly arguments or not. Come on, we can't keep going like this. This is not making any sense. It's okay for people to be heated, but come on.
I'm actually enjoying it now. He doesn't know
what's
happening.
But it makes no sense. She's saying
No. He's not saying anything. Please go ahead. Thank you.
What she's saying is right. Listen.
Yes, it's right.
There's people listening, and Ken is allowed to have his opinion, however ignorant or on factual, if that's a word, right? I'm just discombobulated now.
Calm down.
But this is what we can do. Can it chill? So, BB Ray, listen, this is the problem here. The problem, in a way, and this is not chastising forefathers, okay? In a way, the problem starts with forefathers. And we can excuse them, or maybe not. Yeah, but we can excuse him because he also does not know these things that you're talking about. He's not familiar with them. He's trying, but he's not abreast with a lot of this information. So what he's also doing, you see, even Google and Chat GPT are not helping him because he goes, I don't know how he words them, and he'll come with completely crazy things that will further inflame the argument already on ground. Kene, we have to agree, he speaks on white tropes, white supremacist talking point. You can tell. Either he listens to Laura Ingraham and Rush Limbaugh and this kind of people a lot, or the people he's influenced by listen to them. I think that is the issue, but we have to bring it, because I'll tell you something. When the councilman came on, I respected Kenny for one thing. And I'll tell you what. Kenny is not a liar. Now, before you argue with me, I'll tell you something. Kenny is not a liar, and that's why I like him. Kenny is a straightforward person. He speaks on what he believes. However ignorant it is, however untruthful it is. We know it is untruthful, but because he believes the people he listens to. There were people on here, wink, wink, the moderator, that started pretending that they were always on the same side as the things Councilman Iziona was talking about. Again, I'm pointing that way, up, right? But with Kenny, even though everybody in the chat was insulting him, he's ignorant, is this, is that, is that. One thing I picked out of that, and this is why I like Pants Hat too. One thing I can say about them, they're not liars. They're rude, they're brash, they're obnoxious, yes. But they say their own truth as they see it. They don't switch sides. Oh, this person now said, white forefathers argue over APAC and his little brother over there. I was waiting for him to come on too. Argued over APAC, telling us it's not important, telling us Epstein files don't matter. But when the councilman came on, I was shocked. Forefathers was talking about APAC. I'm like, wait, what? Who's wearing this dude's mask? So I think you guys, I understand there's a lot of tension, but I'm trying to put some light humor to it. Let's forget the tension. Let's speak as adults. It's okay for us to argue. Can it please? No personal insults. Ms. Bibere, subliminals, let's chuck it and let's argue like family and let's move on.
Yeah, but I understand, because I am not here to like be rude to anyone or anything, but I just feel like when we are here to learn from each other. We are teaching other people because what we are talking about, because they are very important. But when we now give it like the whole time, then we are arguing on something that is just basic as something we can just quickly just look up. So it's like we're wasting our time. It's like we're wasting our time when we do that. I just feel like when we are here, if we're arguing, okay, pause. Let's have a quick check of what these two people are talking about. Then we can move. If we don't want to go into it, we can move on to something else. When people just sit in on an issue and you are just like go on, and we're arguing back and forth too much, like we don't even know what we're arguing about. So it's just strange. I think we can always just reorganize.
I think let me say this. I think henceforth, see, Kene, let me finish. Come on, man, come on. We are trying to move forward here. Kene, we are trying to move forward. What is this now? Calm down. You will speak. I assure you, you will speak. You will speak. Yes, you will speak on this very matter. Let me finish. You will speak on this very matter. Don't think we are just going to sideline you. Nobody will ever sideline you. So be relaxed on that one. Just calm down. You will have your say. I think the point she's raising is building on the fact that I tried to create a fact-only session, and she's raising that we have to have panelists that are open to checking information, and when that information is checked, it is found to be accurate on one way or the other or disproved, we should move on along the line of the findings instead of just fighting over things, except that person has another point to raise. We have to try to elevate the conversation to that point. I think it's not too much to ask. Okay? Now,
if you want to stand on the side of truth, you don't have to be economical with the truth. Whenever you begin to be economical with the truth, you are not being sincere with yourself. Now, the fact is, I joined this show when you, Bumbum Ray, and Tony were on the platform I joined, right? And we were having a clean argument without insult, without even shouting on one another. Even when Tony was trying to get back at me, I took it as a joke because that was how I came in. Nobody insulted the other. But immediately this lady joined and you gave her the opportunity to speak. She started denigrating people here. In as much as she was not being specific with anybody, but you all know who she was directing it to, right? Now she insulted that person, whomever the person is on this platform. You pretended as if such disrespect and insult never existed on this platform, and it came out from her.
Then when it was my own turn to speak, then I threw in my own jabs too, without calling any name. That was how it started. Forefathers, you're on this platform. I have never insulted anyone here, but you dare not insult me. Whomever I don't care who you are. If you insult me, I will insult you 10 times. That is it. The fact is, I will never be the first to insult anybody on this platform. God will bear me witness, and any sensible and honest person on this platform will bear me witness. Not because she's a lady, she will come to a platform and then you give her the chance to speak and she'll be insulting people and you condone that. And then I don't have the right to rebuke her. That is not justice, forefathers. Now, forefathers, you're talking about truth or fact. Yes, the argument was based on fact. And even before she came in, I challenged everybody here. Show me your fact. You guys could not show me one. I presented my own facts. Hold on. And I asked you, hold on. Please, no interjection, please. I presented my own fact. You said that is not it. Forefathers, you came up with your own. Still, we are saying the same thing. We are saying the same thing. Nothing but that your own number is bigger, which is fine. I agree with that. Nobody insulted one another. So if she is being disrespectful here, she must be cautioned. That is it. You don't have a right to say your opinion stand and my own shouldn't. And because I am not agreeing with your own opinion, I shouldn't come to that platform. Who born you? Who dash monkey banana? It is the honor of this platform that can bar me from coming to this platform. Then I will go. But you as a panelist, just the way I am, you have no such right to go and create your own channel. If you see me there, know that I'm looking for your trouble. So we are making argument here based on targeting black people. That was why I joined. But if you're deviating from that argument to something else, I will just excuse myself. The fact remains that in this country, I don't feel targeted. Very simple. I don't feel uncomfortable. Very simple. But if you feel targeted and you feel uncomfortable, that is your own problem. That is not mine. You can't force me to believe what you believe. Learn that fact. That is how you communicate in public. That's how you communicate with people. You don't force your ideas on people. And you should be mature enough. You should be educated enough to learn to accept differing opinions without being insulted. You don't have the right to say, oh, somebody is educated, somebody is not educated, somebody is illiterate, somebody doesn't have the knowledge, somebody is... Nobody paid my tuition here. Do you understand? I am not on the same level with anybody here. And I'm not making mouth. I'm not on the same level with anybody. No, but I mean, your level might be higher than mine. Mine might be higher than yours.
Okay.
So we are not on the same level.
Take it easy. I don't
Do you
know how
understand?
this blew
So
up.
we know that fact.
You are getting a little bit
Do you understand?
excessively upset about
You
it.
trigger me a lot here. You wouldn't let me speak. You remove me, you remove me.
You spoke more than most people here. You have to admit. For
Why
once,
wouldn't I speak when everybody is against me?
More than everybody.
Everybody is on my throat.
Against you, but you spoke most, so don't say they don't.
No. You allow somebody to insult me, and I cannot respond because she's a lady.
Address this point because
A lady should be respectful enough not to be insulting people in public. That's the mark of a lady. Any lady that comes out in public and insults men is not trained well. No proper training.
Can you stop without being muted, please? So I wanted to address this point that I was accused of stating something that is not factual. I would like to know what I stated that was not factual. I'm a humble servant of nature. I'm trying to learn as much as I can. I'm not here to pretend as if I know it all. So there are a couple of things you said that was not factual. Please correct me, Vitali Info 20, or is that a different name for thank you? Thank you. Are you undercover in the chat? Try to correct me on the chat. So let's let Allah thank you to share our actual opinion. And I really thank you for coming up with that, clarifying it. I always understood that, but it's also good to hear some other person repeat the same point that we have to go by facts. And when we get a fact, then we move in that direction. We shouldn't just start arguing. If you have another point to raise against that fact, raise another point against the fact. But don't just argue blindly. It just doesn't help. And we all
but this
here
channel does that a lot.
Yes, we here have to start holding ourselves accountable on that. The point is that people that come on this panel, if you want to be one of the best, you have to be able to hold each other accountable based on fact, not just based on our own positions. Okay, let's do that. And I appreciate you for bringing that point. So please go ahead if you have your own opinion on the matters arising. You can speak on other things other than this immigration issue, because I think we're actually talking about the Epstein files when we drifted to the immigration issue. So please go ahead.
And before she starts, I was going to say I have a lot to say about Ukraine when it comes to me, when it gets to my turn. But
no, go ahead, Jide. I'm not talking about Epstein file.
Okay.
We know the truth. So, yeah.
No, what is the truth? Hold on. In this dodging character, I'm not letting her get away with this one. What do you mean you know the truth and you are not going to say anything? Are you afraid? What is going on?
I'm afraid if that's what you want me to say. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at
I'm
that.
in panic. No,
all right. Then.
We know the truth. Everything is being reported. If you want to learn more, you check it instead of just flogging a dead horse. It's
not a dead horse. Nigerians want to hear you tell them what is happening
Nigerians?
with the Epstein file, and you are keeping it away
Don't
from
mean that will tell them what is happening with the Epstein files. They know.
Okay,
but
thank you.
For our opinion.
You see, people are afraid of speaking now in America. This is the world we live in now. So-called freedom of speech. People are afraid of speaking the truth to power now, because everybody is scared. But Jide, I'm sure, is not scared. Jide is brave.
I can't talk about the Epstein files too much. Seriously, I mean, since
what is going on?
I try to dodge it. I don't try. I mean, seriously, I'm not talking about the Epstein files.
What is it because you don't know about it or you scared?
I mean, I won't say I know everything about it, but at the same time, I don't want to express. I don't want to analyze.
If you don't know about it, that's cool, but it's not.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be scared.
But it's really weird that people are actually being scared of talking about it. That is weird. Why are you scared? A lot of Americans talk about it all the time. The podcasts.
Nobody can do anything to you. We have what is called we have the First Amendment. Yeah, we have the First Amendment in this country. For all intents and purposes.
If you're already scared about it, these are the ones who want to fix our country.
I can talk about Ukraine, but I don't understand. Epstein files is a very
that is probably the most important and sacrosanct right you have in this country, the right to free speech. Second to the right, your Fourth Amendment right to unreasonable search and seizures. The Second Amendment and the rest come after. But the first and the fourth, never, ever be scared to assert those rights. They are your rights. You're in the United States, you're a citizen of the United States. Even if you're not, those are your rights. Nobody can take it away from you. Don't be scared. You got anything to say as far as you're not maligning anybody, you're not telling lies, no defamation.
Yeah. But I feel though, is it not very concerning that people now on this panel are scared?
I'll just generalize it.
Yeah, it is. It is because
I'll just generalize.
This is exactly what they want. And the more people get scared, the more people get gagged, the more you have a despot in power. So the first thing is to stifle dissidents. And once you can do that, and you can gag the ordinary citizens and put fear in them, and you put fear in the press, and you manipulate. I mean, look, Netanyahu 2 days ago was complaining to the United States that they need to start basically faking the algorithm. And they need to start going after dissidents. And he wrote a letter to the Australian Prime Minister, I think on Thursday, basically telling him what to do. Because he said, listen, I'm going to recognize Palestine in September. He's like, listen, you can't do that. You have to start going down on citizens, even your own citizens, on dissidents. You have to start gagging people. All we're going to create if we do that, is exactly what happened in the Weimar Republic that brought in Adolf Hitler. That was the first thing they did, burn the books, started going after the press. We kind of let that happen in the United States. We let that happen. You are calling for a new Africa, the same Africa y'all ran away from, where everybody ran away from. You're going to have the same problem over here. So insofar as you're not being racist, you're not being violent, you are not putting anybody's life or property in jeopardy, you have a right to speak on the happenings of this land. It is your fundamental right, and it is sacrosanct in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. There's no reason to be scared.
Yeah, leave them. It's not going to stop. So, fellow Nigerians, they are brave when they try to talk about Nigerians, but when it comes to when things get a little bit too hot, they're like,
to be honest, honestly, the funny thing is,
Duro. Go ahead.
I actually don't know much about it. Seriously, to be honest, I'm raising my hands now. Like, I don't know much about the same files. To be honest, I don't.
And he managed to know everything about Ukraine and Israel. It's funny, all this type of attitude that we carry. Go ahead. How do you learn about Ukraine and Israel without you miss Epstein in the middle?
No, seriously, like the Epstein files, like seriously, it's more. It's a very murky. It's like going into murky waters because it's more of a personal affair between elites. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You have these elites that are running things, and they're doing things behind closed doors. I mean, I'm not there. I was not involved. There's so many things we don't know. Like,
okay, let me give you a breakdown. Why? Let me give you why it is significant to geopolitics. And that is what I didn't know at first. I thought it was just one of those things. Here there was a prince in the UK that was involved, so I thought it was just one of those sex scandals that occurs, and it happened in the UK too. Today they haven't gotten to the bottom of that one. The judges kept resigning. So what triggered me on this one that gave me a bit of focus was the idea that Epstein wasn't operating on his own. He was operating with the support of a state actor. In other words, Tucker Carlson, a Republican, a supporter of Trump, accused Israel's Mossad of handling Epstein. So, in other words, or some of that, it could be even the CIA, anybody.
Yeah, I know Epstein was
so
Jewish.
that's what makes it quite significant, because if Epstein is running some kind of blackmail ring of top leaders in the world, you can see why American leaders are acting a little bit weird. Some of the things they are doing doesn't seem to make sense. And if you look at the influence some groups have over Americans, politicians, it doesn't add up. It's like something else is missing. Something is missing, and that's what is driving the right wing people crazy in America. That they want to see that file to find out what it means.
I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Honestly, what I would say is, I mean, like, even for as I am like this, if I want to go into US politics, like I choose, okay, I want to enter into US politics, I want to become a congressman or something. There will be something that will be, man, like, I don't want to go to, okay, but there will be something they would definitely use to cage me, where I will get into that thing and I have to just
not really, but
subservience.
That's politics everywhere, okay? And that's by virtue of the fact that nobody on earth is clean. Nobody on earth is clean. So if you have to go into politics, be prepared for your private life to be exposed. There's politics everywhere, not just United States politics. They can say you jaywalked yesterday. They can say you yelled at your dog 3 days ago. They say, oh, he was coming through the door. It didn't open it for an old lady. They can say anything. It's politics. It's not just United States politics.
Yeah, can I have my time?
But it seems like, oh,
I thought you were giving time.
Sorry, let me quickly say this about this Epstein thing. Like, one thing I know for sure, and I'm going to just say this, and everyone will understand what I want to say about the Epstein saga, is all these politicians, all these powerful politicians in the West, not all, but most of them, for them to move up to that, for them to move up in their career and get to the position of where they are, they have to pay the price. And when I mean pay the price, they have to pay the price in terms of certain things about their integrity, where they have to sell something. I don't want to be using religious thing like selling your soul, but they have to pay the price that is very integral to their life. They have to drop it to be subservient to people that are ruling this world.
The term that was used was that they put a kill switch in every politician. In other words, they have to have something that they use to keep them off if they need to.
It is based on, listen, this is what I always say about money, okay? Let me before I go. When you have money, when you start touching money and people say, oh, you've changed, he doesn't hang out with us anymore, because no. Money
ask me to wait.
Wait,
and people are repeating repeatedly. So can I say my one?
You have your say. It's just interjecting. No one, you have your say.
1 second, please. Let me. That's my fault. 1 second. So when you have money, does not change you, right? Money only reveals who you really were at the core. With these people, this is my theory. It is a case of birds of the same feather flock together, right? So I know there are people, at least people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And Thomas Massey, that are saying they kept putting light on the Epstein file thing. And why could they do that? Because they knew there was no indictable offenses on their person. When I say indictable, not just law, but I mean morally. So there was nothing you could hold their feet to and say, oh, he's part of it. You know, Thomas Massey was the one telling us, like, I'm the only one. I remember I had this argument with you and forefathers several times. And he was saying, I'm the only one in Congress today that does not have a APAC handler. And he could say that because he wasn't beholden to them in any way. So it's not, you don't have to sell your soul per se. It's if you decide to participate in the activities, then more than likely you were caught on tape, wired on video evidence against you, or there's some sort of incriminating, maybe text evidence against you. But I think there's still clean people in Congress, but most people are compromised.
And at that point, when they have that hostage,
let's get to Kenya.
You see, in this country, I'm a strong believer of the effectiveness of the legal system in this country. And some people were elected because of the trust we have in them, that they will be able to lead this country right. And some people are in office because they qualify to be in that office. For example, we have Attorney General in this country, and then we have the judges. So they are doing their job. So it is not for me to sit here and begin to assume things that I'm not sure of, right? So whatever the result is, we will see it. And when the result comes out, we all either...
I hope when the result comes out in Nigeria too, you accept it.
Exactly. And that is actually what I want to talk about. In Nigeria, where you hold on now, you see you're interjecting me now. In Nigeria, where all of us come from, right? We have a Dangote trailers crushing the citizens, buying them every day on the street, and the government is doing nothing about it. The so-called road safety is doing nothing about it. The police will rather give them covers. I mean, the drivers, whenever they commit such atrocious acts. In Nigeria is where you have a company owned by a certain individual, Dangote, where the drivers pull truck fully loaded.
Well, how did we end up in Dangote now?
Hold on. Yeah, because we are saying things that have no value. Things that will never add value to you and I, things that does not make sense at all. That is what we were here saying for more than 50 minutes. Let's talk about things that affect us.
Why are you changing the topic? You can't change the topic like that.
No, I'm not changing the topic. This is what I want to contribute now.
It is now left for you.
The topic.
This is what my understanding of Epstein file or whatever you call him, right? This is my understanding of the file.
Understanding of Epstein file.
Yeah,
you can't come and just change topic. You are doing it again now. You can't do that.
I did not change topic. We're talking about the file. So the file, the record now is that Nigerians are dying every day because of Dangote.
Yeah, but that is not
now.
That is not
it is left for you to change the topic. I can't change the topic. I don't have the power to change the topic.
No, you are changing the topic. If you are brought on a show to talk about a topic and you start talking about something else, no, you are ruining the show. And
I thought you guys say that I don't have understanding of anything. That I'm a white man.
No, nobody's
so
saying
leave me to say it the way I understand it.
You are supposed to discuss what is going on, discussion we're having, not changing the topic like that.
Exactly. I touched it, right? This is my submission on that.
You're not having an honest conversation, and I'm beginning to think that there's a reason why you're not having it. You come here to disassemble and just change topic to whatever you like.
Everybody will bear me witness that I contributed to the topic, and I'm still contributing to the topic. My contribution is
you're talking about something else.
No, see, forefathers, me and you, we don't reason alike. Understand that, right?
No, if you're talking about a different topic, I know the difference between
we are talking about the files,
and
right?
Talking about the topic.
We are talking about the files that nobody here knows the content. We can only assume. We don't know what is in the file. And that was why I said that we have Attorney General, we have the judges, they should do their job. However, remember there is this deviating clause. However, we have a more pressing issue in Nigeria right now at hand. And we are not even talking about that. Which is
we don't know the files. We've seen the flight manifest.
No, hold on.
Nobody knows what's in the files.
So since you know since you know about what is in the file, why are you asking about the file again? You know the content. So tell us the content.
Why the files. We're asking about what you think about the situation whereby Epstein is being accused of.
What I think about it is we have judges, we have the Attorney General to do their job. However, I personally, let me not say we now, because I think we have different interests now. I personally, my interest is the incessant killing of people in Nigeria by Dangote trucks.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Now left for you as the moderator to either discuss it or discard it. Do you understand? But I raised something that is more pressing for me.
Fair point. It's a fair point to raise. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Others, I will say this though. You know, the people that were actually asking for the file, right? You know what their interest behind the file, why they actually wanted the files to be released. They made it their whole persona. They made it their whole, talking point because of what they wanted. There's been like a propaganda, like Democrats are running the ring of, pedophilia and all of that. That was why they've been pushing for the file to be released. And these are the same people that are now in power and they cannot release it. They made the supporters believe that the bunch of Democrats, they are doing this and this and that. And there's even like this Pizzagate propaganda. I don't know if you know about it. Colonial Master will probably know about that. So there's this Pizzagate stuff that has been running around for years now, because we already know. So them now saying the file is not being released, or they're gonna release it, whatever it is. That's why I don't really want to speak much on it, because they were the one pushing for it. For me, whoever is there in the file, I do not care. I do not care, but I care about the issue. The issue is very important. I just do not see why now they are like pushing for the file. They have the file, they know, and whatever it is. Do you think even if he's there, do you think it will not? This man, I literally said, if you stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, you will not lose a vote. It's actually true. It's true. Nothing is going to happen.
But I think what would change if they discover that, let's say, this is hypothetical, that Jeffrey Epstein is being run by foreign intelligence and is being used to carry out a blackmail ring that has compromised vast majority of American politicians. That is significant. That is, as a matter of fact, one of the most significant news for decades. That is big stuff. The most powerful country in the world, where their lawmakers and presidents and controlled by an ally nation. That is something I don't know how many times that's ever happened in history.
Can I ask you one question?
You now know that. You now know that
This
they
case,
are.
when did it happen?
For this propaganda.
Yeah, when did it happen?
I never said it was real. It's hypothetical. That is what they
my
are
question to you, Fofaras, is: we had 4 years of Biden. Why didn't Biden release the file? Why
because
didn't
they too are
Biden
compromised. Don't you
push
understand?
the
This is
case?
not. You are missing it. This is not political.
Oh,
This is
Father, can I finish?
Biden from pushing
I'm actually in the middle of conversation.
case.
Biden is compromised. Biden's party is compromised too. They are all compromised.
Thank you.
Forefathers.
Case closed.
Forefathers.
If it is true, if the theory is true, I don't know whether it's true, but if this is true, they are all compromised. So why would
Can I
anybody
finish my conversation?
Yes, please go
My
ahead.
conversation is the issue. Epstein investigation started, I think, during Bush. I would say Bush Jr. But I'm not even going to go into details. If you want to know stuff, go look into it yourself. So, but what I'm going to say is, we already have an idea. You understand? If you are paying attention, you already have an idea of people, whether the people that are supporting Democrat, they don't actually care whether there's Democrat. They want you open it up. Everyone is interested. Not forget, but the people that actually push, and they made it their own persona to campaign on it. They actually ran on it, making it like it's a whole bunch of Democrats that are in this, in this organization. I don't know if you get my point. They made it look that way, that it's only a bunch of Democrats that are there. And that is why their base were pushing for the file, pushing and saying, if you get into power, we want this and this and that. Meanwhile, they know all along. The people that you understand, because this investigation started long time ago. I don't know if you get it. So this is not about Biden or about Obama or whatever, because this investigation actually started.
Yeah, she's very right. Actually, there's a documentary on Netflix. I think it was in 2017 or 2019.
Yeah, there's a
Jeffrey Epstein.
yes.
It's a very deep, sensitive.
So it's not, they made it, they are the one that pushed for it, and they kind of like went along with their base just to get the vote, because they want you always want to give red meat to make sure like people have something to cling to. So they cling on to that, and they just kept pushing, and the base kept pushing, and they went along with it. Now it's time to open the whole thing, and now you want it covered, but you actually ran on it. You wanted it because they thought it was going to be a bunch of.
So, but what do you think now? So, do you think that it's both parties and it's in the interest of the entire nation for these files to be released?
Of course, everybody who would hear that. If your child is, that is done to your child, how would you feel?
Exactly.
I told you about the issue.
But why is it that the Democrats are not championing it? At least some Democrats. Why is it that the core people championing these are some Republicans?
No. I just said it. I told you that they ran on it. People ran on this because their base wanted.
But the people championing it now are not the ones that ran on it. We're talking about this Breitbart guy, Tucker Carlson didn't run for election. Candace Owen didn't run for election.
Because they've been talking about it. They made it
the
whole thing to talk about. And but this file has been there even when this man was in power the first time.
Yeah.
They fuel it because they wanted to, to give the base some kind of something because
the base was demanding it.
Yes,
that's why they gave them. They gave it to them.
The base believe it was a bunch of Democrats.
Yeah,
they believe it was just.
I'm not so sure. Some of them are smart enough to know that there's something bigger going on.
I am telling you that the base believe it was just a bunch of Democrats, because we know about the Pizzagate. That they are running this bunch of whatever.
The new Democrats were definitely involved. At least that's
not involved. They thought like the base what they were pushing was it was a whole bunch of Democrats that we're going to get them, because yes, we know that. And if you know, let me tell you something. That is what a lot of people don't know. During 2024 RNC, and this is a fact, during 2024 RNC, Grindr is a gay app. It actually crashed during the convention.
Wow. Okay, no,
If you look,
we don't know that for sure. Let's not malign those
no,
innocent.
it's not the matter.
and
I'm not maligning. This is not maligning. You can. That's why I said when we talk about stuff, you can. But I am not here to lecture
Maybe
anybody.
Democrats are just trying to ruin their good reputation, and
Who
when
cares
that's
about Democrats? If Democrats are there, why can't they be exposed? Democratic, they don't care about whoever is there. They want it exposed. I don't think you're paying attention to Democrat. They want it exposed. They don't care. They don't care. They're not trying to cover anybody. I'm talking about the base now, but the other base, they wanted it because they thought it was going to be bunch of all Democrats because of all this conspiracy theory that has been going on. Democrat that will be on there, so they'll be like, yes, we said it that they are this, we said it that they are that. And why I referred to the gay stuff was actually that if you look, and this is a research, if I start mentioning articles that are actually for real, which you can Google right there, if you look at Matt Schlapp, who is was he like one of their top guy, I can't remember the state that he's from. What did he do? What did he do with the aid? What did he do? If you Google that, this guy from Minnesota, this Congress guy from Minnesota that was just arrested recently, maybe a couple of months ago, sitting Congress guy from Minnesota that was arrested for trying to hook up with a 14-year-old. You don't understand. It's like a projection. But Democrats are not saying that do not release the file or we can. They know, but they wanted it because they thought Democrats would be a bunch of it, and it's just going to be a bunch of Democrats. So you start mentioning. So that's just my opinion on that. But it's always like a projection for them. If you look at it, look into I forgot this guy, the Minnesota guy, Matt Schlapp. Look into. You can Google it as I'm talking for you to know that what I'm saying is the truth. What happened? It was allegedly that he was trying to sexually assault a male. He's a male himself, a male aide. Look at
I guess they are all they are pretending they are not doing it while they are doing it, while Democrats are doing it out in the open.
No, but the thing, look at, it's just like a projection. Look at somebody that is called Jerry Falwell. Look at Jerry Falwell.
But like me, the way I look at this thing is that somebody in your position shouldn't worry about the horses, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. As a matter of fact, you should worry about Democrats because you are close to Democrats and you don't tend to see their flaws as well as you should.
No,
dangerous.
No. I'm not talking about dangerous. What are you talking about, forefathers?
They all
let me tell you why I would support Democrat. Let me tell you why I would support Democrat would be because America is a two-party system. You have to, in this case, you have to align a little bit with the party. First, I'm a woman, I'm black, I'm an immigrant. Which party aligned with that? That's how you look at policy.
They don't align with you. They just appear to.
No. Don't say that. They are not.
Can I contribute?
I'm telling you.
I understand.
Can I contribute?
No, not yet. Just hold on.
We have to be fair with timing, forefathers.
I'm going to come to you.
I will tell you this, forefathers. Black women in America, they are the most group that is well informed about American politics.
You informed, voting 90%. What have they gotten for it?
Hold on. Let me tell you. You cannot say what have they gotten for it. They are able to get civil rights. They are able to get voting rights. Yes, these people were not able to vote.
So it's the women that did all the marching by themselves.
I'm not saying only women. I am telling forefathers, you can check on this. We don't need to. You can check into this. Let me tell you, every progress made in America, there's always a backlash. It will be like 10 times over. That's why the progress. I'm not saying Democrats are saying that's not what I said. I just said America is a two-party system, so you have to align with a party that is at least a little bit that will at least align a little bit, because it's two-party system. There's nothing you can do.
Yes, but my point is that the rate at which our people are aligning The rate at which you no,
So
you
which
don't
party
have
do you
who
think?
says
Which
you have to
party should
align
they
to any of
align?
them.
Should they have aligned with which party?
Now that is the critical question. You align with the party that is going to do what you want them to do
And
now.
who is trying to erase?
I
their
want to do
history?
what you
No,
want
no,
them
no,
to
no,
do.
no. Hold on. Which party is trying to erase their history?
Which party is trying to erase their history? Both.
No, it's not both. It's not both.
Profiles, can you
Okay,
be fair with timing? Profiles,
let
can
me
you be fair with timing?
let me
You are not being
hold
fair
on.
here.
No, we are
Yeah,
going
can
to
you
come.
be fair with timing?
We are going to come to you. Don't
It
worry.
is not meant for
We're
one
going to
person
come to
alone.
you.
Yeah, can you
See,
be
you
can
share
you
the
be fair with
opinion that
timing?
I hold right now. We share the opinion that I hold right now. See, that party that you're saying is good to our own people. Yes, the other one wants to remove some document from the listing, while the other one is responsible for a lot of abortions in the community, a lot of gross
Oh, forget
community.
about
Hold on.
that's
Then a lot of this thing. What they call it? You saw what happened to George Floyd. A lot of deception that they deceived our community. They said they were going to pass a law to forestall such discrimination from happening to black people anymore. What do? They go into the office, they pretend as if, oh no, we don't have the power to do anything.
Did you
And they
listen to
pass
me
law
when I
for
said? Did
they
you
pass law
listen to me?
they pass law for Asians, they pass law for different other groups, but they don't pass law to help you. What is the point of voting a people that never helps you?
Forefathers. So will you not, forefathers? Will you listen to me when I said I'm not saying Democrat are, because American system is American system. If you know the history, you will know why everything is the way it is. Hold on. And I did not say Democrats are said and they're like. I said we have two political parties. You have two political parties. But what do you have to do if you're strategic? You align with somebody that is at least will do, even if it's just a little bit of what
Why
you
do you
want.
have to align? APAC
Why
doesn't
do you
align.
have okay? What should they do? What should they have done? What should
You
they have done?
influence both parties for your own interests. APAC
No,
doesn't align to
let me tell
anyone.
you, Republicans are not ready to be influenced.
How do you know that?
Because I know.
Right.
I have said it. Let me quickly go over this because I've said it before, but I'll go over it again. Let me tell you, when there was party switch, when ideology switch, this guy explained it last week. I don't know why we are still going back to this. When there was party switch, the Republicans became the Dixiecrat that as for statehood in America, that they wanted the slavery to continue. They were once Democrat. And when there was party switch, the Dixiecrats of Democratic Party, they are today's Republican. And the Democrats, they started embracing progressive ideas, which is civil rights, voting rights, things like that.
The same people that were evil before now they're imposing rules.
I told you that the Dixiecrats
of
Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats of Democratic Party, they left Democratic Party and joined Republican Party. That was what happened. That was what they call the party switch. It happened. You can look this up. And
but
I am
what that tells you is that both of them are not that
Okay,
similar.
when you have two party system, so should they not vote at all?
No. This is a fascinating conversation. Can you forgive us?
Profiles, I wanted to ask you a question. Just very simple question, and I will go. I have other things to do, please. Profiles, please. The last speaker here stated that the Republicans were pushing for the files. They were pushing for the case and all that, right? During Trump's first time. I want you to be critical now in your reasoning. Now, he pushed for it, but he couldn't release the file before he left office. Now we had Democrats in the office for 4 years. Mind you, the last speaker stated that Republicans were pushing for it, believing that Democrats were hugely involved in that crime, right? Now, if Democrats were not hugely involved in that crime, what stopped them from exposing it to the public for 4 good years that they were in office? They refused to do that. Is that telling you something? Now, not until the Republicans come back again, and all of the sudden, Republicans must expose the file because they are hugely involved in the crime. Simple and short. You see the way we reason. It's only God that will help us. So I know that I'm a white man. You guys gave me that title today, and I'll always reason like a white man. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Kenny, you're my guy. You're my guy.
Okay, so
Nobody called him a white guy. I said you reason like a white guy.
So let me finish. Let me just finish what I was saying. So what I am saying is, I'm not disputing America because they have a playbook. America has a playbook of how much progress they want black people to make in America or people of color. Let me tell you, it's just forget political party. America is America. Okay, I am not going to go into details of that and of how the Americans, but I'm talking about political parties now. Like the statehood, that's what you don't understand. That's what I'm telling you. The Dixiecrat that left Republican parties in the 50s, they are the one that are Republicans, and the left Democratic Party, they are the one that are Republicans today. And why do you think they were Dixiecrat? They were Dixiecrat because they want to continue they tell you statehood, they want the right states' rights, but they're actually for slavery. They're the pro-slavery Democrat that don't want any progress of whatsoever.
I am aware of that switch. My point is that, you see, let me make a different point. I think the point you're making, so hold on. The point I'm trying to make here, I think this conversation we are having here, I find it quite fascinating. You see, the point I'm trying to make on this is about looking beyond whether they are for slavery, looking beyond whether they are overtly very very racist towards us, because maybe there is some element of that actually might be good for us. Because when somebody lures you to an illusion of
you said slavery might be good.
No, not the slavery itself. Okay. When somebody is overtly hostile to you, knowing full well that they don't like you. Would you prefer an enemy that is hostile to you, to your face, than the one that is pretending not to be hostile but actually dangerous to you too?
If you are strategic, prophetess, if you're politics is about strategy. If you're strategic, you don't need to go for somebody that is hostile to you, that don't want you to eat at all. But if you're going to give me water to sustain me, hold on. If you're going to give me water to sustain me, I'll take it.
Well, no, but they are also just as deadly.
No. I don't want to agree with that, your narrative. I'm saying that I'm not saying that Democrats are good. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you on that. But I'm saying that if you have two-party system, what are you to do? Republican Party are not willing to budge.
I already told you what you should do. You are not listening.
They are not going to align.
And I disagree with you a little bit.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you raised a very interesting point about how being a black woman and being an immigrant, like you have to. It seems like Democrats align with your interests more, right? So the thing is, you're talking about the civil rights movement. You see, that is the mainstream narrative. The narrative of identity politics, right? But there's something you don't understand, or maybe you understand, but maybe you're a little bit biased. I don't know. The fact that majority of black people support Democrats, and at the same time, if you look at every social index, black people are at the bottom end of the spectrum. To me, that doesn't look like a positive impact. That's number one. Number two, you're talking about being a black woman. If you look at the poverty index in America today, black women as a group are the second, when you talk about the highest poverty rates in America, black women are the second to the last. I think the last are Native American or something, I can't remember. Someone can fact check me. But I'm the second to the last. And that's a very big issue. You talk about the Democrats and how they have a huge impact, positive impact, after doing the civil rights movement. We know, probably you know too, that after the civil rights movement, the dynamic of oppression towards black people, it changed. It was not like black people were liberated. No. As black people got integrated into white society and into the capitalist system, there was decline in the black community, dysfunction in the black community, separation of the family union in the black community. So if you're talking about being a woman and being a black woman, I understand. But you're not looking at the full context of the fact that most of the highest rate of single women in America, the highest rates are black women. I'm not saying that it's black women that are at fault. I'm talking about failed policies. And some of these policies, they were implemented by the Democrats. And these policies They were heavily implemented after the civil rights movement. From the civil rights movement, the feminist policies is having negative impact in the black community up to today, particularly if you look at the social structure. So we shouldn't make it seem like Democrats are so positive compared to the Republicans.
You're not listening to me. I didn't say that. I've repeated myself over and over. I said America is a two-party system.
You see, one give you water.
I'm not saying Democrats are saint or they are good, they are the best, or they have done this. That's not what I said. But I'm saying that if you understand American politics, you know that black people, they are very strategic in America. America itself they just say freedom and liberty, but don't let me, I don't want to go. The America itself has it. So it's just like we say, oh, Democrats are bad for maybe Africa, Republicans are bad. American policy is American foreign policy. Their foreign policy is bad. That is just the bottom line. So whoever is there is just American foreign policy. So I'm just saying that you want to tell me that black people in America who understand American system than you and I that are immigrants that just came here to learn about all this stuff. You think they don't know which one is better for, because they were once Republicans. They moved.
Many are, see, they are behind. You have to understand that
once Republicans.
They started off from a very low base. Let me add, please. They started off from a very low base, the black people, and then they build up from there. When you have been marginalized, tortured, lynched, and everything, then some other person offers you a little bit of what appears to be kindness, you are bound to want to accept it. Even if there are some that realized the danger. People like Malcolm X were saying, no, you have to separate yourself from these people. Assimilation is death and all the rest. As a matter of fact, Martin Luther King went and said,
integrating into the burning house.
In the burning house. So you are so the point is, you know, when you said that Democrats give you water, you see, this is what I find insidious about them sometimes. And what opened my eyes to them that I couldn't believe was what happened after George Floyd, that they didn't raise a finger. A finger. They had the votes to help the black community for one thing. And the Democrats will happily go into office, say they will never help black community. Hold on, please. These same people. No, you don't know how annoying it is. You don't know how annoying it is. Obama will go on TV. No, please. You know what is annoying me? There are videos that are playing online here. It's online. They play videos online where Democrats will be saying they will not help black people, but they will show them immediately helping other communities. What kind of people are these?
Let me tell you. Do you know that because you're a Democrat, that means you're not a racist? You know that, right? Hold on, Jide. Do you know that because you're a Democrat, don't mean that you're not? You don't mean that you're good, you're a saint. Let me tell you, and why? Let me tell you why. When you try to make, let me tell you. Hold on.
You're enabling them by giving them your votes.
I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm not disputing your point, but I'm saying that because you have in Democratic Party, because you are in Democrat, don't mean that you're not a racist. A lot of them are there. Let me tell you, example of a person that I was, that I would not even like support all the way would be, according to what I have learned about him, and don't even let me give that as an example. Let me just continue my conversation. But I'm saying that because you have Democrat when people are trying to make progress or something, you have the centrist Democrat that would disagree and say, no, we will not vote for this. Because they're in Democratic Party don't mean they are good. Good don't equate Democratic Party. That's what I want you to understand.
I'm talking about the policies.
And that's what I'm saying. Is it not that for you to vote for policy, that's where you get your votes? You can have the majority vote, but people in your party might say, we will not vote for this. Let me tell you what Republicans, they understood the assignment. Republicans, they go in lockstep. They know what they're all about. They go for it. But Democrat is too big of a party that you have in there. You have racists. In there, you have people that don't want progress for black people or whatever. In there, you have people that are anti-immigrant. Because you're there, don't mean that they're all for that. How do you get your vote? Even as a black person,
you see what you're doing now. You're making an excuse for lack
I'm
of
not
action.
making my excuse.
That's the stuff
political reality. This is the reality.
They play. No. You know what? I used to buy that message that they sent.
Let me tell you the problem.
That is debt for your community if you believe that.
Two-party system is the debt. if there is like that is the problem in America.
It works for them just
so do you want them to go to Republicans that they already know that say, you know what, we don't even want your history to be taught in schools. We feel like we don't want to hear it. So you will go there and negotiate. Do you see what happened? No, wait on. Do you see that during this past election, Trump was able to get a little bit percentage of black votes that no Republican has ever gotten before. It was because people were, you know why? Let me tell you, because people were saying, follow this ideology that you're saying, get off the Democratic plantation and go for, and look at what is happening. Over 300,000. I'm not saying Democratic, all of their policy is good. Don't get me wrong, because I don't want us to go back to that. And I'm not saying they are good, they are the best. I'm not saying that. But look at what happened to over 300,000 black women that lost their good paying job.
Yes.
Even though they're already marginalized.
Can I say something about that? That is so important. You see the demographics.
No, let me finish, Jido. I'm sorry, I know you would. Look at how over 300,000 black women that have lost their jobs in this whatever that is. Look at the history. Look at the Smithsonian whatever executive that Trump just signed that said that no, they don't want to talk about slavery. We don't want to talk. And these are these people's history. I'm not saying Democrats have done well. I don't want you to go back to that. But I am saying that if you're strategic and you have two options, I'm saying that you look for the one that you can still say at least black people still have they still have strong hold in the Democratic Party. We just have to be able to channel it to what we want.
Nothing so far.
They have been able to channel it before, and I'll tell you that for every progress there's a backlash, and this is the backlash for Obama presidency. This is the backlash for civil rights. This is backlash for voting rights. That is why you will know
why do you always buy all these BS that they always?
I am not buying. Okay, which party is trying to support or making black people?
Let me give you an example why I think it's rubbish. Because if you look at the Israeli and Jewish community. Yeah, why are you not seeing backlash for them? If you do your own play your cards right, you're not going to see backlash. I don't know why we keep buying all this. They use that excuse not to do anything for us.
Yes, and
look at our continent. Look at our continent. We are supporting these people constantly. Look at our continent, but look at what they are doing for Israel. These people are willing to pay all kinds of money. We have a massive continent, 1.something billion people, and they can't even support us. You have the Black Caucus there. What are they doing? Come on, man. You have to see, you have to know when people are conning you. This is what I've been calling them for a long time.
I'm saying the problem is through political parties.
I accept that. We have to start thinking for ourselves, not relying on one party.
So what do you want black people in America to do? What do you want them to do?
What you want to do is you have the power. You have a lot of power. Go to one political party, get one person and say, if you are going to do what we want, we will support you. If you are going to do what we want, we support you. As a group, we go as a group. You don't just go as an individual and say you are going to vote for political party. You have to influence them. Just like, how do you think a small community like the Jewish community are able to influence them?
You cannot say that. You cannot compare apple with oranges. You cannot.
We are actually bigger.
You don't know the story of black people in America. You cannot compare the Jewish community with black people. Are saying
the
that
Asians are even getting more now. Asians, not only Jews, the Asians are getting more than Africans.
I'm telling you that integration.
Asians are getting more than Africans.
Yes, did you not see them pass laws for Asians the moment the Asians are started getting
attacked? Are you talking about Africans? Or are you talking about black Americans? I don't know which one.
I'm talking about Asians, all the black people. I'm talking about Asians are even getting more than black people right now. Indians are even getting more than black people. The other day, even American DC politician went to India and was offering them every single thing that they wanted. I'm telling you, our people are sleeping on the wheels.
Did you watch the Democratic mayoral debate or something? Do you see all of them talking about the Jewish people? The way they said they would go to Israel.
Yes. Why do you think they are doing that? Because Israelis have done their job. They did what they were supposed to do. What they are supposed to do. We are not doing our job.
No, I'm not. You said black people are not doing their job.
Yeah, we are not doing our job. It's about to be having the influence that we are supposed to have. We are playing this game of let's play Democrats. No, that's not how Israel plays. Israel plays both sides, and that's how any reasonable people do.
Apart from playing Democrats, we're also separating ourselves. You have FBA, you have AGOS, you have black immigrants. Ah, man. If everybody comes together and they call it lobby. is for us to come together and lobby for policies.
Do we
Yeah,
Africans lobby
policies are
lobby in America like the Jewish people? Do Africans lobby in America like the Jewish people?
Black people are not a monolith. That's what you have to first of all come to terms with. Like
No,
you
I
right,
agree. I agree.
like
I
you
agree.
rightfully say,
100%.
there's
Yeah.
the ones that are the ADOS and FBAs, and then there's the black immigrants. Then you have the Caribbeans. Then you have all these. Even Africans are not united. And I'll
That's
tell you
what I think.
something: the day black people decide to start this, I mean, black foreigners, the day they decide to start influencing American politics, they're going to change the lobbying laws 100%. So,
Exactly.
I
and
agree.
they're going to change the lobbying laws. So, the system, first we have to come to the terms that the system is designed to keep a certain demographic suppressed and subjugated. That's the first thing you have to come. And then to do that, they also have to keep that demographic divided.
Divided. I was going to say that, but
For
I'm glad you
every,
mentioned that.
for example, for every Kenny, you have, for every, I know this might piss him off when he hears this because I'm putting his name there, but I apologize in advance. But for every BB Ray, there's 1,000 Kenny of African origin. Because a lot of Africans or foreign blacks come to the United States already brainwashed with a white mentality, what they see on the movies. They're drunks, they're lazy, they're sexual deviants, they sell drugs, they're not educated, they don't work, they depend on welfare, they're criminals, they'll stab you, steal, rob, and rape you. And then the saddest part, and then maybe this might be due to the way the system is structured, a lot of foreign blacks also do not integrate with black Americans, which is actually should be the first step. They don't assimilate. So if we could somehow figure out, first of all, how we all can be one in the spirit of the 60s, where people like Fela went back home. We had the Stokely Carmichaels, and we had Sata Shakors, and people of that nature preaching Pan Africanism. Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Bridges and Rosa Parks, people, Booker T. Washington. So if we can figure out, but there's too much division now.
It's just divide and conquer.
Like,
in fact, a lot of them don't even see themselves as Africans. Like, they don't see themselves.
But rightfully so.
Yeah,
because rightfully so, because a lot of times when they try to present themselves as Africans, they get insulted. There was a video.
I'm just saying it for the first time.
Well, hopefully you hear the second time in the future. But you look at people. There are people, for example, white people that were born and raised in Nigeria, speaking Yoruba, speaking Pidgin, speaking with the Nigerian accent. And you should see how the vitriol they face at the hands of Nigerians online. They insult them, call them fake Nigerians. How can you understand this? You know what I mean? So
I'm even surprised.
no, Nigerians are very, very, very rude and tribal. Okay, so until we can figure out a way to bring the diaspora and native born Americans, well, black Americans together, we're still going to have this problem. For example, black Americans have a problem with African elected officials or Caribbean born elected officials for a reason. When they speak about reparations, which they rightfully should have gotten reparations, who are the first people to throw or cog in the wheel of the demand for reparations? Usually it's native, foreign born blacks or people
First generation.
There you go. So this is another reason why a lot of Democrats blacks that would usually vote Democrats would not vote for Kamala because in the past she had been a voice against reparations. So you
I don't even know how they can just come out and do that. I don't know what's wrong with some of our people.
Yeah, but because a lot of people think they're better than American blacks. They'll deny it when you say it, but they do.
But we've heard it here too. We have heard it here by saying,
yeah.
I have this, I have that, and they just say, oh yes, do even policies that are going to oppress black people, then that's what we like. That's as immigrant, that's what you say, yes, I want them to do this without thinking about who is going to be mostly affected. Because I'm not even going to disprove what you said about what Nigerians are saying. We are just everywhere. We are loud and we are wrong. We just don't understand how the world works. And that was why I was asking you that, forefathers, what do you think black people should do? You said you should hold someone that don't want to listen to you, that know that they already lost your vote, that don't want to even they don't want to compromise.
No, they don't know. See, I think you are assuming that they know. It's not about what they know, it's about the influence you can wield over them. It's an influence thing. It's not about whether they want
But
you
you
or
want
not.
to influence
I don't think these people like
that are fighting, that actually their party now consists of the people, the Dixiecrats. That is the people. I'm not saying that Democrats are good. Don't always interpret it to be that. I'm just saying that you have to be strategic. I'm not saying Democrats have been perfect for black people. I'm not saying that. I know that I know more than that to have said that. But I'm saying that Republicans, they already lost the black vote. They don't want to get it back. They don't care.
No, it's not about the vote. See, I think you keep talking about vote. How many votes do the Jews have? Vote has nothing to do with it. The Chinese, the Asians, the Saudis. It's not about vote. We always
minorities.
I think somebody asked a question: whoever got into power, whichever group ever got into power because of votes, it has nothing to do with votes. It's about the influence you can wield behind the scenes. And
by now, people
that are not ready.
I'm saying that by now, black Americans should even have more influence over all these people. Knowing how long
we have the numbers, we have the size.
We have the numbers. We've even been here.
Hispanic has more numbers.
Any of these people.
Hispanic has more numbers.
We on the continent,
have more numbers.
You are looking at us
on the continent. I'm talking about. You're not saying why are we bringing we on the continent? What do we?
Because the entire mass.
I'm talking about the US. In the US right now,
we outnumber them. They are tiny population compared to the entire population.
What can you do? 1.5 billion people. What have you done?
That is what I'm saying. We've not leveraged it. That's my point. We just had that number and we've not bothered to leverage it.
But you can't say we don't. Okay, so how can you leverage it? Well, in this world,
go ahead.
It was rhetorical. So in this world today, I wasn't trying to downplay you. I'm just saying.
I know. Go ahead.
I'm making it rhetorical.
Next time, make it clearer. That's rhetorical.
No vexa. So, in this kind of situation, what can we leverage if we had the power, right? And when we say power, not just arms, because that comes into play too, but political power, right? But most importantly, finance, money. What black people in America need to do is you got to hit where it hurts. First, we got to keep the money within our community. We got to keep it within our community. So this might sound divisive, but they don't speak about it. They meaning non-blacks. But this is what they do. If you go in every community, the Jewish, Asian, Hispanic.
But how do we keep money within the community?
Well, hear me out.
Using our consumerism.
Well, we can actually keep the consumerism on the same level, but only buy from black entrepreneurs and black businesses, which is what they do. If you go, for example, in the Jewish community, which is the point I was trying to bring up, and the Hispanic community and the Asian community, studies have shown that a lot of times a single dollar in those communities is passed around in some cases up to 10 times before it leaves. Meaning I want sugar, I'm going to the black owned store. I want a shirt, I'm going to the black owned store. I want anything I need. I go there and then we buy from black distributors to the end buyers, black producers to the end buyers. This is how we keep the money in circulation in our community. And this is what they do, which is what we cry about. And we say they freeze us out of businesses.
Colonel Master, what about, I agree with you 100%, but what about building generational wealth?
This is what I was just saying.
That's how you build generational.
That's what I was saying.
But don't you think like the family structure, the family units, bringing it back together will also enable building generational wealth? Because that's what other communities have that we don't have in the US.
Well,
I think that will play a role in building generational wealth.
It will. Okay. So immediately after slavery, at the beginning of the 20th century, the black family unit was the most stable in the country. So we had two families, the mother and the father were dead. Thank you. So what did they do? They figured out a way to destroy it.
But don't forget that before they destroyed it, we were building a community of our own that was really thriving, right?
Yeah, we had
Black Wall Street. I mean, we built a lot of great things that even Marcus Garvey was thinking we need to build an empire, even in Africa. Like, this is really great. At that time, but we were under oppression. Everything was sabotaged.
And they start killing you. And which is what they'll kill you. Listen, when I speak about on here, we talk about people like Fred Hampton and Stokely Carmichael. Yeah. Do yourself a favor and check their ages. Check out what they were. They were kids.
Yeah.
These people were kids when they would go and kill them. And they killed them with their wives and the babies in the house. So that gets you to know that a 22-year-old or 24-year-old getting killed in front of his wife, his child, he already had some form of stability in his life. He knew what the trajectory he was going to go, and that was because he looked back at his forebears where he was coming from. So these things were not alien to us, but they will figure out a way to destroy. Systematically, they created the school to prison pipeline. And then, like what you were talking about earlier about Iran-Contra and the drugs, and they'll point at you and say, you sell the drugs. I mentioned Freeway Ricky Ross. If you know the rapper Rick Ross, that was where he got his name from. Google his story and see how the United States government entrapped him and enticed him into moving drugs and even taught him how to make crack cocaine from freebase. And then he flooded the black communities until it became a worldwide epidemic.
You mean Rick Ross?
No, not Rick Ross.
The real guy.
The real Rick Ross. What Colonial Master is talking about is extremely important. And I've always...
I was a real Rick Ross.
I kept postponing when I talk about I kept postponing when I would talk about that thing. And Colonial Master just mentioned that thing is very important. The effect of the flow of crack in the black community was the game changer. For me, that was the game changer.
Was there any particular party in office during that time? We have to be checking.
It was a Republican.
I think it was
you should
have to check. No, because I'm very worried about Democrats. I'm very worried about them.
No, you're not worried about Republicans. I don't hear you. You're not worried about them.
No, Republicans are settled. I know. See, I'm a political party from the point of view of power.
You're not.
But in terms of I am actually. I used to support Democrats, but my eyes has been open. You know, democracy. You have to be careful about when you support. Democrats are deadly. The most deadly wars in the world are started when they are in office. Some of the abortion, hold on.
What is your obsession with abortion? Leave women to make their choice.
You see that? This is exactly what they want you to think.
With abortion. That is not
Hold on. Don't do that. See, why do we buy these things that they tell us so much?
They didn't tell me. I can choose to do what. No. Let me make the choice.
It's not. See. Hold on. Yeah. What was that?
You're obsessed with that.
No, yes, I should be actually.
No, you shouldn't be.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. Why is it that India, almost every other race, has maximized their population, and yet they are encouraging you not to do yours?
They don't look. They don't encourage you not to do it. They beat it into you. They lock
And she's
you
believing
up,
it.
and they kill you if you try to change. This is the thing about the United States. So it's not like, oh, they're gonna tell it to you. No, they don't tell it to you. They plan it. And the parties, what she's telling you, parties don't matter. She's right. Parties don't matter. GDS always said this too. Parties don't matter. It's the policy. How are we going to stay on top? We don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican or an independent. We don't care. It's a white supremacist society until people start seeing it for what it is and stop being politically correct.
And capitalism.
Yeah, capitalism plays a part, but I'm saying it's a white supremacist. We had the councilman last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? Come on here, tell you when he started running for office, people told him you better get your head back on the boat and go back to Africa. Go back to where you're from.
And it's crazy.
And that dude was born here.
You know when I get emotional about this topic, like when even living in the US now, like I think about it, black people are the oldest group of people in this America. We're the oldest. We can even debate that we're even older than even whites. We can make a case for that, sir. You know?
Yeah.
And despite that, other groups disrespect us.
Because they're scared of us.
Not only in America, globally, even globally.
America spread it around the world. They're scared of us. They're scared. That's just the truth. They're scared of black people.
You see, there was a realization that I got recently that almost every other group in the world, every other major group, they have a kind of blood feud with another major race. Like even the Indians have some kind of blood feud with the Chinese, and definitely almost everybody have blood feud with the white people. But nobody, I wouldn't say anybody has a real blood feud with black people where they will say we committed a blood
because
violence against them.
We did not do anything.
In a way, that gives us a kind of soft power that we don't even leverage enough, and we don't. It's a because nobody's really. The only reason why they pick on us because we are so disorganized and almost pathetic.
We are their greatest enemy. We are their worst enemy.
It appears that way to you. Their greatest enemy is the one that has just taken the lives of their fathers and their grandfathers. That's their greatest enemy. But we haven't done that to them.
Let's start from history.
It's because we are pathetic. That's why they are treating us the way they are treating us.
Let's start all the way from history. Let's start all the way from history. The purest blood group on earth today, the purest, is the African-born black. The purest blood group of Homo sapiens is the African-born black. Meaning,
in theory.
In reality. Meaning, if your ancestors, Homo sapiens, this is what I have emphasized, which means there's no trace of admixture or mixture. Meaning you look, when you do his DNA test, he has no Denivosan in his bloodstream, no Neanderthal in his bloodstream. He is a full, complete human being. He doesn't never just act like an animal. Forget all the wrong information they put out. But then keep moving on. Who they are scared of our greatness. We had empires. Black people. We had empires. We had writing. We had reading. We had science. Of course, everything came from us. We built
I
pyramids.
think the only major thing that is clear cut that separated us, that they can't even dispute that is historically proven, that the Homo sapiens that came from Africa were the first to invent the bow and arrow, and it made a big difference in terms of being able to survive around the world. And then if you go on historically, you find out, yes, we've done all those things. But right now, the reason why I say that is because it never occurred to me that that around the world, we don't really have a major like blood feud with any other major group. Only amongst ourselves we tend to have that.
We can't have it because we were the original. We were the original blueprint. There's nothing.
But if we go to war with Saudi Arabia now, we fight and we lose, or we kill a lot of their, then they will have a blood enmity with us, a kind of. But we don't tend to have. My point is that we don't tend to have it.
Can you fight yourself? Just become my own.
They will fight us. So.
No, listen.
They enslaved us. You're talking about fight us.
All right,
Why can't they fight you?
All right, listen. I'm trying to paint a picture for you here. All right. So just, can you fight yourself? I mean, except you're crazy, right? You can't fight yourself.
It's possible.
So, yeah, if you're crazy. So
I could make it work.
So we are the original before we started spreading out. And I'm going with different school of thoughts now. We encountered the Denisovans and we encountered the Neanderthals, right? And then our ancestors started mixing with them. But the original groups remained in Africa.
Yes.
That is why I said they're pure. That is the purest. They can't have anybody beefing with them. The rest that evolved from them, of course, eventually they became the Chinese, the Arabs, the Indians, the South American, whatever, right? They can fight and have this blood feud that you're talking about. We can't have that, except like you rightly said, within ourselves. We can have that. Like
I have 2 questions. I have 2 questions for you. I still want to hear what you have to say, and I want in-depth understanding of what you want Black people. What exactly do you think Black people should do in America, so that they can get the two, because America is a two-party system, like I said, so they can get the two parties to see which one, aligns with them, or since the one that they currently aligned with a little bit is not, you think they shouldn't align with that. Then my second question would be, I know you have disdain for the Democrats, but I feel like if you are being truthful, you should have this disdain for the whole system.
Oh yeah.
You don't show your disdain for the whole system. You only show your disdain for the Democrat. And I have an issue with that.
Yeah, because the Democrats broke what remains of my heart. It's all right. I'm feeling hurt by their attitude. So, but let me carry on with
finish that. I need to hear, because you speak. There's so much there's so much content in your voice. Like the Democrats, they are gone.
Because
they are this. And but I don't hear you that much of criticism for Republicans and say, look at what these people are. Look at what they have done. Look at what they're currently doing. I don't hear that. So
you know why I'm beginning to look at the Republicans slightly differently. I'm beginning to value honesty. It's easier to discern what their intentions are, because
you don't have disdain for their honesty, even though you can be honest or like say, I'm going to kill you and kill somebody, but you don't have disdain for that act. That act of murder.
The disdain they have for me is because they want to protect their own, they want to protect their interests, nothing more. And you will argue the same thing. Yes, I will react to it.
All of this.
Yes, I will react to it accordingly. Like if they are attacking our people, lynching our people, yes, you will react. You know what is happening. They are not pretending to like you. The one that I don't like is the one that pretends to like me, and our people have been sick for so long by them.
In that case, I find that problematic. Disdain for the old system.
No, I have disdain for the things that they are doing, but it's no use having disdain. Your job is to overcome that disdain that you have for them and focus on getting what is good for your people. Disdain for other people is not going to help your people do well. You have to
no, but you are doing it for the Democrats.
No.
You speak very human of
I
them.
have disdain for the Democrats just as I have disdain for Republicans. That's why I say they are practically the same. It's just that they approach things differently. The other one shows you that they hate you. The other one tells you that they love you. And both of them, the result is still the same outcome. As a matter of fact, that's good cop, bad cop thing that they are doing, which is fine. It's up to them to do what they want to do. But it's also up to us. We have to have our own agency and say, you know what, which one is good for us here? And which way do we go that is actually going to favor us? When you said, what should we do to get us to a position whereby
don't have Africans on the continent. I'm not talking about Africa. Now, I'm not talking about Africa on the continent. I'm talking about Black Americans, because until they have liberation, that's when we're gonna have liberation as well. So, but our liberation are tied together.
You see, the thing is, you cannot completely separate them.
I'm not saying completely. I just tied them together now, but I'm saying that Black Americans first. Black Americans come first.
My approach is different. My approach is different, and my approach is how most people have done it in the world. You can't isolate the entire mass and advantage that they have to leverage the power that we can leverage. My approach is, if Black Americans are to do well, first of all, they have to have a kind of organized approach to things, whereby you have at least a figurehead. And I feel like technically Obama is the figurehead in the Black American community, but it's like an absentee landlord, or whatever he's doing it in the shadows that nobody knows. But I can see the result. The result is not very good. Africa is not doing that well out of the nonsense that they are doing. But if you look at from the point of view of the continent, you see African leaders coming to America every year for the UN assembly. They don't talk to Black Americans so much as if they don't even know they exist. They just walk around. And these Black Americans, our cousins there, have proximity to power that other people will kill for. No, they have proximity to power that other people will kill for. And many of these Americans one of them have become a president, one of them have become vice president, one of them have become chief defense. No meat. They've had it all.
Obama was really African. But,
Okay, fine. If you want to dice it like that, Obama was African. But they've had a lot of top positions, but they never really leveraged it at all. Maybe they were being discouraged, which is fine. But you have to find a way to meet your cousins and discuss with them on ways to move things forward. You empower them with the advantage of the space you have, the whole country you have, the culture you have, and they empower us with their proximity to power and awareness that they have. Because like you said it yourself, Nigerians don't understand the world, but they do better than we do. They can impact that on us if we don't learn to leverage the advantages that one side has and versus the other side and empower them. Because now you can attack them in America, but if they are in America and their power is also, they have another base somewhere else, like the Chinese do, like the Indians do, every other group has other base somewhere else, but they are not leveraging it. And they are 50 million, even more than the Asians in America. So that's what I think, that strategy, if we go with that kind of strategy, you are going to see results. But our leaders are not trying, and even African American leaders are not moving aggressively in that direction at all.
Are you saying, because I followed you up on to when you mentioned the numbers. So are you saying that Black Americans should try to influence what happens in Africa, or the African leaders should try to influence what happens in Black America?
Both. Like the way it works is that, let's say African leaders want to do something that is benefiting Africa. Let's say America doesn't want to trade, but China wants to, or anybody wants to give us something, or they want to build something that is great in Africa. Let's say, like an example, like how Egypt is threatening this thing. Americans can influence policies here with also African support. It's a symbiotic relationship with the African support. Influence the policy to say, stop that. Egypt, chill out. If it's Nigeria, any other country like Algeria is threatening Nigeria, chill out. Or even Western, let's say France wants to threaten this in any African country. But with the African Americans here, and Africans here, and African leaders working with them, they will even shut France down. America is more powerful than France. But we are not leveraging any of those things.
Okay, forefathers, you didn't still answer my question, but I get everything you said. I'm saying that as it is now, the current political system, we have two-party system in America, and we have black people in America. What do you think they should be doing in their political system? I'm not talking. You are bringing Africa to it, which I am not bringing in. I'm talking about Americans in America. Yeah. So I'm talking about the Americans now. I'm saying that. What do you think they should be doing? Because when it comes to this two-party system that they currently have, the current system that exists,
What they should be doing, first of all, you have to have a deliberate set of organizations that you have to organize. That's at the core of it. It doesn't have to be one whole monolith. According to I speak the truth, he actually believes that they have different groups, which is fine. You can have different groups, but you have to be strong enough, big enough to actually start playing the big game in terms of saying we want so and so this thing we want to build so and so industry in our own area, and we want to have our people employed. We want to secure our area so that drugs don't come in anymore. There are certain things you start doing. Education, industry. Personally, I think industry is the most influential technological industry, and they are going to own the future sooner or later. And if our people are not there, we will just end up bottom of the food chain again, not controlling anything at the top. Like if you go to the top tech companies in the world now, you will hardly see one black person amongst any of them, and you see every other race there. That is a problem. We have to start like in America now. How you can do that in terms of the politics? If you have these groups and you go to the Democrats, say, you know what, are you going to give us so and so tax breaks? We want this law to be passed so that we have been here forever. You enable us to do this one. You give us this space. You can strike deals with people. Some things that they will never do before, they will consider it because you know what? You are funding their party now. You are politicking with them now. And you're telling them that if you don't do that, I will support your opponent. Like the way the APAC does it. I will support your opponent against you. Or I will gang up with APAC against you. You do whatever you need to do. You gang up with APAC, say you even work with APAC, say we're all going to gang up.
Which is actually
if you don't do what we want.
That's
then
interesting.
you start getting results. You'll be surprised how fast you start getting results.
That's very
You have to be
interesting.
deliberate about these things. Sorry, go ahead.
That's very interesting that you brought that up because to a very large extent, during the civil rights era, the fight was a joint fight or collaboration between black leaders and the Jewish leaders. But invariably, of course, they separated themselves. The more powerful they got, and then got into the system and started subjugating blacks. If you look at old documentaries, for example, you'll see no blacks, the N-word, right? But no N-words, no Jews allowed. No N-word, no Jews, no dogs.
correct.
Prior to that, it used to be the Italians, Irish, N-word, Jews, dogs. And then later on, it was like, man, we just don't want you black people here. That's everybody. Because the Irish and the Italians back then weren't even considered white. The first ones that came through Ellis Island, they weren't considered white. They were their nationality. But bit by bit, as they decided to go with the system of subjugating blacks in the United States, which was the whole essence of this system, which is what Bibi Ray, I think, is trying to say. So it don't matter who's in charge. And all that, I'll say this again, and I'll repeat this again. A black society is not negotiating with anybody. We don't have the leverage. Yes, you're right, because we don't have the leadership. We're disorganized. But I tell you this, the thing America understands is money. All the people, all the companies, all these elite, all these stars that were in support of Palestine and are still in support of Palestine, that are in support of Israel, and are still in support of Israel and their atrocities in the Middle East, only started coming to their senses, the ones that could read the tea leaf and said, oh, this is going to affect me in the future. People have started boycotting. Target just replaced its CEO on Wednesday, had to let him go because everybody's boycotting Target. People, Starbucks has been crying for like 7 months. And why is that? Because people decided to speak with their pockets, not just with their mouth. Oh, you support Israel? Boom, we're not shopping over there. Oh, you support Israel? We're not buying Goya no more. We're not going into Starbucks. Starbucks franchises have been closing up and down, left and right. These are the kind of things Black America has to do. You're not negotiating with nobody if you don't hit them where it hurts, in the pocket, their bank account.
And the pocket is where it hurts.
That's where it hurts.
That's the only way.
We gotta
You also have to go at them where they are getting elected. That is where APAC goes
Yeah,
after
but
them.
listen, yes, but you can only do that when you have some kind of leverage. What leverage do Black people have now?
Okay, I think you have a point there. And this is one other area I think maybe African leaders can come into in terms of getting them to be organized, helping them this thing get a little bit, even if they are not organized in their own home countries.
So how
But
would
at
we
least,
organize? Forefathers. How would Africa
no.
not organize in the
I
middle?
think there is something to be said for, I don't know.
You keep bringing African leaders into this.
African leaders are not needed right
They are
now.
not even. They are not. It's not. No, they are not
50
even.
years
They're not
from
even.
now, maybe, but right now we don't need them.
We keep bringing them.
No. You have to understand. See, these things matter. When your home base tells you this is what needs to be done, it tends to give you an impetus to say, you know what, I'm not alone here. I will do this, and that person will go on to try to organize groups. It doesn't have to be one group. Everybody can do their own thing. I say I must have it better that way. My take is that, like some of the things I Spiritual said, you can do those pressure this thing in terms of financial and pressure with those this thing in institutions like Walmart and all the rest. But you can also deal with political leaders when they are getting elected at that fulcrum. If you have some funds, and it's not only funds, it's also your manoeuvring. Because if you look at it, if it was only funds, Saudi Arabian and Arab countries have so much funds that Israel shouldn't have as much influence as it does right now.
Well, but there's not a lot of Saudi Arabian Arabs in the United States.
Even if they have one, they have more money to pump into that one.
No. Okay, so let's not complicate issues, right? So there's a lot of American Jews in the millions. I'd say at least 3 to 6 million people.
What money are they spending that Saudi Arabia doesn't have?
Not the money, again. I said there's a lot of Jews. I did not argue the money. I said the numbers.
Okay, good. But then you agree with me, then we have the numbers too in America.
But what we don't have is what we're talking about, which is a political power. And how do we get, hold on one second. So how do we get that political power? There are steps to this.
You have a plan. You should have a plan of how you can acquire as many Congress members and senators as much as you can.
Okay, so this goes, there's steps to this, right? First of all, you need financial power. That is first. Before you can influence anything in the United States, you need financial power. So just like we have a councilman in Grand Prairie, Texas, we've had a senator, not a senator, a mayor in Colorado. We've had one in Ohio. Well, even though that one ended up going to prison for fraud of Nigerian descent. So we can have all.
No, you just have to add that. You see that
No,
He just had to add in some Nigerian descent.
Yeah, but even the one in Colorado was of Nigerian descent.
Whoa.
So I'm saying we need more of that. But the way you're saying it is, it can happen, and it'd be lovely if it could happen in tandem. It can't, but we can do it in steps. We can do it in steps, but
What can it happen in tandem?
Because we don't have the money yet. So it's happening in bits and pieces, is what I'm saying. If we want to go as fast as groups like the AZM and APAC and the Jewish American groups did to take power or become influential in America. Now, this is not discounting the hands of the Mossad in playing the puppet master, right? But let's forget about that for 1 second.
Why don't we focus on the political part? It's not the most efficient part to focus on than the other side, because the Jews don't care about boycotting anybody.
That's what we're saying. So if they boycott you, they're hitting you in the pockets.
How can you say they
But
don't
they
boycott?
don't.
They do.
They do.
Don't boycott.
Who do Jews boycott?
They don't need to. They don't. Do you? If you say anything about the Jews, say anything bad about them.
They will wreck your business in 2
Say
seconds.
anything bad about them.
No, wrecking your business is one thing. When you say boycott, I mean they stop buying your goods.
Wrecking your business is a boycott. What are you talking about, bro?
It's not a boycott. That's attacking your business. That's the difference now.
Okay, the same end goal, right?
I agree with you. It's the same end goal, but the way they go after it is maybe they say you broke the law or something. You know, that's how they can destroy your business. They can destroy it at all.
Not
like
you break
Kanye
the law.
West.
Not you break the law. They will go and eat you with her. They will make sure
they're not going to shopping and shit.
If you're an artist, you say anything about them, you are good.
Give me an example of the kind of way they destroy your business. Okay. I believe that you have to break. Look at
you're saying it as if black people.
You have to break the law.
Oh my God. You're saying it as if black people have big conglomerates in the first place. We don't.
They ruined everything.
We have some billionaires. We have some billionaires, though. Quite a few in America.
In media, in entertainment.
Money is money. Don't you know that?
We don't have we're not big players in the American economy.
So if they give you $10 million now, you can't be able to organize some solid group that is going to take over council seats in states.
Well, $10 million is not going to do anything for you. So
for a state, for a state to take over,
$10 million is not doing anything for you.
Hold on. $10 million in a state Congress. What do they call the state houses of Congress? Do they have
$10 million is not doing much for you for the kind of thing you are envisioning.
I know. I'm giving you a specific one now. Like, what does it take to elect an assembly member into a state assembly?
But what is one elective member going to do when I just mentioned, for example, if we're going to...
I just asked you a straight question.
It's not going to do much, so there's no point.
How much is it going to cost, please?
I don't know. You can easily check it. There's people that have run for cheap.
I'm sure it's going to be less than 10 million, and you'll be able to get quite a few.
What is...
My point, I'll try to understand my point. From the states flows the nation.
What is if $10 million is going to elect one official? Do you know how many one state official?
Of course, it's not $10 million to elect a state assembly member. Now it's in the hundreds of thousands. It's not even up to 1 million.
All right, so you get 10 state assembly members. Then what?
You start with that.
Exactly.
Then you go from there.
Well,
let me check on average.
What was different from what I just said that you have to go step by step?
No, I agree with you on that. I'm just saying that in terms of the amount, I'm talking about 10 million, but I'm saying if they gave you 10 million, but in reality, if you want to do this stuff, you have to go big.
If we want to hit them, really, if we want to change anything, we have to be able to at least influence close to $1 trillion.
$1 trillion.
Close to $1 trillion We have to be able to say,
You
well,
own the presidency now if you have that one now.
no, you won't own the presidency. But if we that 1 point something trillion we spend every year, if we kept it within black businesses, we could influence. This is your point, right? To the way to influence the United States government. This has been what you were talking about. You can't do it with $10 million. You can't even do it with $100 million. Because if it was $100 million, we have 20, 50 people that'll put $2 million together and get some cracking. You can't do it. But what we can do is influence how much of our money goes out to non-black corporations. This is what we need to start influencing. We keep the money within us and we empower each other, and our standard of living increase and our finances improve. That way we are a major threat. You cannot put a gun to my head now and say you got to buy Nike if I'm willing to buy Fubu. These are the things we need to start doing. So we're giving our money to these people, and then we're wondering why they're so powerful.
You see now you are beginning to talk about shifts, and this is why you need some major leaderships that actually want to shift things in the right direction. And the way, personally, you have to straddle a middle ground between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. You don't act as if you're about to burn the whole house out, because I think that's the right approach. Really, you are not saying you are trying to separate the black community. You are just trying to ensure our interests are taken care of. Nobody in America will argue that the black American interest is actually being catered to properly. Nobody will argue that. Everybody will understand where you are coming from, and that is important.
Let's rewind. What was that reference you made to Malcolm X and MLK?
Yeah, I said you can straddle between them. You don't want to go extreme on both sides. You don't want to go like anti-establishment completely. You don't want to like.
Yeah, but what was the point of bringing them up? That's what I'm saying.
No, my point of bringing them up is when you are doing some of things, your approach. I'm talking about the approach you go about it when you want to make these changes. You want to approach it from the point of a middle ground.
So whose approach was they wanted to burn the house down, and whose approach was they decided to go?
Martin Luther King wanted to kind of mostly assimilate. Malcolm X wanted separation.
That's what you think? Malcolm was all about burning this effort down.
From what I heard him say,
MLK
wanted separation.
MLK was about burning it down before they told him to change his approach, because white folks started,
and that's the one they know him for.
Yeah, but this is what we're saying. It depends on what they decide to put in your face, because they're not going to tell you that Malcolm actually became the peaceful one before he died. Malcolm was actually the peaceful guy when he went all over the world. Went to Nigeria, got the name Omawale, went to Saudi Arabia and embraced Sunni Islam, and he deviated from the Nation of Islam's teaching that the white man was the devil and all these other things, and he decided, well, he went to Saudi Arabia and found out that Muslims were not one monolithic race like he was led to believe in the United States, and he came back preaching race, but still preaching peace, but still, whether they preach peace or they preach violence, they still ended up with a bullet in the back of their head.
I agree with you, and that is because they were well behind enemy lines, and the odds were always against them. It wasn't just fair. And if you look at the other people that did this, you always have to have a base. You also have to have some kind of international this capacity to be able to, so that you have resilience. So you are not just caged in constantly. And I think for once, historically, in these last 50, 60 years, the black Americans are not caged in anymore. And it's been a while. I hope that things start changing.
What do you mean not caged in?
Caged in terms of being in America in such a way that they don't have anywhere else. They don't have any other support anywhere else coming for them. They only have themselves to rely on. and
No,
it
but
was
they
terrible.
have themselves, and they also have the system to contend with.
That's
See,
what I'm saying.
let's not go under the mistaken assumption that like slavery ever ended in the United States. It never ended. It's still going on to this freaking second. But what
In what form?
in what form? Well, I'll tell you in what form. First of all, let's look at the justice system, disproportionate sentencing. So you put a black man in court and you put a white man with the same record as the black man in court, and they both committed the same crime. They have the same level of recidivism, they have the same records. The black man more than likely is going to get the harsher sentence. He's going to get the worst representation, and
But that is not slavery, though.
What do you call that?
I thought you were going towards the prison complex where they don't pay them to do work.
Slavery is not.
But being convicted is discrimination, is racism, but it's not slavery.
All right. Okay. So it is slavery because, again, you don't understand a lot at this point. So listen, you said something very pertinent, right? You say, I thought you were going to talk about them being incarcerated, working for less than minimum wage for 2 cents an hour and things like that, right? This is what you were going to. Well, if you get incarcerated, where do you think you get sent to? A resort or prison to go work for that?
Yeah, that's the point I wanted you to. Because you
was
stopped.
what
You remember you did stop. You you actually
I
did
didn't
stop.
because you interrupted.
Go ahead now.
No, but it's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying these are the things you seem to be missing. So you did rightfully say that if they get incarcerated, right, they work for less than minimum wage. They work for slave dues.
Yeah.
This is slavery by a different name.
That said, the proportion of people that are in jail are relatively smaller than the ones that are not in jail. I agree there's an element of slavery that is still going on.
Even those that are not in jail, that has felon, they can vote.
Yes. And by virtue of them not getting the premium jobs, it's a form of slavery. You have to be precise about these criticisms.
That was even just one example. You asked about slavery. Now, look at the funding for inner city schools, which are mostly populated by Black people. It's even about to get worse. You can walk on the street right now and you can get stopped in a lot of cities in America. We call that racial profile. This is akin to what the slave catchers used to do to Black people 300-400 years ago, asking them for their freedom papers. And we are about to reenact those days again. And this is what I think people like Kenny and KJ are not understanding when we're complaining. They are about to throw all of us in the same boat and start that which we thought we had eradicated with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. This is why this is why they try to eradicate the 14th Amendment. And once they eradicate the 14th, they're going straight to the 13th, because without one of those amendments, the other two cannot stand. So you cannot have the 14th standing without the 13th. The 13th cannot stand just by itself without the 14th and 15th. It's slavery all over.
You know, it's very interesting that you said that, because in some ways, 50-50, one can argue that Black Americans have never been stronger than they've ever been than ever in the world, and they are in such a mood right now. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like Black Americans are in a mood right now. Like, if you mess with them, man, America is gonna regret it. If you mess with Black Americans right now, they are not in any mood to take nonsense from anybody.
That's not true.
That's my feeling. That's my feeling.
Black America is as subjugated and as divided as it has ever been in history. There's no direction, there's no leaders, there's no single um, topic that we say, well, this is what we want. There's none. Instead, you have people fighting the immigrants and boycotting African businesses and saying deport Africans and
They
Jamaicans.
see they
You know, I also want to say something like, okay, part of what I think like we should do, before now, you have the Irish people that were not considered white in America. You had other people from Eastern Europe that are not considered white in America. So when they kind of like look at their numbers, they kind of like brought in more people and made them white, But I think part of what we should do also, we need more numbers.
in America.
In America, we need more numbers in America. And that is one of the reason, in my opinion, that is one of the reason I think they're trying to make sure like they kind of like break black immigrants from black Americans, because this is like a sponsored thing, because these people, they are like far ahead.
Yes,
they already they are looking ahead.
He was presenting an evidence to this actually.
So if they are breaking it up, the numbers don't grow. Even though I want to believe, and this is just my opinion, I don't have a fact or whatever to back it up. Like, they keep saying this is the number of black people in America. The number just is just like it's not really moving. And if
America's not procreating.
Yeah, and they keep chipping away from the black numbers because they want Caribbeans and Africa. They want us to be divided. But meanwhile, when they saw their numbers in those years, they called in more of their white people. That make that kind of like give them more numbers. So I'm thinking like if we are able to, but I don't think we will.
I think our number is growing by default. We are the fastest growing continent on the face of the earth.
I'm not talking about continent.
Black America she's talking about.
America. I'm not.
If you don't have the numbers in America, you will have to. Because the Black Americans, many of them are bought into Western culture. They're not procreating as much.
Yeah, but Africans are too. If you look at it, a lot of African women here, and we discussed this on the ladies show, right? A lot of women here, unfortunately, have bought.
We need to be finishing in about 15 minutes or so. We have gone 7 hours, 30 minutes.
So a lot of black women are also falling into the trap of chasing schooling, career, and leaving procreation until it's almost too late. I mean, now, well, thanks to advancements in technology, women are able to give birth later and older. But it is harder. What if she doesn't have money to freeze her eggs? What if
most of it is economic reasons? I would say that for white women, I don't know because I'm not white, but for them, and I think like even when you look at it, from when they're talking about the abortion, I think I said it, when they're talking abortion, they're not really looking into black. They don't want us to have the numbers. They don't want us to have children. They're talking about their women. They need the numbers. Because it's a statistic says that in 2045 or so, if I'm correct, like they'll be in minority. The Hispanics will grow and they'll be in minority. So they are looking at their number. The anti-abortion thing is, if you are pro-life, why are you not helping kids get education? Like you said, kids in inner cities.
But they're not hiding it.
That's what I'm saying. But people
JD Vance was on Twitter talking about it. White women need to start giving birth more.
That is what I'm saying, like about colonialism. That's what I'm saying. Like, people like forefathers that they hold on to the abortion thing, which is one of the things that they hold on to, which they're not even talking about you. It's not about you. It's for them.
So I think you are. When I say abortion, there are two sides. I'm talking about the black community having so much abortion. It's proportionately higher abortion than any other group. And even in America, the money they spend on family planning around the world, they spend 2/3 of it in Africa to ensure our population don't grow.
Yeah, so that is what I'm telling you, that you just said it yourself, so that we don't have the population. So they are talking to their people when they're saying being anti-abortion is for them. Read my lips. It has nothing to do with, so all these black and Africans that are saying,
Oh yes, I agree with that. They still want us to carry on having abortion while their people stop it. Of
Look
course.
at what happened in Burkina Faso recently. Sorry to cut you. In Burkina Faso recently, Bill Gates has been known to engineer certain mosquitoes that would they would release and they would mate with the Anopheles
Local
mosquito
mosquitoes, yeah.
that gives the local one, Anopheles, that gives malaria. This is what they claim. But further research has now revealed that those mosquitoes are actually re-engineered to bite the native population and make them sterile, both men and women. So they will not be able to reproduce. And Traore has said, no, you
We,
can't bring that
we
in
have to be
here.
careful. We don't have a lot of evidence for this. This is a facts only session. We have to,
So,
these are
so
accusations.
allegedly, right?
We will not allow anybody besmirch the good name of Bill Gates.
So
Yeah, allegedly.
Forefathers, when you guys are saying, oh yes, anti-abortion and all of that, it's not for us, because they will keep keeping us economically poor. We can't afford it to have more children. You understand? We are poor. You're working 2 jobs. You don't nobody to take care of your children while you go work. Have you seen black women put their children in car while they go to work? But I'm just saying that, so they're not referring, when you're saying that they're anti-abortion, the anti-abortion is for them. But
I agree with you.
Yeah, but you as black immigrants, that is why you go to the poll to vote for people that actually like self-preservation. That is what they don't care about you. They don't want you to.
I know that is not my. I see. I don't care what they are doing the right thing for their people. What are we doing for our own? Our own are busy going to do abortion as if their father's this in the hospital is there. Stop going there, because that's not doing us any good.
My point being that, so part of what I think that they're able to get us, and they're not, that's why they were not making a little, more progress, is because they keep us divided with, and that's why when a lot of Africans come, and this is just, I don't have statistics to actually like back this up, but when you say, I'm talking to a lot of immigrants, when they come here, they kind of want to follow Republican policies. They kind of want to follow all this Christianity.
Who did you say want to follow Republican policies?
Immigrants. Black immigrants.
Oh, yes, because they have conservative, they are socially conservative. Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. But if you look at it, is this beneficial to us? Because you go to the poll, to the voting booth to vote for people that say, oh, we're anti-abortion. But anti-abortion is for them, because they're going to keep you economically poor to make sure you don't grow. If you have children, you're going to suffer for them. But
it doesn't mean that they support abortion.
Are running on. Huh?
It doesn't mean that even if you are poor, it doesn't mean they support you to have abortion.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if we as immigrants, when immigrants come and we take to, like, they're conservative, because I don't even know what is conservative about them. Conservatism ideology, and we go ahead and vote for them. But they are actually just telling you, are taking it on the surface level. They are going deeper. They dive and they go deeper than that. You understand what I'm saying? But we that you're immigrant, because you just hear abortion and you just hear like gay people, then we that's how they get us. That is how black people.
That is the right response.
Hold on. That is why black people. That is part of why black people are not making progress.
What do you mean? That we are both sides are bad. The side that, at least one side that says something you want to hear, you go for it. Like, personally, if they are telling you that you should be having abortion, every black people should reject it.
I'm not talking about having abortion. Who is telling you? Nobody's telling you to have abortion.
I mean, if they are saying sorry. I mean, if they are saying that they are against abortion, and those black people that came from any African country are also against it,
that you
should support it.
Oh, no. You should support it when they're not talking about that. It's not like they mean well for you. Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. But we come here, part of why I even said that was because we come here, and part of why black people are not making much progress now is because when we come, that we're supposed to make up at least some of the numbers. When we come, because we need numbers to be able to fight for this, even if you like, because white
We have
people have more.
49 million. I think we have more than enough.
Okay, so yeah, so I said, so we 49 million, so we have more than enough.
That's bigger than many nations.
No. You need. Let me tell you, you need. You don't need. We don't have more than enough. I know we have a lot. 49 million is a lot, but I'm saying that all that we are like the third, white first, Hispanic,
yes,
the Latino, and then third black. But we also can build up our numbers. So when we come,
why would you be waiting to build a number? How long is that going to take?
I am saying that what we take on when we come here as immigrants, because I'm talking about now. I'm talking about present political situation in America. So when we come and we chip away from that and we give our vote, because this is a country where your voting actually matters. It's not like Nigeria.
No, voting doesn't matter.
Hold on. When people even when they organize, you think voting? Why do you think black people try to drive out votes? If you have the money, you can have money and still organize and still lose.
See, I think we need to change. Let me say this. Let me just try to add something. See, the way we want to be looking at voting is we want to look at voting as influencing the way people vote, not worrying about our own vote. Because if you look at what I've studied, I've observed how other groups, like even the Chinese that have very few population, the India that have Jews have far lower population than black people. But they know they can't rely on voting.
Before I forget,
they can't rely on voting. They influence the vote. That's what we should be doing. We should influence.
I get it, but I'm saying that I'm talking about now. I know what you're saying is valid, but I'm saying that when you at least make up a little bit of the numbers too, because you're on the third level. You're on the third level, and the distance between us and Hispanic is a lot.
Why you? I mentioned Jews. I didn't even mention Hispanic because that number doesn't matter.
It's not only in America that the Jews have power. Because I don't want to talk about the Jews because I don't want to be anti-Semitic. Please.
No, it's not being anti-Semitic, and we are actually saying something positive about them.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not only in America they have the powers. It's not only in America they have the power.
Same thing for us. We have more numbers than they do.
But I'm saying that it's not only when it comes to the Jews, it's not just only America. So that's one of the things.
So why are you focusing on Hispanics when we have more than enough number to do what we need to do? All we have to do is follow similar formula.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
If you chase votes is not going to change much.
No. Vote is going to change much. Vote is going to change because they decide. No,
assembly members.
After that 49 million, hold on. After that 49 million that you said, they disenfranchise a lot of people. Don't forget that the people that have been to prison cannot vote. Don't forget they have disenfranchised a lot. There's voter suppression. That is chipping away from the numbers. So you can say this and that. I'm talking about building up numbers a little bit because you are on the third level. You see, you have the first, you have the second layer. You say
the Asians, we have the numbers already. The Asians, I keep telling you, the Asians are low in number.
Asians don't have that much influence. What you're talking about? They don't have that much influence. They don't.
Why is America doing all these deals with them then? Do you know what America is offering all the Asians?
I'm talking about America. What you keep bringing?
No. Well, you are seeing them as separate, but they've never been separate.
I'm talking about America. I'm not talking about all this. They are doing business with them and all of them. I'm talking about in America. The Asians don't have the numbers. I'm saying
but they have the power.
Okay, if you say so. But I'm saying that the black people are on the third level. So if you're able to make, because a lot of things are chipped away from our numbers, from the millions of people that disenfranchise us from voting. And if you say voting don't matter, I believe in voting. If you don't vote, you get the result. This is the result of people not voting.
See,
a lot of people.
What I've observed is that no people have ever achieved whatever they want to achieve because they voted. It's by actually doing deals, talking to people, influencing the lawmakers that are getting to office. That's how you get things done. That's why you will not see so many things are getting done for minorities that black people never got at all, and yet they are voting for Democrats in droves. Yeah, they never got much out of it.
Okay,
So that should tell you
I still
everything.
want to go back. So do you think we are more political astute than the black people in America? You don't. You don't know.
No, I'm actually
they know more than you, and they know why they're voting for Democrats.
The results are clearly showing that somebody's. See, I'm not the only person that thinks like this. It's not only me. There are a lot of black Americans that think like this.
I'm talking about. That is what I'm saying. They used to be Republicans, but now they're demo. They vote. They used to be vote for Republicans more now because they don't align with Republicans anymore. Then they move to voting for Democrat. So you cannot say that
the black Americans don't think the way you are thinking. The ones I'm talking about don't think the way you are thinking.
The ones you're talking about. What do they? The ones that you're talking about. What I'm talking about majorly. We have to think about majority now. We're not talking. I'm not talking about the mini mo that you are talking about.
Yeah, the mini mo. They are the ones that needs to make the changes that is actually going to matter. Because all these ones that we are talking is the one that kept us at the bottom of the barrel.
But that's what I'm saying.
You want to double down on things that has kept us on the bottom of the barrel all this while.
But it's not going to be 100%. Nothing is 100%. Even
not 100%, but you are at the bottom of the barrel. You are 0%.
I'm saying that I understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying your point is not valid, but I'm saying that it's not going to be 100%. I'm saying that you
I wish we were somewhere halfway, but we are at the bottom.
But I'm saying that you forefathers, you do not understand American politics more than majority of black Americans. I'm just saying.
I cannot.
You do not. So if they are in a party,
hold on. No, they don't. See, just because you know your body more doesn't mean your doctor cannot diagnose you better.
No. So they don't. They don't. You are saying they don't know.
Of course, because you see, your point is not relevant to the point that I'm making, because just because people are doing something in a certain way doesn't mean my original point is not valid or it's not even superior to the action they are taking. If African Americans decide that they're going to take drugs today, does that mean that because they're African American, they are living in America, they're actually correct? If I tell them not to take drugs, you can have better knowledge.
They understand the system. That's what I'm telling you. They know the system in and out more than what you can say or what you can tell them. They know the system. They're part of this system.
You can argue that they are reacting according to the situation they find themselves. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to be doing. You see what I mean? Like a fish in a barrel. If you push this side, they will run the other side. You push the other side, they will run in the barrel. It doesn't mean that if somebody that has an overview sees the person that is pushing it, they don't bother moving. You're just running around for stupid reasons. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean just because they are reacting the way they are reacting within the system, doesn't mean that somebody that is outside can say, you know what, the game you are playing here is a lot bigger. Remember, they are just in America. They are not in Europe. They are not in Africa. They are not in so many of them have barely even left the country. They've only gone to this thing. So it doesn't mean they are, in terms of globally, that aware of what is going on. Americans are very insular.
Globally, I'm talking about American politics. They know American
I agree with you on that.
So I know we're not talking about globally now.
You have to add the international ingredient.
Okay.
I think you are missing that equation. That international ingredient is critical.
I'm not saying it's not critical. I'm just saying that part of it, because a lot of things are stripped away. What I'm saying, I'm not saying your point is not valid, but I'm saying that part of what I think it should be part of the organization will be doing is to also add to the numbers, because we need more numbers. Because the numbers, if you are, let's say, if the population of blacks in America is 49 or 43 million, and a lot of things are disenfranchised, a lot of these people. So that leaves you with just a little.
How do you want to increase the numbers?
I am just saying that part of why they know that, why they do that, is why they are this anti-immigrant rhetoric and sponsoring of anti-immigrants, even anti-black immigrant rhetoric. They know that. That's part of why they're doing that. So when they chipped all that away, and when you come to America, you as an immigrant, you are looking at Republicans to go vote for them. They are cheap. They have chipped away more people from you already. People from here and people that are coming in with ideas of gay. And that's why they are more into culture war than actual policies. That's why
You
they're
keep,
more.
you see, I think you are so wired to the democratic way of thinking.
I am not the boy. I'm talking about America.
You're
Is a
always pointing at
system.
Republicans all the time.
It's not the matter of me pointing. I say America is a two political system. I'm talking about the.
I
current
asked you about
system.
how you build numbers. You didn't answer that question. You just went after Republicans again.
No, I told you that how we build number when you come to America and we our numbers from people immigrant that comes in instead of part of it is enlighten them about American system, how it works, the policies, and not culture. We pick on culture war too. That's what I'm saying, and that is why a lot of people, for a lot of us, when they are able to vote, they go vote
What
for
are the
based on
policies
the
that the
culture
Democrats
war.
do for us that is so good for us? Because the policies you are going to talk to those immigrants that show up, what are the policies? Is it like we are going to be nice to you? Is that the policies that the Democrats are doing for us, or we are going to give you health care that the Republicans are trying to take?
I am. This is what I've been saying. I'm going to say it again. America is a two political system. You have to align with one. They are not going to be 100% good for you because they are devious. Both.
Why not align with both?
I said, why will you align with the both? No, the both is not working. I'm talking about the current system. You don't.
The one you are aligning with is not working. Don't you see that? We are still at the bottom.
No, because let me tell you, this is what I'm saying. I'm not going to.
I'm trying to get you to understand. You are hugging. You're hugging the transformer. The transformer is giving you signal and shocking you. And shocking you.
I'm
You're
telling
saying,
you
let me
that
hold
for
you tight.
every progress, like I said they are both devious. But the current setup system is two political party. The Republicans are not ready to be all that. They are not ready. They don't
Democrats
want.
are not ready too. Don't you
Okay,
see that?
so.
We are still at the bottom. Clearly, we've been hugging them for 60 years. We are still at the bottom. Clearly, they are not ready. The point is that they will never be ready
For
until we are ready.
every progress, that is why you get this so much backlash. For every progress
That is
made.
an excuse.
Okay, if you say so, but I'm just telling you.
If you buy that, Democrats are off. You know, let me say this: there's a Democrat senator or something that was being interviewed, and she was trying to say that when they told her something about Israel, why she wasn't trying to speak up more against what Israel is doing in Gaza. She was trying to say, we cannot do this. Then the reporter said, "Stop playing that weak nonsense with me." And because that's what they do, they play you. They tell you that, we can't do this because we can. Obama had majority when he could have passed whatever he wanted to pass up and down the house.
I just told you.
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. This is what they get.
For me,
they're all the same.
Let me give you my take. For me, the two political party system is not a good thing. That is my take. The whole system. I don't
have any problem with the two political system. I have a problem with the way we are interacting with them.
Don't forget that. Don't forget
for a lot of people. It's working for a lot of people. Don't you see that? It's working for the white people. It's working for Jews. It's working for Asians. It's working for South, even Middle Eastern people. It's working for them in many ways. Look at Saudi Arabia is doing well. Look at Dubai. Dubai that just emerged how many days? Look at how well they are doing right now. Look at how well they're doing. Name me one African country that is like Dubai right now. Nothing.
That one, the African country, we are part of the problem. The African countries, as much as I do not, but the source of the problem is we are where they want us to be. This is about race. It's this versus this. So it's us that are
relying on them.
I'm not saying we should rely on them, but for me, I am not talking about the geopolitics. Now, I'm not talking about, African. I am talking about in America. I'm saying that this is the system that is set up. The system is not working. But I'm saying that this is why we're talking about. I ask you a question: what do you think Black people should do? And what you are saying is not working in the setup. The current setup system is not working because the other party they are not ready for it. They don't want it.
See, it's not up to them to want it. You see, that's the thing. They are Black people in that instance. As a matter of fact, Colin Powell came from there. Condoleezza Rice came from there. It's not like they don't have Black people amongst them. they hate you, or I wouldn't even use the term hate necessarily. They are fighting for their own. They don't care about you. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
You have to worry about yourself. It's for us to do our own hard work. It's not going to be easy.
They
You are going
actually
to need
hate you.
money. You're going to need money. Look at that. You're going to
No,
need
they
money.
hate you. They hate
You're going to fight for everything that you get. Every single thing you have to scrap for it in the world. No, see, this is why I don't look at it as love or hate. It's because they too have to fight for what they've got. I don't know why we always think that somebody can just grant us anything. It's up to
They
us to
fight
fight
for
for what
what
we
they
want.
got. Did you say they fight for what they
They
got?
fight for what they got.
They took everything. They took.
No, when they were
they,
taking, they think they didn't have to fight for it. You think those people just gave them?
when you have
They had to fight.
When you have programs and you use black people as entertainment, the death of black people, when you hang black people, this is what I'm saying. Every Thursdays or Fridays or Tuesdays in various white communities all over the country, where it's a scene of spectacle, where black babies are being fed to crocodiles. That is hate. Even up until now, what they're doing to black people, it is as a result of the hate they have for black people. Even basically showing black people as degenerates to the world, that is hate. They sticking. When have you ever heard like what happened to Abna Luwima or Amadou Diallo? And he's bringing out his wallet and the police shoot him multiple times, Swiss Chisel. Or Abna Luima, they stick a broom in his butt and crack it and give him rectal problems. Or what they did to Rodney King. You don't do that except you literally hate that person.
See, I think one, if they truly
Sean
hate
Bell, all
us,
these people.
let me put it this way. Most of the things you described, they did it to the Indians too. I heard of the stories that when Columbus came, was some of the horrible things that they did to the Indians. The point I'm trying to make here is that maybe, I wouldn't even say maybe, what they were doing with the black people during that time when they were in America, some of them actually hated black people. Some of them looked down on black people.
Not some of them.
No, let me explain what I'm trying to say here. It's not going to take long. Most of them is about subjugation. It's about making sure they put us in our place. It's about taking advantage of us.
Right. But you don't for fathers.
If you hate something, you want to kill it.
If we
not use it.
Which is what they did to blacks. They killed some, used some when they couldn't use them anymore. And the 13th Amendment said, well, you're free to go. And the 14th Amendment said, well, you're a citizen. They would lynch and hang them. Have you ever heard of Emmett Till?
I've heard of him now, the young boy that was hanged.
Thank you. So you don't do this to people that you just want to subjugate. If in fact,
I agree with you. Some is hate, but I think the overarching aspect is control.
As a result of the hate. So why weren't they hanging? They wanted to subjugate the Italians and the Irish and all these other sub-white groups, but they weren't hanging and lynching them in the streets. They weren't doing that. They weren't indiscriminately locking them up as time went on, like they're doing to blacks today. So it is.
I think it is different because the Irish didn't have they were not as many as black people during that time when they were and they didn't use them as outright slaves. They didn't use them as chattel slavery. They are not the same.
They tried. This is why you gotta read it.
As chattel slavery, they were in England, you know.
They like Bibi Ray said,
there's only as much as you can do to the Irish. They will give you
they okay, good.
They
tried to enslave the Irish. They tried to enslave different groups of people. They tried to enslave the Indians.
I don't think they could have. I don't think they could have enslaved the Irish ever.
I don't care.
Ireland is right here,
with all respect, I don't care what you think. So it's not about what you think. I'm talking about facts. Okay, they try to enslave different groups. They try with the Asians. They try with the Indians, the Native Americans, but the people that seemed to be able to withstand all the abuse and not die in droves, which would mean a loss of their investments. Because you got to remember, these people were being bought, were the black people. And this is why most of the Irish were indentured slaves. It wasn't chattel slavery.
Slavery.
It was indentured. They were
But you said
indentured
they tried to
slaves.
use them as chattel slavery.
I never said that. This is the thing. You don't listen. You
Okay.
say something, and then the person.
But that's my point. That's the one I was rejecting. Now you were saying you were right. I was saying that
I
they
never
were
said
not.
anything
It
about
wasn't the
me.
same as black people because they didn't want to. They realized that they couldn't do the same thing that they're doing to black
No,
people.
not that they realized
we're
there
talking
was kind of
about.
coordination with the black people,
You
black
said
slaves. They kind of like the indentured servants were kind of like starting to revolt, just like the black people, and there's coordination between them, and they don't want that, so they kind of like give like okay, but white indentured
And they
servants.
could not keep up. They could not.
Why
keep
didn't they
up,
want them to coordinate?
and they could not keep up with the strenuous activities that the black people could. You have to remember, again, I'm going to repeat myself. These were commodities. Human beings at that time were goods for the services that they could provide for nothing.
We are aware of that. There's no need to be repeating on that.
So they were being bought. Well, obviously you're not aware if you're not saying it.
No, we are very much aware.
All right, good.
Yeah.
So they were being the loss on their investment for the blacks or for the Irish and other groups, the Native Americans, were that they'll pay for them or buy them and they'll die off. But the black man was able to withstand from birth to old age the rigors of working on a plantation. And this is why they had to enact legislation to make sure that chattel slavery became law in the United States. Well, one of the reasons. And then all of a sudden they're going to Africa and
they used to have serfs in the UK here, man. You know what serfs are?
Just basically servants, like
House
indentured servants.
Basically
just
slaves.
indentured.
The whole families live as slaves, not just these whole communities. Really, it's a class of people, the lords and the serfs. So they enslave their own people to a kind of enslavement of their own people, but not chattel slavery. But like I said, there are various ways to approach this. Maybe the way Thank You is doing it is the right way. Maybe the way
no, it's not just one way. It has to be like different steps.
Yeah, everybody have a variety.
It's not just one way.
For me, until there has to be some kind of various heads in the African American community that emerges and say, you know what, we are actually going to play politics the dirty, that in short, as dirty as they want it. In other words, you have to play to win. Yeah, they have to go in that direction because the way you hear American politicians, black American politicians talk right now, they talk as if they are in some kind of rainbow fantasy environment whereby they work for everybody. We don't have any law to pass for only our people. We have to pass law for everybody. If it benefits everybody, it benefits the black community. That's the kind of language you hear from them. Until they realize that you have to fight for your people specifically. That's your job because everybody else is doing it. We are going to keep failing.
When Trump was running for office, how many black people? Because I used to see this show, and KJ and the rest of them was talking about this person is going to be on the cabinet and that person is going to be on the cabinet, and at the end of it all, after using the black people to promulgate his affairs, how many black people did he put on his cabinet?
What did they expect?
Zero.
He barely put any there at all. He barely did anything there because he was never going to do that.
Except for the hot guy. What's his name? The former, is he an NFL player? Or
that is why I like this.
But
this is why I like Trump.
Forefathers did not talk about that. Forefathers.
No, but I talk about it. See. Thank you. See, thank you. I talked about it. I talked about it and I called it a good thing. The reason why I call it a good thing, it opens our eyes to the truth.
No, it's not.
This fake thing. See, Democrats put our people there. What good has it done us? Don't you ask yourself that question, or you just like to
I'm
pretend as if
saying the
because the
sales
Democrats are doing the
system,
right
the
thing?
whole system is not. It's not here for us.
It's
The whole
designed against
system
us.
is not. I'm just trying to use.
All of them are designed
mind
against
my
us.
words.
You're right.
The whole system is stuck against us. I'm just saying, and I use an example. If you are strategic, well, listen, forefathers, if you are strategic, you have somebody that wants to starve you to death, and you have somebody that is trying to put you, just a
A
drip
little
of
drop of water.
Are you not going to say, hold on, forefathers? I'm not
Who
saying
told you
that
that the
person
other
that
side
wants
is not trying to give you water too? The other one is trying to give you poison. You are saying water.
oh my God, forefathers.
Yeah.
We just literally talk about cabinet members now. We just literally
Cabinet
talk about,
member doesn't mean anything.
I just use that as an example. I said we just talk about cabinet members. But during the election, what did they say? Did they not say, oh, this and this, we this one, we have black people were people like Baron Donalds and all of that were like as if they were going to get cabinet positions.
Yeah.
Trump did the same thing. Biden did the same thing. He promised us stuff. Look at, hold on. You just gave me an example of what they promised and they didn't give. Let me tell you what they promised and they didn't give. They promised they were going to
I
do
am
something.
not saying that they promised
didn't
they
do
fulfill
anything.
all their promises. No.
So then there's no point bringing them. And let me tell you what
No.
they did wrong to us too as Nigerians.
Oh,
With
I
Trump,
am not talking about Nigerians now.
Obama refused to sell us weapons when he
Rightfully
got into
so.
office.
I am not talking about Nigerians.
Yeah, rightfully so. When terrorists was ravaging Nigeria, then when Trump came into office, he sold it to us and he helped us against terrorists.
Your country
Come on, man. Let's not do this thing that we just do and say one side is good. As a matter of fact, the other side might be, in terms of the way they treat Africa, Biden and the Democratic Party are far more diabolical to Africa. Go and ask any African leader, they will tell you.
I don't think you can ever just go for the system, the whole system. You're just like one, and one.
Yeah, she's saying the whole system.
For us.
I'm saying the whole
But she's not saying the whole system. She's not saying that.
No,
she will say the whole system and she goes all day after the Republicans.
No. Rightfully, she's saying the whole system, but just like your position, the Republicans are better for black affairs, and she's saying no. She's saying they're both bad, but one is at least willing to give you a drop of water. You said no, that's poison. Maybe you're right, but I think that drop of water, which I agree with, will save you in hell versus someone that's feeding you more embers of flames or hot coal down your throat.
That drop of water can actually sustain you to even get to
Let me put it this way. If somebody gives you bottle one drop of water and you are there hoping he gives you the next one, he gives you another one, he can give you another one. Instead of you now to wake up and say, let me go to the stream myself. But you keep waiting for that place to give you bottle of water.
Wake up to what? Wake up
to the fact that you have legs and arms to walk and go and get your own water.
Yeah,
I said the other side is not ready to negotiate with you. They are not going to.
Okay, but what about
it's not up to them? You keep saying it's them, it's us that will decide whether they talk to us or not. It's not up to them to decide.
But
if they see, like you said, American politics is about money. If Republicans want to run, and the guy that you say, especially you go to somebody that is bound to lose, you say, this thing is not looking good, but if you do this for me, I'll do this for you. I'm telling you, politicians need power. They will do anything for money.
But the
to win the election. You support
Democrats,
that politician to win the election. It doesn't matter whether it's Democrats or anything. They will do what you want as long as you have the power to influence them.
But forefathers, I only ask you about current. You're talking about further things that we can do. I'm talking about you said they are voting for Democrat current system. That's what I'm saying. The current system.
This is current. I'm saying we should be doing that now instead of going to play the game that
but what she's saying is, listen, the Democrats at least will give minorities a fighting chance. Not so with the Republicans. The Republican Party, being the conservative that they are, being on the policies that they run, are not doing that. They are an embodiment of what America really was, which is a white supremacist society.
Nationalist.
Now, listen, wait. You're going to interrupt, Rosa. If Obama, for example, was a Republican, he would have never gotten to the position he got to even become president. On the other hand, for both parties, if Obama did not have an African father, he would have never become president. I can guarantee you that. It would have never happened if he could trace his ancestry down to the whatever boats docked in South Carolina and VA. America would have kicked against it. This is why they kicked against people like, and again, to a large extent, rightfully, Sharpton's candidacy, or more credibly, Jesse Jackson. They will not allow it. As Hakeem Jeffries right now should be the, I mean, he's a Zionist shield, right? But Hakeem Jeffries should be a shining example and be the next in position to lead the Democratic Party right now, even as it is in shambles. It's not happening because of his background. So my point in all of this is, as America still fears black people, America fears black people, but they are more comfortable with foreign blacks. When I say America, I mean white America. White America is very, very, very easygoing, if that's the word I'm looking for, comfortable with foreign blacks. And I think also they don't feel threatened by foreign blacks. Also, I think with that is because foreign blacks, a lot of foreign blacks have imbibed white supremacist tropes under the guise of, oh, they come from conservative societies. No, white America knows that these people, to a large extent, are very subservient, and they do not look at themselves as the same as black Americans. And this is the divide. These are the things we have to bridge. You know.
So, based on what you've said, the black Americans like Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, all these black Americans have emerged, including Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court. They just, I'm not saying that you're not right in terms of Republicans being overtly this thing against black people by and large. They speak out in the open. But I say that is a good thing. That's the difference between the way you are looking at it from the way I'm looking at it. Because if you do that, then it triggers black people to wake up. And I think the greatest, sorry, let me finish. I think the greatest weapon they have against us is putting us to sleep. Like if you look at African continent now, the reason why African continent is not activated like the way Asian continents have been activated was because we never fought for anything. They just handed power to us as Independence Day. We did their marching, read the national anthem, and they walked away. But when you fight for your nation, when you shed blood for your country, you open your eyes to the fact that this world, you are on your own. You have to fight for yourself and your people to survive. And that thing that they do to Africa, where they never come and bomb any African country, they come in there, they always like, oh, through our leaders and through our NGOs, whatever they're going to use, they use it to do whatever they achieve, whatever they want, because they know if they do it the way they do elsewhere, we're going to wake up. And the same thing follows with this Republican politics, whereby Republican politics are like that. They open our eyes, but the others makes us sleep. Because if they were not making us sleep, why are we still at the bottom till today?
You tend to conflict a lot of issues, and while you always bring up valid points, I think you also mix them up with a lot of with a lot of inconsistencies. Now, you're speaking of a different time, and they always in America there's this thing called the token black. For all intents and purposes, people like Condoleezza Rice, And people like Colin Powell were the token black people. We put them in front when we need a dirty job done, and they're gonna mop it up. But that does not take away from the fact that Colin Powell was a very decorated officer as a military man. That does not take away from the fact, but there always, yeah, there always has to be that
No,
token
sorry,
black.
I was reading this one.
Yeah, there you go. So for you to bring
That's
up
wicked.
Clarence Thomas, it's like that's the ultimate coon. Clarence Thomas, have you ever
But he's
read
black
his ruling?
nonetheless. I thought he said they don't want to work with black. He's black
That's
nonetheless.
not the point. If you will,
No, you are
have
saying
you
they just
ever,
want to kill every black man. I'm
have
telling
you,
you that the
have
Democrats
you,
are just as bad.
have you ever watched, have you ever watched Django?
Yes.
Do you remember the scene where
What's
Django,
his name even? The Samuel L.
where,
Jackson's character.
do you remember the scene where Django met, I think his name was Steven, Samuel L. Jackson's character?
Yep.
Do you remember? And he was angry,
Yes.
like, yo, why is this guy on a horse?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he speaking? Why
Yeah.
should he sleep in the house?
Yeah.
Are we going to burn down the sheets when they leave?
Mm-hmm.
That is Clarence Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
That's Clarence Thomas for you right there. So those are not the kind of examples you should be using when you want to talk about there's some kind of
Hold on. Get it? It's cross. Get it? Because I played. Get it? Something. Because I highlighted that.
tell him to come back on. But that was funny.
Thank you. I hope you are not the one that put that comment there that I highlighted because Kene is not crossed.
He said, "Hey, his father."
Kene, chill out, man. What is wrong with Kene today? It's really hot today. Take it easy.
Yeah, Kene is upset today. But yeah, so Clarence Thomas is not the kind of example we should be using when we want to talk about a system not being racist. Definitely not Clarence Thomas. Not now. I mean, let's use this cabinet as an example. Let's use this cabinet. This government, what are they doing? They are reversing every strike that America has made in terms of black relations. That's what they're doing. First, they attack DI hirings. They're going after fundings for inner city schools. He's talking about he's going to hold up money for sanctuary cities.
Why do you think black people are not reacting? Why do you think black people are not reacting?
You
Why do you
forgot
think
the
they're not
history
reacting?
too. Black history, Black
Why do you
American
think black
history.
people are not reacting?
You forgot Black American
Because it
history.
doesn't affect black Americans.
You see, because it doesn't affect black Americans. This is what I'm saying.
Well on the surface. So things like the immigration policies and all these DEI hirings are always were meant for black America. Affirmative action were meant for black America, but as usual, other races hijack it and use it to their benefit. Welfare, for example,
I'm thinking that black Americans are in no mood for nonsense. Like all these things that they are doing right now, they're doing it on the periphery. Black Americans are just watching it like, okay, keep doing.
No. You know why they are watching? It's not a matter of it's not affecting them. You know why they are watching? They said it. They talk about it vigorously before the election, like they're tired.
Yeah, we warned you.
They want every other group. Immigrants, they want every.
I know. They are doing to the Hispanics. I know that. But
No, it's not
I'm
only
saying when
Hispanics.
Trump is attacking black community too,
why should we care?
You know why?
That's what I'm saying. Why do you think they're not reacting now? Because whatever he's doing, he hasn't touched them hard properly enough. When he touches them, Trump will find out.
So now you're talking.
And how he's going to find out that all these military is sending to this to
DC.
Black City. They want him to send military to Baltimore.
Let him keep trying. If he
They-
crosses a line, like if he touches Black Americans physically on any, I'm telling you, I don't know why I feel like that way. I just feel like from talking to Black Americans, they are in no mood. They are really in no mood for it. They have had Trump the first time. They are in no mood for nonsense. If Trump comes at them, they'll come at Trump in such a way that this whole thing is going to go ugly fast.
What are Black Americans gonna do? Black
I don't
Americans
know, but I just get a feeling that it's going to get ugly.
Man, trust me, these white boys, they
Let me
ready.
tell you.
They armed to the teeth. You're not doing nothing.
Whatever you're going to do is going to, I don't know how
Let
it's
me
going
tell
to
you,
happen.
Monkeys ain't
all
playing.
the-
It should be
you know
ugly.
what people want. You know what people want. You know why they're not coming out. Part of why they're not coming out is the whole system needs to be dismantled. They want the whole system gone. So let it do, because every time there's like, people are, they are doing all of this. They come out en masse and do this and do that. But this time around, let it burn.
Yeah.
Let it burn so that everybody will see.
Because in a way, Black Americans have a reserve. Like they have some of their. I feel like Obama is playing like a reserve, whereby he's a Black American leader with a lot of influence to an extent, even within outside the Black American community. So it's a very, very interesting figure. When I watch Barack Obama, sometimes I think he is the problem of Black American community. That's why they don't have any leader emerging, because he's the leader. Technically, he's the de facto leader of the Black American community. And in a way, he's also a powerful figure just there, sitting there. Because if Trump crosses a line and Black American community get triggered, it triggers Obama too. Obama can rally quite.
Give me an example of the line.
I don't know. But I think,
Jesus.
and I think Trump. No, I don't know. I have to be honest. No, I have to be honest. But I get a feeling that there is a line he will cross that it's going to be obvious. It's going to hit the Black Americans.
Like what?
And
Like
I don't think. I
black
feel like
leaders, what?
yes, I feel like Trump doesn't feel like he has enough political capital to do that. He's not going to do that. Trump is going to focus on immigration.
Sir.
That's where his power is.
Immigration is already failed. So
politicians are different from activists. Okay, you need Black activists, and one of the things is that's like they do in Africa. Like you always bring Africa into it. They kill your leaders that are that are actively fighting for you. So that is the thing. Black politicians, but Obama is not going to be in front of protests and be protesting on the street. He's not going to do that. His own is to just be saying, okay, even though everything is, let us calm down. That's what he's going to do. When you're talking about, that's
Obama
why
will influence politicians.
I'm always saying that you are kind of like just like you're kind of like engineering on one side. Why not talk about the whole system thing? The whole thing is not working for them. So it's not just like, oh yeah, when you talk about Democrat, you're talking about Obama, you're talking about this is a that. It's not going to be
because our fathers is bought into the trope that it's a democratic problem.
Yeah, I know, right?
Democratic what?
Problem.
Obama is not
No.
Like
I never said it wasn't a systemic problem. That's why I kept saying that we should keep out of the political parties in terms of worrying about voting. Let's worry about influencing them to do what we want. That's all I care about. And I think Obama has value to an extent to the Black American community, but at the same time, it's also a burden because right now it's like the community is leaderless.
So what do you want him to be doing?
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to be doing?
I don't know. Maybe he should retire or something. Go
retire.
Old age home.
Did you see his wife? Do you know what? Do you see his wife? Do you know what the woman went through? Do you know what she went through during the president? Do you know that? Do you see her campaign vigorously, telling people?
Or I want to see Obama going, visiting Africa, coming back to America, talking to the African American community. He can be a middleman.
It's too late for that.
Him doing that. He could have been a middleman. Do you see him doing that? He's not doing that.
Let me tell you, American foreign policy is not the one that will benefit Africa that you are saying. Whether Obama, whether whoever, American foreign policy is no good. It's no good. It's no good.
Why do you think so?
You're no good.
No, hold on. Let American foreign policy.
America first, regardless of who they are. America first. America, regardless of.
Oh my God! See. Okay, let me name this to you so you can understand where I'm seeing. Japan, American foreign policy. South Korea, American foreign policy. Taiwan, American foreign policy. Dubai, American foreign policy. Qatar, American foreign policy. Saudi Arabia, American foreign policy.
Those
Israel,
are nations of
American foreign
power.
policy.
What power do you
You
guys have?
tend to conflate issues. Okay, so
I'm saying that working
wait,
with
wait,
America doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing.
right. So you always mention it's not a bad thing. It's never a bad thing to work if you're going to progress in life.
Exactly.
But you always, I think, you are failing to realize, or you are failing to accept, rather, that there is a hierarchy in the world. So, if for every Japan that America has rebuilt, or West Germany, or Germany as we know it today, there are 1,000 countries in Africa that they've destabilized on the ground and made sure that they never rise. So Japan was not Benin Republic. Shout out to all the Beninois in the chat. If you're looking, I'm not denigrating a country. But Japan was not Togo. Japan was an empire that had existed for thousands of years, as at the time it was destroyed via the bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So these were not emerging civilizations. These were established empires, as in Japan or Taiwan, if we're going to look at it based on the fact that it was part of mainland China. So these are far different than a Nigeria, which in 65 years is still a baby. We, for all intents and purposes, don't even have a history yet. We are building that. So yeah, so you can don't compare Japan and Germany. No, these are people that have been around forever. They've been shaping the world forever, 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 forever. Even before Qatar has oil, Saudi Arabia has oil.
So we
They
always
are
find it. You said all these people have been shaping the world forever. We too have been shaping the world forever. We see always seem to find a reason to say justify other people doing well.
Not like Arabia, not like the Chinese.
Those things, don't
not
you
like
understand? Hold on. Don't you see that all these things you are saying are arbitrary stuff? They are not the same nations, yet they are all doing okay. Even Taiwan, that they just fought each other with this thing, China, this in the Chinese Communist Party, they are doing okay. They built some of the most sophisticated semiconductors in the world. Japan, that was nuked, is doing okay, all because they were doing no. If they didn't want to help it, they are not going to help it. The point is that if America wants to help you to do well, you will do fine.
Exactly, which is what she's saying about the foreign policy. So if it is beneficial, she mentioned. Hold up. She mentioned something. She said, "America first." She kept reiterating, "America first, America first." If it benefits America, America will help you even after they destroy you. It does not benefit America to develop Nigeria.
That is because we didn't give them a reason to think
well,
that.
again, in business, we call that leverage, right? So we don't have the leverage.
You know, while I was in the UK in the year 2000, 2005, 2010, maybe 15, just before Brexit, Britain used to be the gateway to Europe for America. So they always had to come to the UK all the time. But now, since they left the European Union, they are no longer that relevant. The point I'm making is that there are things you can do to increase your relevance in this world. And if you choose to remain, you place yourself in a situation whereby you are irrelevant, you are going to remain irrelevant. If Nigeria decides to act in such a way that America uses Nigeria as the gateway. It's like you are my man, so I don't have to be worrying about all these smaller countries. As long as I come to you, you help me with all the rest that I need in that place. Nigeria will be better off for it, and Africa will be better off for it, because now Nigerians have interests of Africans at heart. Americans have interest in Nigeria because Nigeria gives America what this is.
Very true, but Nigeria, again, it all boils down to leverage. Again, it all boils down to organization. If, for example, the Nigerian president's down from, I'd say, give or take, 76, not the Gowon era, but the Murtala Muhammad era, had leverage on the fact that oil prices were very high and we had a lot of it that the world wanted. Instead of pilfering the monies, we could have built influences around at least West Africa, which of course was still the most powerful and most influential country in West Africa. But by now, I think we should have turned those other countries into basically vassal states. We never did that. And America is not sitting down on the table with you when you're not even respected in your own backyard.
Exactly.
So if we had, for example, enough power where we were manufacturing in Nigeria, but making sure everybody around us was buying solely from us without outside interference, and the surplus went overseas, we would have somehow built a financial chest. And those nuclear weapons you love so much, and those nuclear submarines and those ICBMs you always hear preaching over bread, we probably would have had them now.
You know, it's not about loving those things, it's about preserving our people, ensuring that other people don't use it on us or
Right.
treating
Well,
us,
you're not
blackmail
going
us.
to, well, again, so without going too deep into it, because I see you just jumped up now. Nobody.
Don't try me, don't try me.
Yeah, nobody. This is how it goes. So again,
Yeah, we just finished anyway, so we can round up.
yeah, so these people are not going to give you the technology to get those things, which, yeah, it'll give you a leverage to speak, maybe a seat in the United States Security Council, a permanent seat, but they're not giving you, it's too late. The bus already left the station, the train left the station. So they're not in 2025 or going beyond. If you don't re-strategize, this is Nigeria now. They're not giving you technology that will benefit you to their own detriment.
Yes, why would they do that?
Exactly. Thank God you finally got it.
No,
You
nobody
finally got it.
nobody would ever
No.
give you anything that disadvantages them against
Exactly.
you.
So it's never
But
going to
if they
happen.
feel it helping you would advance them, like the way they are helping India, where the French this foreign minister is going to India telling them come and take nuclear submarine. You have to push yourself in the right position, and anything you want you get. But you first of all you have to stop being vulnerable first. That's how most people did it. India was not vulnerable to them, so they needed India now. China was not vulnerable to them, so they needed China. But to get to a point whereby you are not vulnerable, I'm telling you, you have to eat your own death and say, you know what? If I die, I die. Because I'm already dead. The other way is you're just pretending as if you're not done. You have to be ready for anything. And our people, we are not there yet. That's my worry, that we are not even there to be able to compete at that level. And this is why I say, I don't blame them. They fought. They took risks. What risk have we taken? Other than taking beating and complaining about the beating we are taking.
What do you mean?
That's
what
all
do
we
you
seem
mean
to be doing. Keep taking beating and complaining about the beating we are taking.
Nigeria was not just handed independence. You always reiterate.
Oh, you did say that. They were handed.
Nah, they fought for it. It might not. Yeah, they fought, and if it
that's why no country is still under this colonization.
Well, Nigeria actually fought for it.
They were cleaning up shop. Americans told them to clean up shop. They cleaned out shop and went away.
Right. But there were a lot of lives lost, and times were changing.
Lives lost? I didn't hear about any lives lost because of colonization.
You think people didn't die in the fight for independence in Nigeria? Yeah, people died over time after the amalgamation. How did the Benin Empire, for example, get decimated? How did
let me talk to this guy. Hold on, sorry. Let me just talk to this guy. Ivory, how dare you? You are trying to besmirch my good reputation. Because I said Bill Gates, this thing, we are trying to destroy Bill Gates' reputation. Do you understand what they call cynical or sarcasm or something like that?
No, that wasn't why. But for that, you said that a long time ago. You said that a long time ago. That wasn't why this comment came up.
No, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, he said that because he said he responded to that. Then I wanted to respond to him, but I forgot because he said he cannot believe I was defending this in Bill Gates and Dangote. Dangote, I'm defending for what he has done for Nigeria. Bill Gates, I'm not defending Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a dangerous human being. It's not very dangerous for Africa. No, actually, I don't like what he's doing in Africa. When the vaccine stuff that they said he's going to do now, I'm hearing about, I don't know about whether it's true. They are saying that there is a kind of vaccine that they want to, not vaccine, it's a kind of contraceptive, I mean.
Yeah, but somebody just said that. You told them not to say it.
I can go for years. No, I will say it. They are saying it online all the time. So why are we
no. Oh, Colonial Master said that. You said, oh, no, don't say that. We are not sure. You go on for
that's why I'm putting we are not sure. I say I don't know. You have to qualify it because you're not sure. We are not sure. Is that what I'm saying? Am I saying I'm sure? Am I saying I have evidence? I'm saying I literally said I don't know, but that they said that the contraception was it's going to last 4 years, 5 years or so, and I don't like that. And there's also the area of GMO that is involved in that he wants to bring into Africa, and Nigeria leaders keep welcoming all these things. I see, hey, who is that rabble rouser that is trying to show up? You see that? He knows that we want to go. He's trying to show up. We have people that are troublemakers here. Let me bring him. Let me bring him. No, it's not Logopi. No, it's this is A for real. He's been in the chat. Why are you coming here to do that? We are supposed to close. He was in the chat. He decided to join. So I don't like what Bill Gates is doing with GMO.
Alpha.
We don't control the technology. We are fine. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, hi, how are you?
Good.
Yeah. Where have you been? You disappeared from the platform.
Oh my God, this platform is something else.
Yeah, this is a hot.
Don't worry, you gotta give that hard. If they give you hard, just like the way you were doing today. Especially this forefather, I was telling him to let you speak.
Yeah, they were just going on. Kene and this guy was going on. I couldn't get in between. It was so hard. They're crazy like that.
People don't mind forefathers. Instead of him to talk about the old system, he's always like his disdain for the Democrat. It marvels me because
I discovered the Democrats were downright diabolical.
They are this, they are that. But the other side, why don't you say, oh, this whole party, this whole system is a failed. It's not designed for.
No, I agree with that.
No, you don't. You just said that when I'm reiterating what I'm.
No.
When you're actually speaking, you go on.
You don't like
this. Sometimes, in some ways, I almost feel like the Republicans are purer. Okay. That's it. No, I'm saying that now. No, because they are not lying. I hate liars.
Because somebody don't lie and they hate you.
Yes, at least they are honest in their hatred.
Listen, let me tell you something.
How about the one that is lying and hating you? That one is worse to me.
KJ and Kenny, I pray.
I would rather you are honest and hate me than you pretend as if you like me.
They never experience racism in America. I pray, because the way they are, it's gonna hit them. Not the physical aspect is gonna hit them. They're gonna end up in a hospital because of shock. Because I think they don't understand how certain, and not all white people, not all of them, just like not all black people like white people, right? But a good majority in this. Do you see what's going on now in the sundown towns? You know this.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I
There
think
you go.
I hear that they are building a white-only town too in America now.
So a lot of people, I think it's willful ignorance. They just want to be blind on purpose and think it's all hunky dory. It's sweet. There's no kumbaya in this country when it comes to race. This is a country that works based on your race.
It's not that they don't understand it. It's not that they've never experienced racism. The problem is some black people, especially in Nigeria, they just hate their people. So anything that will hurt their people, they are on for it. You see what that lady is also doing in UK. You see a lot of Nigerians supporting her like blindly. It's not that they recognize what she's doing is wrong. They hate their people. That's the problem.
Cruelty is the point.
Self-love is very important. Look at what Trump is doing today, for example. Even threatening people with citizenship. If you are not born here, they can take you out. They think this thing is a joke. A day will come where they will tell you, if we should naturalize in America, they're going to tell you to leave. There is nothing you will do about it. As long as you are not a born citizen of a country, trust me, you got to think twice. If you think it's your home, you are joking. Things are going to change so fast, you will not even... You got to build your home. Your home
and
is your
this is just
home.
6 months. Or 7. Oh no, it's about
It's
7.
not even that. AY, you remember they've done it before. Let me tell you, all these things it has been done before. It's not like it's new.
Yeah,
with the Japanese.
The Japanese intermediate camp happened.
Camps during World War
Well,
II.
what are we talking about? They were citizens. The Mexicans who were deported, there were citizens among them.
Native
They were
Americans.
so it's not like, oh yeah, this and that and that. But for me, it's not even about you experiencing racism personally. The system is a systemic racism.
It is. It is.
Systemic racism is established on everything is based on race. So if you say you don't see that, then I don't know what you're saying.
The world, unfortunately, still operates along racial lines.
And I don't like it when people say that when that's why I said cognitive dissonance of lots of Nigerians. In Nigeria, they will say, oh yeah, because they don't like Islam. You know, a lot of them are Christians. So they'll be like, oh yeah, we don't want Islam. It's not a Muslim country. It is this, it is that. Then when it comes to here, because they're trying to nationalize Christianity, then you're okay with that. It don't make sense to me. If you hate oppression, you should just hate oppression.
People, you said it already. Our people, there's so many layers that we all have to unwind. That's why we're having these conversations, isn't it?
Because the quote is in the name of Jesus, don't mean that is okay. You want them to nationalize Christianity.
It is. It is so bad that I know Fafada sometimes is gonna like, oh, probably because nothing has happened to us as people, then probably we're gonna find ourselves. I sometimes feel very disappointed when I hear. I mean, we got issues. I'm not saying the whole country we are perfect. Country is perfect. We got issues, but your country should be number one. If you hold your country strong, you will not even follow all these politicians. Trust me. I mean, you can choose one out of them, but it's not how you follow people blindly. You should be thinking how this country can be better for everybody. Because if the country is working today, for example, I mean, even if I'm not benefiting directly, my family are going to benefit, my neighbor are going to benefit, my community are going to benefit, everybody is going to benefit in the end. So I think that's what we should be driving to. But a situation where you are holding a country passport, your negativity towards the country, your hate towards the country is so bad that you just wonder, then why are you holding the passport though? So it's Nigeria, I don't know, maybe probably they need to go back to classrooms. I mean, the young ones in the classroom, they need to kind of groom them, the love for your country, you know, like just put some kind of thought into them, like, listen, you got to protect your country. And that is what people do. Like, if there is war, are you going to allow your people to die, for example? You got to protect your country, especially for the men. So this should be our thinking. But we are so divided that That's why you see even Ghana, they are just disrespecting Nigeria over there because we go there to divide ourselves into groups. To the extent that it becomes so obvious that even these countries, they now realize that, oh, these people are so divided. You will hear Yoruba nation, you will hear Igbo this thing, you will hear Hausa, you will hear Bini, you will hear. We are so divided. Instead of us to live when we are outside the shore of the country, and we should be talking in terms of unity, in terms of Nigeria, in terms of Nigeria excellence, coming together. We are not doing that. We still go ahead and divide ourselves across line. So it doesn't show strength when you do that. It doesn't show
Thank
strength.
you.
I know as I'm here now, for father, I want to close the show. It doesn't.
I want to close it
That's
now.
what I
It's,
deal
it's
with
already
every time.
8 hours now. It's almost 9 hours. Look at that.
Yeah, but you
he
been
heard
here
that I
since
want to
morning.
close. He just jumped
As
in.
I'm
Yeah,
here
you
now,
got to hear
as
that I
I'm
want to
here now,
close.
for father, I want to
It's
close
9
the
hours
show.
now. It's 9 hours. So, but
Is it that you don't like what is good? Is it
I
that
will
you don't
take
like what is
I
good?
like
That
what
is
is
not
good.
what
I
you
will take
see
from
me.
what you said. And come on, we have a show this evening. I will take
I
from what
just
you
want
said.
to.
What you said about tribalism, I'm beginning to wonder. The same thing needs to happen for the world, too, whereby we have to sooner or later try to figure out a way to live together without all these racial animosity. Even if we have our differences, we should be able to work together. There's no reason why we can't be reasonable with each other. Because we are facing so much danger right now. We are facing so much advanced technology, capability to destroy each other in so many ways that if we don't figure it out, tribalism is just on a local level. On a global level, these racial lines, they have to know how to work with each other, and that's the challenge of leadership this is today, because our whole civilization or humanity depends on it, and there is no guarantee we will survive, because the ones that have come before us, many have come and gone. When you hear about Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Foriensis, and all the rest, there's a reason why they are all gone, because they couldn't cope with the world that they were in. And maybe that's what's going to happen to us, because some people are talking about AI completely causing so much change that many of our jobs are going to be gone. Like doctors and some jobs you think will survive, lawyers, bye-bye. When AI can do it better than you, why do you need your law
Nah,
degree?
you're always gonna need lawyers.
You will find out now.
There are certain
A lot
professions
of
that
things are
No. We are
changing.
closing. We are closing. I'm just summarizing, please. We've had enough chance to say all this thing. So thank you for
But
gentlemen
you
for
didn't say
coming.
all that, forefathers. You were busy saying you do this, you do
It's like that now. That is what we are dealing with every
Look
day.
at that. You see that?
You
Look at
didn't
You
that.
see,
let me just add
See,
one.
hey, don't join all these ruffle boys. Don't join them.
it did not even give us like 2 minutes.
All these
It did
ruffle
not even
people.
give us like few minutes to make our final
Mhm.
comment. Like that is
What
what we deal with.
Do you see what I
made your
put
final
in
comment
there?
already? What are you talking about?
Do you see
Hold
what
on,
I
let me
did
close that. Let me close that, please. I have to close that because we
Hold
Since
on.
the
it's 9
show got
hours.
something to say.
Okay, yeah,
the
you say
link?
something. Yeah, she's free to say whatever she wants to say, of course.
No, not me. I'm talking about Colonial Master wants child.
In the
Oh no,
link,
leave him. Let him not say anything.
in the link in the back,
Why
you
you
will
let him say
see
anything?
in the link in the back. I put something there, and that just I wanted to just say a funny story real quick. That link right there. I have an older Nigerian friend, right? I'm not gonna say his name, but it's on my phone today. I sent that because we send things to each other. So it's a group of us, friends, a bunch of hundreds of us, and he sends me things about Nnamdi Kanu all the time. So if you look at that link, I put in the chat, it was a white woman. She's Jewish, and she was her mom is Christian. She's well known, and she was complaining about what was going on in Palestine. So I sent it to him, and you know what he sent me back right away? He's like, "Islam is such a violent religion." So I'm going based on what you were saying, and I said, "Wait, what?" I said, "Is that what you got from it?" She's complaining about what a Jewish country, backed up by Christian nations, are doing to the Palestinians. And he's like, "Oh yeah, but in northern Nigeria, they kill. I'm like, oh my God, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
That's
Now
why.
I just
All right,
what you
all
said
right. We're
reminded
gonna
me.
close that.
Yeah,
We're gonna
that's
close that
hold on,
gentleman.
Papa. That's why I said that
Okay.
Nigerians. That's why Nigerian will. I don't think Nigeria will move forward because when it comes to people that are praying for, oh God of Israel, so you think they are ready to do anything different? They are busy praying for Israel in their churches. So
Yeah.
what do
Oh
you
God of
think? They
Israel.
don't even understand how the world works. So you'll be shocked.
What can we say now, gentlemen? And you know, today I can say, ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen. I really
Okay.
appreciate you for staying with us today, and I hope you join us again so you can come and teach some of all these people some lesson. You know, we're all learning here, and I really appreciate you for coming to
Yeah,
defend the
just join.
democracy.
Don't let them bully you, man.
No, on one condition, fact only. We cannot be doing preparation.
Fact only,
Yeah,
fact
fact
only,
only.
yeah. Definitely fact only, that's for sure. I really appreciated that you brought that point up, and I think I will announce it even more now when we start so that people know this is what we are standing here for. And obviously AY is a very good custodian of fact, except you talk about Islam, but that is a different matter. The same go for I speak the truth. So now let's go to the chat. I think somebody said that I needed to say something negative about Dangote. The truth is, I don't have that much negativity to say about Dangote. What do you want me to say about Dangote? That is a monopolist. I know monopolists have dominated the world in the Western society. The Dutch East India Company was one of the largest companies in the world. That's why they said the Dutch probably invented capitalism. East India, this in the Royal, this in company
Niger
that came,
company.
Niger company. The same thing. The massive companies they created, and we are running a capitalist system. What do you want to see? You and some people are angry that you should create more billionaires. No, we need 20, 30 more Dangotes because
Oh yeah.
they create nations, even 100 if we can get them. So I don't know what you say. This
But they
guy.
said you should talk. You didn't talk about the Dangote trucks killing people.
Oh, the Dangote truck killing people. No, that I think I don't know why people are making it look like Dangote paid the driver to go and start smashing people. I don't know why you have more trucks on the road, you are going to get more tragic accidents occurring.
Well,
That's what's going to
especially
happen.
if driving
No,
is
some of
not
them
regulated.
are preventable for father, to be honest.
No,
Some of them are
because some of them
preventable.
are bad drivers. That's what I mean.
Yeah, so
Driving
who are you gonna blame? It's
the
Dangote
government.
owns the company.
No, the
You
government.
don't want Dangote to put cars on the road to go and try to give people gas.
No. We need to break this issue down, right?
Hey,
So
no, not this. I wish we should have had this conversation a
they
while
will
ago.
accuse you.
We're going to talk about it later. We're going
They
to
will
talk about it later.
accuse you that you
No.
are paid, though. If you don't let me say something, no.
Let them accuse me.
I'm telling you, okay.
Don't even start. I think who started that accusation is Loxo daughter. Dangote doesn't pay me a penny. The what I like about Dangote is that he gave Nigeria a chance to reduce our demand for the dollar. And for one man to be able to pull that one up, you have to give him credit for that. With that refinery that he built. Loxo daughter, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Blessed. You know, these people are very mischievous today. They were really saying mischievous things. One of them was the one insulting Kene, and Kene came back to give her back. Blessed, thank you for joining us. Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. Tracy Jacobin, from the very beginning, she was after me already. Thank you for coming in.
Don't mind her.
Yeah. Chris
Go
Kid, I
asleep,
see
my
you
friend.
there. Chris Kid, that's Kene. Chris Kid, I see you there. Don't be offended. Kene was very hot today. Man, what did Thank You do to Kene? They are fighting like crazy.
Because Thank You
Tiffany
she has a way with words, and it ticks Kenny off because she's not as direct as him. She's very subtle with her words.
Kene is very sensitive.
Yeah,
He
no,
doesn't like.
when she speaks, because she's very intelligent. So if you're not listening, it flies over your head, and you can't really accuse her sometimes of saying, "You said this about me. You said this about me." So it ticks Kenny off. Like, why is everybody not getting it? Like, she just said.
I was laughing in the background. I'm like,
Aladdin K.
I was
see the
bashing
Aladdin
him so
K.
badly in the comment section today,
Let me
man.
finish saying the names. Hez 969. I see you there. Queen TA, I see you there too.
A
Let me
lot of
take
people are
thank you.
accusing you. Wow.
Let them keep
Somebody
accusing
again.
now. They're going to form me happy to accusing me now. Everybody's accusing me of stuff. Kulata is the only one that donated today. You know, this is what I want to accuse. It's very easy for them to accuse. Thank you for the donation, Kulata. And to the all our politics, you join the queue to not join this bad behavior of people. Oh, look at that. Kenya has showed up now.
Yeah, he showed up. You
get triggered so quickly, Kenny. Take it easy.
Yeah, Kenny gets triggered.
Take it easy. All right. Let me call this guy out. I've not seen him.
Gen Z are like that.
Official channel. Official channel. Jesus Christ. He's like, this guy is mocking Nigerians or something. That's so tough also. Thank you for joining us. All our politics, I see you there too. Thank you all for joining us. We are going to see you again later tonight. Thank you, and I wish to see you again. Thank you. Till next time, we are going to catch you all again. Let me play us out with one of our dances.
Closing, let's do backstage more.
Mobility, siki no lebo, siki 1, siki 2, siki 3, siki 4, siki 5, siki 6. Oh, you take a nigga. Why you wemia? Ngwachi wemia, ngwame wemia. Oya ye good mia, oya me wemia.